Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to Martyn Lucas Investor. It's a historic day on many levels today. It's an historic day because today we go back to the moon, or at least we go round the moon and back down in a few days. It's fantastic. What a day. This is all part of the preparation to once again landing on the moon. Also, our stocks are going to the moon. It's quite an historic day. On top of all that, we are the first in the world on this channel today to be doing a completely separate live stream in vertical and widescreen for your TV. We are the very first channel in the world to do this today, as confirmed from YouTube. No one is doing this. There is a dual mode on YouTube, but that is simply by taking the center of the screen, and that's it. What I've managed to create here today is two completely separate streams that look completely different. One is a full vertical experience and one is a full widescreen experience. This is the very first day. There could be problems. So far, though, it seems to be working fine. You can choose which stream you prefer, the full widescreen TV experience, or you can watch the tool on your phone experience. Let me know what you like the best. This is absolutely fantastic. We are the first in the world to do this. So tap the like button. It's not showing. Some things won't work on both streams today, but I am working on it, okay? Tap the like button if you like this and consider subscribing. We are the first in the world to do this. I'm so excited to bring this to you. Only one studio and one team could have brought you this. Many people have tried, but they failed. We have done it on day one. So it's a very, very exciting day. I hope you're enjoying it. So we've got today live coverage of NASA. We are going to be there. We are going to cover the stock market today. Everything for you live. This is it. You ready? In dual screen mode. Can I get it right? Here we go. Here you go. There is the countdown. There is Artemis 2 waiting on the launch pad. We're going to cover this live. I might be able to bring in some audio. Let me see if I've got any audio yet. No audio yet. No audio yet. We're just simply looking at the launch pad. We're going to cover it all day. Uninterrupted coverage, live stock market. We've got XRP and Bitcoin on the rocket. Not literally, but in the thumbnail. But there you go. Very exciting day. We're going to cover all of this for you. I hope you're enjoying the experience. We've got some hours to go, so we need to go back to the stock market for a while. And we've seen a massive rally in the markets recently. Let me just come into the comments. I can share all the comments on the screen from both, whether you're on vertical or whether you are on widescreen. I can share your comments. We are only going to answer, of course, members only. If you'd like to be a member, there is the membership link. If you are a member, we'll put your comments on the screen. If you want to join us on Discord, 24 hours a day, we've got the whole Discord village now. We have got our training course, which is out today. We have got our newsletter, which is out every single trading day. It's an award-winning newsletter. You might want to get it. 50% off on launch week. There is the link in the chat for you there. So great stuff. I think that's appeared. Is that chat appeared on both? Did that chat appear on both? No, I don't think it did it? Okay, no worries. It's on the main channel. Okay, all right, that's fine. So if you want all the extra links, jump into the widescreen version and you'll get it. So let me just share some comments on the screen. We are going to be featuring our members on the screen. So stand by. Let me see if I can do that now and bring in all the comments and questions. Here we go. So let's start with this. Let's go right to the top. We've got quite a few comments coming in. Let me share it. So here we go. Nice, says William Bond. There you go. Comments are on both sides of the screen. You can see that. Let me just, I'm going to do that again and raise that up. Take the comment like that. Does that work? I'll do that again. William Bond. There will be some adjustments today as I make these tweaks. I'm sure, and I'll make some mistakes, I'm sure as well. But I will do my best to get it right. It's the very first time. We are the first channel in the world to provide this service. No one is doing it. There we go. I'm just trying to make a tweak here. Some things you cannot do off air. You've got to do them on air. Okay, try that again. This is William Bond, our admin and moderator on the server, on the channel. There you go. That'll do for now. So, good morning, Moonchild says hi. Welcome to you. Good evening, Martin and all Devonshire, North. We're showing all comments on both formats. If you are a member, we are showing everyone at the moment, but we'll go members only in a moment. All right. Anyway, Yolanda, good morning, Yolanda. Let me know which version you prefer. Do you like it on the widescreen, big screen, 4K on your TV? Remember, click the cogs and you can select that. Or do you like it on your phone? What do you think? Hi, says Chalet. Good morning to you. Hoo, says Liz. I am on the vertical, says William. Vertical only, says Yolanda. There are two. I'm on vertical. Vertical, I see two different streams. Yes, there are two different streams on the homepage of the channel. You choose what you like. Holler says VE. Be putting it there on the vertical. The chat covers that. Yeah, you can select which live stream you like. Let's have a look. Let's have a hi, Liz said, Market, how you doing? Anybody excited for the Artemis launch tomorrow? Tomorrow? It's happening today. What do you mean tomorrow? It's the launch today. Hello, how you doing? Yes, I'm excited. What do you mean tomorrow? Don't tell me it's been delayed. It's not delayed. It's today, isn't it? Have I missed something? I thought it was today. Hang on a minute. We've got. Why are people saying tomorrow? Yeah, it's taking off today. So guys, come on, get it right. We're covering the event live on the show, and you're all saying it's tomorrow. Well, that doesn't make any bloody sense. Why would I be covering it? You're getting me all worried now. But anyway, let me bring it to you. Here we go. Let me bring it on the screen. We're going to cover it live. There you go. This is the countdown happening right now. Yesterday, NASA put the chance of liftoff going to 80%. There we go. It's today. Anyway, looks good, says Roy. Is the launch tomorrow? No, it's today. I don't know why people are saying that. I've no bloody idea. Oh, hello. Right, hang on a minute. We need to make a tweak. Oh, we got a super chat coming in. This is Tidy Big Dog.
At Tidy Big Dog tipped £1.99 through super chat. Hello everyone.
Hello everyone. Yes, you're talking to the world today. Vertical only. No, there are two options. You have two choices where you want to be. Hope the mission goes well so we can land on the moon again. Absolutely right. Let me yeah, that's fine. Leave that there, I think. Hi Potato family. When and where can the launch be watched? Here. I mean, what sort of question is that? I'm literally covering the launch live. Where can we watch the launch? Well, you can watch it here if you want, or you could just go somewhere else. I mean, I'm literally covering it for you. When are the real... we are in a real... From what I understand, Liz. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Test subject here. You are the test subject. Looks great, says Diesel Raider, and I think it's 6 Eastern time. No, it's midday. What is going on? No one has a clue. Thank God I know what I'm doing. It's not working anymore. Yeah, it is working. It is working. It's working for everybody. It's always the non-members who say some silly things, isn't it? Both mobile and PC. There you go. Round 2. Yes, 6:24 Eastern time. It's 5:24 Eastern time. I have it earlier than that, but we'll see. Yes, of course, things do change. Yes, 2 streams. There it is, 2 streams. Which one should I pick? Oh, I just don't know. Which one's better to watch, or should I watch both at the same time? I mean, of course, the big widescreen TV is the way to watch the show. Of course it is. But you have a choice now. That's the point. That's the point. I can't believe this. Oh, I can believe it.
And William Bondi has become a member. That is some comments from yesterday's test.
That is some comments. Oh, is it? Oh, that was yesterday, was it? Is that? Oh, really? Am I reading yesterday? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm on the mobile. What are your... Hang on. Am I reading from yesterday? I shouldn't be. I'll keep going. I'm sure this is for today. Anyway, you got me questioning that now, thinking, really? Okay. All right. I wonder if I can put the alerts duplicate to vertical. Okay, here we go. If someone does a super chat now, go on, I dare you. Someone do a super chat right now, and it should read it out on vertical. Oh my God, I'm pushing my limit now. Go on, someone do a super chat on wherever you want, and it should show on the vertical as well. Let's see what happens. All right, let's go over to our live flight. Roger that, Tidy. Yes, the USA. Yes, thanks, haha, Diesel Raider. Thank you. Can't wait to see it. There we go. There is NASA Control Center. We are there with you. I like this one better. Which one? Which one? You need to say which one. We don't know which one you are. Mobile version will definitely bring on more viewers, easily accessible, and you'll randomly come up on my feed while doom scrolling. Oh, hang on, we got a super chat. Let's see what happens. There you go. Is it on both? Go and check it quick. Is it playing on both? Is it playing on both? Yay!
At Tidy Big Dog tipped £1.99 through Super Chat.
Yes! Look at that. Look at that. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Look at that. It played on both. Oh, rock and roll. Did you actually see it? Did you see it? Sensei, you're not asleep yet. This is late for you. Hang on a minute. Is this yesterday? I switched from vertical. I'm in both. Hello from vertical.
At Maritime Roth tipped £1 through Super Chat.
I switch, but it's not easy. You have to go to the main channel to find it. That's right. That's what you're supposed to do. The other one is in the future. It's about 1 second faster. Don't let me do it. Won't let me in. Let's have a look. I like the horizontal one since it usually shows the FAFO mug at some point. That's correct. That's correct. You want to go back to the back of the studio? There you go. There's a widescreen look for you. All right. Okay. We're waiting for all the markets are up. We're going to cover all the news. Plus, we're going to cover the NASA flight today. Let me jump over on my phone. Won't let me do it on my iPad. Now I see horizontal. I can't do 1 times 5 on vertical. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm so proud to be a bloody Lucasade. I didn't see it, but I heard it. Said Sensei. There is a serious fault, Martin. There's no donation on vertical. There's no donation on vertical. Is there not? It's probably something different, isn't it? Yeah, you probably do diamonds, something like that. I'm loving it. Thumbs up, says Joey. Good, says Potato. Oh, we got another super chat. What does it say?
At Potato Family 3958 tipped $1.99 through Super Chat. Today is April 1st, 2026. You are reading yesterday.
Am I reading yesterday? So obviously the comments, there's going to be bugs in the system, guys. There's going to be bugs in the system. It's obviously not refreshing everything. You've got to bear with us. I'm the first channel in the world to do this. This technology only arrived this morning. YouTube don't have it. It's in my own it's in a software that I use. This is not a YouTube thing. This is a software that I use and integrating it with YouTube. So no one's done this. There's bound bound to be a few hiccups. All right. So let me now catch up with the comments. So let's have a look. So let me try again. All right. So there's obviously a few little glitches here, but you know, we'll sort that. Do we have a countdown? Do we have? Oh, hang on a minute. I want to do this. I want to check this. There we go. Right. Okay, I've got my eye on two things now. How to make it widescreen on my TV? Why is it vertical on my television? Because you're watching the vertical stream. That's why. There are two streams. There's a widescreen version and if you look on the homepage of the channel, this is really important, right? I mean, you got to get educated, folks. We've got to educate you on day one. We've got to educate you. So if you go on the homepage of the channel, right? Let's have a little look. Right. When you go to the homepage of the channel, you got to read stuff. No, I know no one ever reads stuff, but look, can you see the difference? There are two live streams. There's YTV. Can you see it says YTV? And there's the vertical. Can you see it in the thumbnail? Can everyone just say yes in the chat? Right, we need a bit of education on day one. There are two live streams, one in vertical and one in widescreen. Can you see it says there, look, wide for the TV and tall for the phone. All go yes if you can see that. I've got a phone call, an ongoing call. I got someone calling me. Oh, Sensei's calling in me. What do you want, mate? Yeah, obviously the comments didn't refresh, but I'm getting it now. Thank you. Yeah.
Look at the comments. The launch is delayed until tomorrow.
Are you're kidding me? What? We're sitting here covering it, and it's not until tomorrow. Oh well, we'll have to go live for 24 hours, won't we? Oh my gosh! So it's been delayed. All right.
Have a look at everyone's comments. Read them out.
All right. I'm coming down there now. Thank you, mate. Cheers. Sensei called in to update me, right? He called in to update me. All right, so we've got a bit of a delay, have we? So let's have a look. How can I switch from my laptop to full screen? Switch from my laptop, the full screen. Just go on the home page of the channel and select the two. They're two separate streams. Hello, everyone. Don't like it on the Windows. You're choosing the wrongs. You're choosing the tool then. Choose the widescreen version. Hello, Martin. This is brilliant. Watching on phone and TV. Look at that. You like it, Karen? You like it? Good afternoon. Horizontal stream chat too. Horizontal. Yes, I've got both. Tidy the legend. Hit the like. Hello, everyone. KC. Members, please ask how to make widescreen. M. Taylor, you don't make it widescreen, you just choose the widescreen version. There are two streams running at the same time. Hi, Diesel. Can we see as well all comments? Yes, I'm showing all comments. Just got to the homepage. Just go to the homepage, Liz, and choose the stream you want. That's right. April 1st, he mandated India ETFs. I'm not sure. Thank you very much for your information, Jerry. Martin, William Bond would like to know how we can adapt his screen to a widescreen. KC, you simply choose the different version. There are two versions. There's a widescreen version and there's a tall version. You choose the one that you want. All right. You read from last night. I'm reading it now. I like the old style better. Yuan, there is two styles you can choose. There's the widescreen and the phone version. You have a choice. Today at 1 p.m., 6:30 p.m. You read this. I am reading it. Liz. Hello, everyone. Says Tidy. Now we're catching up. Zion is tomorrow today or today tomorrow? Bloody hell. That's a good point, that mate. That was the comments from yesterday. I've got it now. Yeah, T-3, 2, 1. For those asking, there are two streams to choose from on the channel page. One is vertical and one is widescreen. There it is. There are two channels, two streams to choose from. Just pick the one you want. T-3, 2, 1. For those asking, there are two streams to choose from on the channel. One is vertical and one is widescreen. It literally says on the thumbnail. Maritime 11:30, I think. Yes, it does look like it's been delayed. Oh Okie dokie. Two chats confuse us all. Two chats. Well, there's not two chats, Liz. You are one stream or the other. Here we go. We got a special guest. Let's have a look here. Oh, yeah. Look at this.
Adjiko Veleko tipped MX $100 through Super Chat. As you may say, bloody hell can't see anything turning blind. Dollar bills face emoji, 4-leaf clover emoji.
Absolutely. All you got to do is bloody look. It's on the bloody, it's on the bloody thumbnail. Look at this. I mean, I went to all the trouble of doing two separate thumbnails. Look, one says live wide, right? And one says live tall. I mean, literally in the thumbnail. I mean, and also, can you see the little phone in the title? So can you see the little phone in the title? All right, so it shows you one's vertical. Did you all notice that? Just here, look. Did you all notice this? Did you all see that? Look, just there. Just here, there's a little phone symbol. Go and have a look. Just go and tell me you saw that. Just go, yes, I saw it. There's a little phone symbol, and it says tall for phone and wide for TV. It literally says it. It literally says it in the title and the thumbnail. No one reads. No one reads anymore. I think they are April Fools, Martin. He might be. He might be. People starting with April Fools already. It's today. Yeah, super chats don't appear. They do now. They do now, General. Yes, they are appearing on the... They are appearing, aren't they? Can someone confirm? People are going, the super chats aren't appearing on the vertical. And I go, yes, they are. Yes, they definitely are. Oh, I see. When you super chat, I see when you super chat on the vertical. I'm just trying to see if we got... Yes, the super chats that you do on the main show do come on, but yeah, I'm going to add another one for. Yeah, I get it. We'll work on all these things. There's going to be lots of improvements as we go on. Anyway, did you see? Vu is delisting. Okay, did you guys see that? Vu? Oh my god. Wiz. URL investing. If you are going to come in and talk silly, I'll just ban you. All right, we're not wasting time with that. Is Vu delisting? Okay. Oh, April Fools. Oh, okay. I thought you were trying to scam my audience there. I wouldn't do that. I know it's April Fool's Day, but yeah, be careful because this is a finance channel and jokes like that will stress people out. All right. William celebrates 11 months of membership. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. Good morning, Ryden. It's tomorrow. They've put the flipping... Oh, I can't believe it. They've put the flight until tomorrow. That messes me around, doesn't it? Anyway, good morning, Jacko. How you doing? Works great, says Eric. Finally, says Liz. There you go. You've sussed it out now, right? Martin, 8 hours, 37 minutes to the launch. Okay, I can wait. Hope the launch goes well tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow now, and it bloody hell, I was all ready for it. Can't we read all comments out from both? Yes, I am reading all comments out from both channels. I can't believe this. I can believe it.
Karen68 has become a member. Just checking if my super chats is working vertical. Smiley face emoji.
There you go. There you go. Look at that. Yeah, there it is, right there. Just saw it. Just saw it. I can't believe this. Oh my God, my brain's about to explode. Tomorrow, I am a Discord member. I like the widescreen on my TV, but it's vertical. Eh? I like the widescreen on my TV, but it's vertical. I'm a Discord member. Okay. Doesn't matter whether you're a Discord member or not. It plays the way it plays. M. Taylor, it's because you have chosen the vertical stream. Choose the widescreen screen. Look, I'll give it to you. Look, I'll put it in the chat. Here is the widescreen version. All right. This is for you. This is for M. Taylor. Let me copy you in. Can I do that? Is it not going to? Oh, M. Taylor. There we go. M. Taylor. Here is the widescreen version. There you go. There's the widescreen version for you. Click on that and it worked fine. People all over the world here to see all different time zones for the launch. That's right. Tidy Big Dog is here. Launch is scheduled for 6:24 at Kennedy. Oh, fantastic. You're going to be there. Mark Saxby is always there. He's bloody everywhere, Mark Saxby is. He gets around, doesn't he, Mark Saxby? We're going to cover it. Let me go back to it a minute. Let me go back to it. The stocks are all pumping, our XRP, and everything's making money. There you go. Pity we can't read both chats. I get back to vertical to thank Sensei. You can't read both chats, Liz. You'll go mental. I can read both chats, but you can't read both chats. That'll send you mental. Anyway, good morning, Robert Elliott. It's tomorrow, not today. Damn it. Tomorrow. What do you reckon? Go to the main channel, to videos tab, choose YTV or tall one. There you go. Xeon's worked it out. It played on both for me. There you go. Look at that. Dan's playing both. Sensei, I went over like you said, but we can't read the chats there. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Just got to go live chat. Yes, it's on both. I bloody knew it. I bloody knew it was on both. Here we go. Here we go again. Look at this. Look at this. Super chat. Look, it's working on both.
At Diesel_Ada tipped $1.99 through Super Chat. This is bloody comedy hour.
It is bloody comedy hour.
Laughing emoji. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Nobody reads anymore.
Hell.
No one reads anymore, Diesel. No one reads. They just shut up and go, it's not working. I think everyone's so angry. Everyone's so frustrated in life. Everyone's like, I want it to work now and I can't see it. Just read what it says. Just read what it says. I mean, bloody hell. Oh, for us, it's not easy. Yes, it is, Liz. It is easy. Go on, Liz. Liz, listen to me, Liz. All right? Listen to me, Liz. I know you're all the way, a long way away in Germany, but listen to me, Liz. Go on the home page of the channel on any device, and you'll see two live streams. One says wide, and one says tall. And this one, the tall one's got a phone in the title. Choose which one you want. Choose which one you want. And this is what happens when you do, right? If you choose widescreen, you get the widescreen one on any device. If you choose tall, you get the tall one on any device. There it is. There it is. It's that simple, Liz. Come on, Liz, sort it out. In a minute, Liz is going to go, all right, I get it. I get it now. I didn't get it at first, but I get it now. All right, I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you got it. Nice. We have choices in viewing format. That's right, Ryden. You have choices. Owner the super chat on both. There you go. It's tomorrow. Zach's like, I can't believe it's bloody postponed. I was all set for it. Launch is tomorrow. Moon launch tomorrow. Oh my God, yes. It's from last night we did. Oh, I see. Zach, hello. Yes, the last comments. Yes. Are we live today or tomorrow for moon launch? It's tomorrow, apparently. Bloody hell. Good afternoon, crash test dummies. Yeah. Yes, he is convinced that it's from today. Liz, I was just catching up, Liz. I was just catching up. The launch, I told you there might be some technical glitches, right? The comments were delayed, but I'm up to date now. Here we go. Look. Here we go. Look. Comments.
At Sensei_live tipped £1.99 through Super Chat. Don't ban me. Oops. April Fools.
Don't ban
Launch is
me.
today. Rocket emoji.
So the launch is today. Is the launch today or tomorrow? It's today, isn't it? Is everybody messing me about? It's today, isn't it? I'm not trying to... Look, April Fool doesn't work, right? April Fool doesn't work on a bloody investment channel. It doesn't work. On an investment channel, you need the facts, all right? Right? You need the bloody facts. Yeah, it's on today. Why are you all saying it? It's on today. This is doing my head in. 1 minute it's on tomorrow. How do the astronauts work? Look, it says it's on today. Look, we're watching it. We're watching it for God's sake. It's on today. Oh God, I don't know what's going on. I'm bloody confused. The launch is tomorrow, not today. Stop doing April Fools. I don't think the chat appears in both streams. Yes, it does. You're reading yesterday's chat. Not anymore, I'm not. Let me call me. What's going on? Launch is today, April Fool. It is today. But you mean, by April Fool, you mean it's tomorrow?
William Bondi, I tipped $2 through Super Chat. Launch is today. April Fools.
Bloody Matrix. I'm going to get some whiskey. I'm sick of it. Yep, launch is tomorrow now. What do you mean it's tomorrow? It's today. Right, this is the test. Tomorrow is the launch. We don't do a test. What are you on about, doing a test? We don't do tests. You're being fooled. It's April 1st. This is too funny. I don't know what's going on. Are you bullish or bearish? Well, I'm confused. I'll tell you that. Laugh is delayed. What do you mean the laugh is delayed? How can the laugh? Super Chat needs to drop shadow on text. God's sake.
I can't believe this.
What do you mean? It depends where I do it. If I do it over here, it works fine. It's because I got a bloody rocket that's in the sky. It's all different colours today, isn't it? Right? Portrait. What about it? Oh, there are 2 streams. Oh, there are 2 streams. Thank you very much. Yes, we've been saying that for 20 bloody minutes. Oh, God. Yes, there are 2 bloody streams. Oh, God. How many more times have I got to say there are 2 bloody streams? I can read. Thanks. Well, good. Well, why put it into bloody practice then? On which chat you want the yes? What do you mean? What do you mean, Liz? On what chat?
I can't believe this.
I can't believe it. We're giving memberships away now. If you subscribe and tap the like button, you can win a membership. What do you bloody mean, right? Which chat should I put the yes? It's up to you. It doesn't matter. I'll show it anyway. Oh, God. I need a whiskey. Yes, everyone's going yes. Why are you all saying yes?
This.
It just seemed odd. What seemed odd? Sensei, I just seen the news. It's delayed. It's not delayed till tomorrow. Yes, it is. What? Trader TV has been doing the 2 live streams for months. Has been doing Trader TV, has been doing... No, he hasn't. Rubo, you don't know what you're talking about. What Trader TV has been doing, all right, is been using the dual stream on YouTube. When all that does is pick the center of the screen, right? That's not very clever. Anyone can do that. That's rubbish. What we do... Well, oh, hang on. I got Sensei. He's not calling in again, is he? Who's calling in now? It's Sensei calling in again. What do you want?
Sorry about that.
Oh, is that what's going on? Hang on a minute. Let me bring Sensei in.
$1.99 through Super Chat.
Hang on.
When is the bloody flippin' launch?
Where?
Sod
Yeah,
it.
no one bloody knows, mate. No one bloody knows. Hang on a minute. How do I get to... I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. What are you calling on? A-team? Right, A-team. I'll go over here. Look, Sensei's on here. Join the call. Oh, hello. Right, hang on. Wait a minute, Sensei. He's walking around calling and annoying me. Right, let's go over here. Right.
I can't see you.
No, you can't yet because I ain't turned my camera. Just bear with me a second. Right. Okay, here we go. Look, this is Sensei. Speak to me, mate. It should come through.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry. It was just, don't ban us, please. Sorry. It was April Fools and the Discordians and the newsies in Discord came over and played a little joke.
Oh, I see. Is that what it was? It was some little joke, was it? I mean, do you know how confusing it is trying to run multiple streams, multiple channels, multiple freaking formats, and then everyone's going on the first day, you're the first person to do it, and then people are going... The flipping things tomorrow, and then it's today. Where do I chat? Where do I comment? How do I see it? It's getting a bit confusing in here, Sensei. I'm getting old for this.
Sorry. Now you know it is today. Don't ban us. I apologize. Oops.
Yeah, oops. Bloody oops. What time is it? Do you know?
I think it says on the top of the live on the Sky use one. It says T minus.
Yeah, T minus. I'll pay attention to that from now on. From now on, I'll listen to what NASA's saying, not what bloody Sensei and the Newsies and all the rest of them are saying. All right. I like how you've adopted the Newsies then. I was worried about it for a while.
No, it's great.
By the way, if you're just tuning in wherever you are, whether you're on both streams, upside down, in the phone stream, in the vertical stream, in the widescreen TV, do you know what this is? This is Sensei. This is Sensei News. He's in the chat right now. He's got his newsletter and it's out. Ellie, give everybody a wave. Look at that. And basically in fact, I can make you go, I think I can do this. Can I make you go?
God.
Do something different. Okay, let me go back over here. I've got so many flipping scenes now. It's mental. So, Sensei, today's the first full day because we launched it yesterday for the Discordians, right? So listen here, folks. This is the deal. Sensei is the editor and owner. He's how can you be an editor if you're the owner? You're everything, aren't you? You're just the boss, the big bad boss, right?
Yeah.
Sensei is the owner and the boss and the creator and director and editor, everything basically, like me on YouTube. CEO, CFO, is in charge of the money, everything, right? On the newsletter, it's an award-winning newsletter. He talks to Michael Burry's #2 bestseller on the Substack list, which is where all the best newsletters are. It's amazing. And right now, this week, we're giving 50% off. There it is, because this week, we launched it yesterday, but now it's fully integrated. So all Discordians, you can now see Sensei doing a chart shows. He talks about the news. He shares clips from the newsletter in the morning, little clips. And then if you like the full newsletter, you can subscribe to the full newsletter. That's what you get. You can talk to him and all the rest of it. If you are a newsie and you get the newsletter, you can now read it on the Discord community with the Discordians, talk about it. Sensei will be doing events for you, and you'll get the training course as well. 1st of April, that's today, isn't it? It's out today.
Yeah.
What time does it go live? Have we got a time yet? Sometime today?
Midnight.
Midnight. Well, how come you're walking around then? How come you're not in the studio? How come you're walking around? Is it just like percolating in the oven or something, and you just got to let it cook a little bit while you walk around and stretch your legs? What's going on?
No, we were at hopefully the final baby appointment, so I need to get back home.
Did it go well?
Yeah, everything's great. Thank you.
Fantastic. Sensei's baby's born in just 2 or 3 weeks' time. We're very excited. Very excited. Show some love on the chat. Yeah, show some love on this chat. Not on Sensei's. Sensei can't be bothered to be live. So give me a super chat as I celebrate Sensei's birth of his upcoming baby. How about that? You could do it on Sensei's show, but better to do it on mine, because then I can just share it with Sensei. Share it. All right? Do that. Anyway, so the training course is out today. So everybody on Discord that is a newsie, got the Sensei news role, you'll be able to see the training course today. Very exciting. And for those of you that are Discordians, you'll get Sensei go live and give you little tidbits and bits and pieces from the newsletter and so on. And at some time in the future, we're going to make that available to you as well. That's something we're working on. But right now, it's for all the newsies who get the newsletter. Very exciting. And it's great. Are you enjoying being on the Discord community, Sensei?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful having both communities together. Yeah, it's such a better experience for everyone. Everyone wins, as we say. Discordians get more, newsletter people get more, and the communities are together, so everybody wins. Absolutely
fantastic. So once again, if you want the newsletter, there it is in the chat, 50% off. If you want my Discord, because I'm the boss of Discord, and I said Sensei's the boss of the news. I'm the boss, and I'm a bigger boss. Right? Sensei's a boss, but I'm the bigger boss because Sensei's in the Discord. I'm not in the newsletter, am I? No. Sensei's in the Discord.
That means... Does that mean you're the boss? That means you're the CEO then, because if I'm in your Discord, you're the boss of me, and that means you're the boss of...
So if I'm the CEO, what are you then? What are you then? If I'm the boss of you, what are you? Maintenance man. Maintenance bloke.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a convenient time.
Maintenance.
Yeah, so what? You're the maintenance man.
That was quick.
Brilliant. the CFO to maintenance. Brilliant. Okay. So if you want Discord, there it is. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pin it to the chat. I don't know if I can pin it on both, but I'm going to pin it on the main channel. So you can get in the Discord. When you get in the Discord, that's the one place you need now. Go to Discord. You can see there are some channels open to all Discord members that join. You can see information about the newsletter, see clips from what Sensei's doing, so you can learn all about it. And you get the best prices, the best deals. Everything is in the Discord village, and it's absolutely great. So I've got a little link here somewhere. Where's my little link? I had it earlier. Here it goes. I'm going to pin this to the top. Okay, let me do this. Pin that there. And anyway, let me pin that there. Bloody marvellous. And as I said, at the moment, we're giving 50% off because it's launch week. And that is our best ever deal right now. So, Sensei, is there anything else you want to leave the audience with before I get back to the comments? Because it's going mental here today.
So if you are already in Discord, you can open a ticket and we'll add the role. If you're only on the newsletter, you can join the Discord on the onboarding process. Just give your email and we'll add you in. And Martyn, I think you might regret putting us on Discord because we're already causing mayhem.
I know. So I see it. So I see. I did expect a little bit of mayhem this morning, but I wasn't prepared for this. I was thinking, what? I can't keep up with it. And on a day as well when I'm trying to launch me multi-stream, multi-thing. Have you seen it? Have you tried it out, Sensei? Does it work for you? You're not on a rubbish signal again. Where are you? Did you hear what I just said?
What does what work?
The dual screen. Did you go on the vertical and the phone version? Did you see it?
Yeah, both work. How do I get onto the horizontal version?
You go on the homepage of the channel and you look on the thumbnail. One says vertical, one says widescreen, one's got a telephone in the title, one hasn't. Pick the one you want. Which one do you prefer, Sensei? Which one do you like the best?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to say I need to go figure it out. I'm just too confused with it all.
You're confused. I'm confused. I got to put up with you, bloody lot. I'm going to have to rethink this whole Discord, this Newsies thing. I never realised that the Discordians would be, the Newsies would be such a rabble. The Discordians, they're good. They're well behaved. Lucasades, they're well behaved. These Newsies, troublemakers. That's they are. Troublemakers, they are. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. We'll put up with it. We'll see how it goes. Sensei, I'll let you get back to it because clearly you're flat out busy doing the training course.
On my laptop, I'm doing it on the go.
He's doing it on the go. Bloody hell! I don't know how you do it. I couldn't do it without sitting down in my studio with all my spotlights on me. All right, that makes me feel at home. All right, Sensei, have a great day, and we can't wait to see the training course out today. Spot on. See you later, mate. Spot on. There we go. There's Sensei live for you. He's the boss of stuff. He's not, in fact, he ain't the boss of anything. All right. I just say he's the boss. He ain't the boss. He's the boss when I say he's the boss. It's like Leah, my wife. She says, you're the boss. You're the king of the castle. And it's like, yeah, whenever you say I am, whenever you say I am, otherwise I'm nothing. I'm nobody. All right, I know how it bloody works. All right, okay. So, thank God, Sensei. Yes, he's here. Martyn, just put out launch delayed. Hang on a minute. Let me go back over it. I'm going to go and check. T minus something. It's always a T minus, isn't it? Where does it say on the screen here? Let me have a look here. Look. Yeah, 8 hours. I can see it now. Look, I've sussed it out. Look, what's this? You can't tell me anymore. Look, launch, 8 hours. Countdown, 7 hours 59. Don't you tell me. Right, don't you come on in here giving me all this aggravation. I bloody know. William's there, look. Put the TV in portrait mode. Put the TV in portrait mode. I have launch in 9 hours and 23. No, you're behind now, mate. Will the launch equal Virgin Galactic spike? You never know. Launch is delayed. I'm not listening to anything anyone says anymore because you're all talking absolute trash, rubbish. I'm the future while looking in vertical. I'm in the future. I love it. I like the vertical, but on my laptop looks good too. There you go. Thanks, everyone, for letting me know. I appreciate it. 2 streams equal 2 sets of streams. Genius. Genius, says MTech. Hey, if it's bloody genius, why don't you become a bloody member? Here we go. I'll tell you what, we'll spin the wheel today. We'll do some spin the wheel stuff. There's Discord. There's the YouTube membership. Become a member. Become part of this chaos, all right? I received my 1-year badge today. William Myers, I'm loving it. It looks all good, but the point is our chat. What about it? I'm sharing all the bloody chat. Doesn't seem to let me do widescreen on Apple. Devonshire Northie, what do you mean it doesn't seem to let me do widescreen on Apple? You just got to choose the normal widescreen show that you used to choose. Nothing's changed. Bloody hell, what's going on? Tidy Big Dog, let's go to it.
At Tidy Big Dog tipped £1.99 through Super Chat. Lady Buckley is in the house.
No way. Is Lady Buckley here? You know what Lady Buckley's been doing? I bet she's been doing memberships, hasn't she? Anyway, bloody hell. Diesel Raider, that's right. Jacko's here. Jacko said, as you may say, bloody hell, can't see anything turning blind. I don't understand a bloody word of that. Hang on, what did that even mean? I'm going to adjust that. That should be there. What did that even mean? What did that even mean? There are 2 separate streams, each with their own chat. That's correct. Finally, someone's paying attention. Bloody hell, Potato Family. No, this has 2 chats. Thanks, Wookie. Well, I'm sharing both chats. I'm being nice. I don't have to. I could do one or the other. I fixed the TV. I didn't know that part of the wide is blocked. I fixed the TV. I didn't know, and part of the wide is blocked. What do you mean it's blocked? No, the screen's not blocked. What's going on now? Yes. Did you see Vu is being removed from Robinhood? Oh, okay. Here we go. April Fool. Yeah, I'm not falling for it anymore. Yes, they are both. Yes, always says WI. What does that mean?
I can't believe this.
We got a new member.
Frederick Assi has become a member.
Frederick's a member. Don't think the vertical chat is getting read out as it is. Secret chat. No, it is getting read out. I'm reading it out. Yeah. Both sides. Yeah, I am reading it. Yeah. The chat is blocking everything. The chat is blocking everything else. I have no control over that. Yes, the super chats are appearing. He switched Dan. He says, before I read it now. Yes. General chat. I'm reading all the chat. Yes, super chats, except Velikos. What's Velikos? What the hell? Bloody April Fools. It's getting on my bloody nerves. That's what it is. That's not really easy for us. We need to connect both chats. I think the tablet open and laptop. Oh, God, Liz. Here we go. What's all this? Have we got any words coming out? Have we got any words? We got any words? No audio. No audio yet. I mean, it's no audio yet. We just got to wait for it all, all right? Have some bloody patience, will you? Right, have some bloody patience. Mine's working fine, but I prefer to use laptop for chat. There you go. Do what you want. Well, it's going to be a very long YouTube. Oops. April Fool, says Sensei. Yeah, he's larking around. It's today. I know it's today. Celebrates 8-month membership. It's today. I'm trying to catch up with the bloody chat. Sensei's in trouble now. Don't ban me. I'll ban him if I want. We stuck on the 28. Hit the like button. Is that all we got? 28 likes? Hit the like button, everybody. Yes, hit the like button. Yes, hit the like button. Hang on a minute. I want to make the like be on both. See, if I do this, duplicate to vertical, there, look. And yeah, when I do that, it doesn't turn it off. It doesn't turn it off. I've got to do it. Yeah, I've got to do it manually. I could do it manually. Smash the like button. Have you smashed it? Smash it again then. All right. So when I do that, it brings them both up. No, it doesn't. I've got to do that. What? Oh, I see. Multi-action. Let me see if I can do it live. Oh, my God. This is going to be hard. A multi-action button. Let me see if I can do it live. Configure Stream Deck. Oh, no. I mean, we got ages to wait, so we might as well do this sort of thing. Right. Like. Show or hide an overlay. Okay. Oh, my God. This is going to be complicated. Showing all scenes. So if I go like that, no. Multi-action. Oh my God. I've got to turn. This is mental. Who thought of doing 2 streams at the same time? Oh God. I don't know why I bother. Multi-action. Oh my God. What does multi-action do? I'm gonna, oh my God. I don't know. Let me try this. Let me try this. Let me try this. So if I do multi-action, let me grab a multi-action switch, random action, key logic. Multi-action executes multiple actions. Oh, that doesn't sound complicated, does it? Drag an action from the right. Okay. Oh my God. Drag an action from the right and drop it here. Oh my God. Run a scene. I want to run 2 scenes at once. Run a scene. And run a scene. Oh, I might be able. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Got it wrong straight away. See if I can do it. See if I can do it, folks. Run a set. Right, I've got to do a show or hide an overlay. Oh my God. Show or hide an overlay. Show or hide an overlay. I got 2 overlays at once. Right, okay. Here we go. So the first one. Is this 6857? Yeah, that's that one. And this one, 6857. Right, I don't want copy. You ready? I think I might have worked it out. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I've got to find file 6857, see if it works. Right. Nothing there. Hang on, let me do it again. That's a copy. This is complicated. Right. Image. Six. Oh, I'm so close. I just can't find the file. Oh, where is it? Where's that one? Overlays. Oh, it's near the top. It's near the top. It's just underneath here. Oh, there it is. Right. Okay. I wonder if it'll work. Yes, it worked. It worked. Look at that. Look at the smash the like button. Smash the like comes on both. Smash the like now comes on both. That's what I'm talking about. It smash the like comes on both. Say what you like. Like. Okay. Okay, you ready? So now what I want to do is look, there we go. Smash the like button. So now what I want to do is I want to copy that button. Oh, I'm so chuffed with myself. I'm so chuffed with myself. Right? Come back to here. And I want to paste it in there. Paste. Are you sure you want to replace it? Yeah, I do. Ready? Smash the like works on both. I've sussed it. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'll do the rest later. That's another little step forward, isn't it? Okay. Sensei, you're in a... Sensei sent me Martyn read all mixed up. Sensei's been timed out. Yes, he has. Live, your April Fool's moonshot. Hello, what's this?
At Frederick S.E. tipped 50 Swedish krona through Super Chat. Hi, sunny Sweden here. I would love a review of Resolve I later on Martyn. Smiley face emoji.
You can get a review. What's the best way to do it? I've got a long list actually, but let me write it down. It is $10 a minimum super chat though. It's 50. Is that 50? That's $5, isn't it? Yeah, it's $10 a minimum now. Resolve. Let me write it down for you. So it's it goes just down there. Okay, so that is resolve. Okay, I've written it down. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Frederick. Thank you, Frederick. Okay, it's on the list. Thank you so much indeed. Right, carry on. I fixed it. Yes, you fixed it. Fantastic. Good stuff. We're loving it, loving it, loving it. I am putting a jumper on. Brilliant. Thanks for telling me, Keegan. Love to know that. Oh, thanks, Liz. Gonna stick to widescreen now. Yeah, widescreen. Widescreen. Big TV. I don't think it links works in portrait mode. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right there, mate. It played, but not the chats. Is it live? Launch? No, it's today. Stop messing around, Ruby. It's today. I wasn't aware there were 2 streams. Now that I know, I was able to set the one I prefer. Thank you to all. There you go, M. Taylor. You can choose any one you want. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. Is Trump on the launch? Is Trump on the launch? Oh, my God. I don't know. Is he? All good. My subscriber notice took me to the widescreen, but yes, I realised I had to go out and search for Martyn Lucas to see the other option for iPhone. Just do that and you're fine. There we go. Michael, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Subwoofer, 68.4 and up for the year. Is it time to sell? I'm loving it. No sound. Sounds all good. There's no live chat on television. There's no live chat on the television screens. Portrait mode. I think you've got to turn the chat on. I think you can turn it on. Let me go back to the flight. There we go. Karen said on both the super chat. There you go. Sorry, don't ban me. It's April Fool's. The launch is today. Trump to the moon, says Ruby. Sensei, can you call him again, please, and tell him chats are not on both sides for us to read? What do you mean? I don't know what she means by that. Will Trump say the war is over? That's tonight. Trump's going to announce that, I do believe. Sensei, can you please explain? Hello. Super chat. Don't ban me. Oops. Oh, we read that one already. Copy that, Diesel. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. I'm trying to read all the comments. We just need to know there was 2. I can read. Thanks for asking. Don't ban us. Ninja Cowboy's here today. Yes, it's today. Petra's in the house. Defense. It's April Fool. It's April Fool. Yeah, I got it. Zach's eye. April Fool's today. I know it bloody is. They're loading the rocket with fuel. It's today. I know. Look how much money we're making. We're all getting rich as well at the same time. It's mental, isn't it? Launch April Fools. Yes, yes, yes. You and your April bloody Fools. We all decided to do April Fools on you, Martyn. What do you mean you all decided? Was there some little mothers meeting? Was there a little mothers meeting? You all got together and go, right, we're going to wind Martyn Lucas up. We're going to give him a bloody hard time. Is that what happened? Is that what happened? It's not very nice, is it? Anyway, this is the investment channel and we're going to discuss... Is this the investment channel? Or are we... You're not even a member, Keegan Bryce. Are we going to discuss investments? Well, we can do. We can do, mate, but we've been making money and now we're just sitting back and relaxing, mate. Look at that. Look at that, mate. We don't need to worry, do we? We've all been making money and we're all loving it, loving it, loving it. All right, look, let me show you. In fact, I want to look at this. NVIDIA is a wash at the minute. So trade, sell, tax lots, gain or losses. Okay, continue. Okay, yeah. We're not worrying about our stocks today. $500,000. We're not bothered. We are good. 1970 Buckley. She gifted 5 memberships. I love it. Oh, let me scroll through. I'm behind. I know I'm behind the chat a little bit. Let me try and catch up. Let's go over 100. Whoops. Where did that go? Let's get over 100 likes. Good morning, all. Says Henrik. Super, Frederick. Thank you. He's at the Supreme Court. Jacko, who Trump is. Thanks the Virgin Galactic information at 9% return right now. Galactic, you are very welcome. Are we live with Discordians? I'm not going to answer it anymore. You ask the same question every day. Yes, overlay, it might work. Now apologise. Yes, overlay, it might work. What do you mean the overlay? Poor old Liz. I don't know what she's on about. Can someone explain to me? Can someone phone in? I don't know what Liz is on about. She keeps saying things I don't understand. Don't know why we need this. Yes, overlay, it might work. Now apologise. Now apologise for what? I don't understand what you're saying. You don't have to watch the you don't have to watch the phone version. You're going, we don't need this. You don't have to watch it, do you? You watch whichever one you like. Multi-action, probably. Just a guess. More than one action. Yes, I know. Sorted it out. Bitcoin's Craig. We sorted it, mate. Here we go. What's this? What's this?
At Frederick S.E. tipped 50 Swedish krona through Super Chat. Haha, deal. Smiley face emoji. Here's $5 extra for the Resolve AI review.
You got it.
Go hard, Martyn. Really looking forward to it.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Elvin, thank you. Yeah, split the wide with the letter picture. Yeah, split the wide with the letter picture. I don't understand that either. William versus chat 1. William versus chat 1. Let's get over 100 likes, everybody. Oh, so that means, that must mean, because we've got how many likes have we got in the main show? In the main show, on the widescreen TV, we got 108 likes, and on the phone screen, right, we've got 47 likes. There you go. Right, everyone tap the like button. Can we do it? So that proves to me that I am getting both chats. I bloody knew I was. So that's coming from the phones, from the tall screen, the phone screen, the tall screen, that one. Right, okay. So everybody, tap the like button. If you're on the vertical, tap the like button. If you're on the wide, tap the like button. Do it anywhere. It don't make a difference. William, and this is from chat 2. There you go. See, I'm getting both. Chat 1, chat 2. See, Liz? There's chat 2. And there's chat 1. See, Liz? I'm getting both. Now you apologise. Good morning, all. Henrik, how you doing, mate? Super. You're very welcome. He's at the Supreme Court. I just read that, didn't I? Not reading it again. Bloody hell. Gift memberships. Yeah, we are giving memberships, or at least 1970 Buckley is. I was hoping you fixed this with overlay. I have fixed it, Liz. It wasn't even broken. William, will explain you. William, you explain it. Tell me what's going on. I meant to connect both chats together for us. Only you can read them. Oh my gosh. I'm so confused. Seems more hassle than it's worth with this dual screen, mate. It's not hassle. It's day one, mate, and we're just trying to show people how it works. It's no hassle at all. I'm live on 2 screens at the same time. You can choose which one you watch. It's not rocket science. It's not hard. Watch whichever one you want, and that's it. It's all there is to it. It's all there is to it. You can watch whichever one you want. It doesn't matter. Martin, the meat and cheese has fallen off your cracker today. I'm loving it. Why is April Fool's Day still on calendars? I don't know. Why chat? Why chat? See, why did you just? I haven't sold NVIDIA. I haven't sold NVIDIA. I was simply looking at it. You get both, not we do. Oh no, of course you can't see the chat in both. That would be very confusing, wouldn't it? You'll get in the chat for the show that you're watching. Simple, vertical chat. There you go, vertical chat. Wide chat. You see? I see both. I share both on the screen. Everyone's a winner. Sensei Newsies equals Sensonites. Sensonites. Oh, I like it. We try to help. You are helping me, Liz, but you're confusing the hell out of me at the same time. Make his head a bit bigger. Ooh, Sensei, it's the Sensonites. Right, okay. So let's look at our stocks today. What are we doing? Okay, let's have a little look. Let's go through everything today. Oh, God blimey. What a day this has been. I thought more people would be interested in the rocket. I thought they would be, didn't you? Yeah, I don't think people are interested in rockets today. Not bothered. Did we get any subscribers to all this chaos? Let's have a little look. Did we get any subscribers today? Let's have a little look. Let's go over here. Right, down here. Ready? We'll check this. We lost subscribers. People went, I'm sick of this. I'm unsubscribing. It's fair enough. I don't blame you, to be honest. I mean, if you want to unsubscribe from all this, it's perfectly understandable. It's a debacle, innit? To be honest, it's a debacle. I will tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to add. No, I'm not. I'll do it later. There's only so much I can do on a live show. I was thinking of something, but I thought, no, I won't. I'll do it later. Because I'll get myself confused. Right, let's go through all our positions, shall we? Who wants to look at some stocks? Most people go, well, isn't that what this channel's all about? Isn't it a finance channel? Talk about stocks. All right then. All right, we will. Okay. 7.5 hours to go. Should we just stay live until it countdown? In fact, I need a countdown. I'll put it on the screen later. I'll put a countdown. Let's go for all our positions, right? Hilarious show. Kurt Savage. Not for me, it's not, mate. I'm bloody confused. Let's have a look. So we've got, let's go over here. We're making money again today. It's ridiculous. We're going to the moon at the same time as the rocket's going to the moon. Before I do that, can anyone agree with me? Or is it just me? That rocket engineers and these people, rubbish, right? Look, why is the rocket always a faded, rusty colour? Why can't it be a nice shine? Look at it. See up here, the paint, it's like a rusty orange. And it's not even painted nicely. It's a little bit here and a little bit there. I mean, we're going to the moon, for God's sake. Why don't we have a nice painted rocket? I could do that. I could go around with my paintbrush and do a better job. I could paint it. What colour do you want, lads? Look at it. Look there, look. It's a rusty orange colour and it's not even finished properly. It's a bit like they miss a little bit and it's a bit blurry and it's not nice, is it? Why don't they paint it a nice colour? Has anyone got any suggestions? In the chat, give me suggestions. Why are rockets painted rubbish? Why are they all just like rubbish? Okay. I don't know why. Have we got any suggestions? I've sorted it. Ripped me 60-inch TV off the wall, stuck it back on in portrait mode. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Look, this guy here says, A. Walton says, I've sorted it, ripped my 60-inch TV off the wall, stuck it back on in portrait mode. Best of both worlds. That's brilliant. That's great. Nike is taking a dump today. Yeah. Is it? I've not looked, mate. Is the market anticipating the end of the war? Yes, it is. Seem to be across the board. Yes, it is. We might get the announcement tonight. Looks like Sensei's nappies painted the rocket. Yes, I agree. Look, it's not. Look at the top. Look at the top. It's all kind of blurry as well. It's just like, it's not even painted nicely. Whoever does it goes, it's only a rocket. So what? Like $100 billion, gazillion, trillion dollars. Why can't we have a nice paint job? Why can't there be a big flag down the outside of America or something like that? Look at here. Look at that. Look how it's all blurry and missed out. And look at it. Am I making this up? Look at it. Down here or over here. Can you see it? Look, it's all just splodge. I bet Donald Trump would like his face on it. Trump rockets. But look, it's just rubbish. Why do we paint it like that? And someone's going to go, yeah, but it's proper, like, space paint, and it's good for the hot conditions. Gets a bit hot over there at the Space Center. I understand that, but why can't you just finish the job? Why is it just bits of mist? Can someone tell me? And why can't we just paint it? Because look, the other stuff is nice. Look, the big boosters, they're in white with NASA in red on the sides, even though it's a bit pasty red. It ain't bright red. Again, rubbish paint job. I bet Ferrari could do a better job. I bet I could do a better job of this. I think it's rubbish. Get your roller out. Yeah, why not? Get the roller out. I agree, John, get your roller out. Because of oxidation, paint won't last. Well, what do you mean oxidation? Well, what is it then? What is it? Oxidation. What is this then? Just some rust bucket. I mean, why paint it when it's going to get burnt off? Well, a bit of pride, isn't it? That's why. It's a rocket going to the moon, isn't it? United States of America and all that. Why can't you have a nice looking rocket? Sell some advertising. Now, Tiny Big Dog's got a good idea. There could be advertisement on here, couldn't there? There could be advertisement. What should we advertise? Any suggestions? What we can put on the rocket? Aesthetics. Yeah, it's important. Why is that not important? You got put a show on. I would. I'd paint it because they go through like 1,000 degrees of heat and the paint would burn off. Well, what is that stuff then? What is that? What is the brown colour then? Just rust? Are you telling me we're flying rust buckets into space? Anyway, who will see it in space? Who will see it? We're looking at it right now, aren't we? We're looking at it right now. Paint adds weight and a waste of money. Okay, paint adds weight, right? Bloody hell, the rocket weighs 10 billion tons. I mean, a tin of paint ain't gonna do much, is it? If the rocket looked too good, someone would steal it. Oh yeah, that's right. Someone would come along and nick it. If the rocket looks too nice, someone would nick it. The paint will burn off in the atmosphere. Yeah, but what's the metal then? Why is it rusted? Why are we flying rusty buckets into space? Rocket looks rubbish because they started building it 20 years ago with a 10x over budget and 5 years working out the problems. No more left for paint. That's Bitcoin's Craig. Reduce heat absorption and paint distinction is the reason for colours. Reduced heat absorption. Well, it's got to be. It's made out of something, isn't it? Because it's that colour. See, I know what you're saying. Oh, well, we can't use paint. It's expensive. It's too heavy. It's this and that and the other. I don't buy any of that. But I'll agree with you. Just put an extra gallon of gas in the tank and we can carry the bloody paint up, can't we? What if someone has a big dinner today? What if someone, before it gets on the... What if someone doesn't go for the toilet before they get on the rocket? They're going to be heavier. Oh, I'm busting for a poop. Oh, can I get on? The rocket's about... No, you ain't got time for that, mate. On. Yeah, but I'm carrying the weight of a can of paint. There'll be a can of paint all over your head in a minute. Get on that bloody rocket. Yeah, but listen, mate, I've just had a really big steak and I really need to go to the toilet. You ain't got time for that, mate. Get your suit on. You can take a dump when you get on the rocket. Yeah, but I'm adding a whole tin of paint. Martyn Lucas said we can't paint the rocket because of the weight of paint. I'm carrying a bucket of paint in my pants. Get on the rocket. So you're all talking rubbish. It's rubbish to say that it weighs something because, like I just scientifically proved the point. I scientifically proved the point of what I'm saying, right? I think I'm making my point. I think I'm making my point quite clear, aren't I? Paint it gold. Paint it any bloody colour. Anyway, the only thing that matters is as long as it is a pointed tip. See, that doesn't even matter, does it? We have a pointed tip, so it's aerodynamic. I don't think rockets work like that. Do rockets work like that? Do rockets actually work that they have to have a pointed tip to cut through space? Paint it gold. I agree with you. The outside does not matter. It's the inside that matters. I think it matters. Bit of pride, isn't it? Bit of pride in your appearance. Paint it green. World War III is incoming. It's not over, says MX. Patchwork, says Zion. Hello, friends. Terry Rose is here. Needs to be more pointy, not scary enough. What do you mean, not scary enough? Yeah, needs to be more pointy, not scary enough. Let's get Borat in, he'll fix it. I agree with you. Borat, if Borat comes in, he's going to know exactly what to do. Any should be polished, shiny, chrome. I agree with that, Zion. Look how much money we're making. Isn't it mental? And we're still down on the week. Yeah, we're still down on the week. Oh, we're nearly up on the week. Look at that for a recovery. Do you want to see how much money we made by buying the dip? Look at this, folks. Look at that. There was the bottom there. Minus 21. $21,000 I've made in a couple of days. How about that? That's for buying the dip. That's for staying in the game and never giving up. That's what this channel is all about, as we prove over and over again. Anyway, Nacho Libre would be better job than Borat. Why it looks rusty? I can answer that. It takes over 600 pounds of paint. Here we go. To paint it. That uses more fuel and lessens the amount of payload it can carry. So why it looks rusty? I can answer that. All right. Well, why is the metal rusting? Who wants to fly a rusty bucket? Who wants to fly? The Russians and the Chinese don't have a rusty bucket. That's shut you up, isn't it? Whenever you see the Russian rockets and the Chinese rockets, they're shiny. They're not rusted. Why does America have to have a rust bucket? Come on, answer that question. You're saying we don't put paint on it because paint costs money and it adds weight. All right, I get it. But why do we have to have a rust bucket? You answer that one. Go on. Answer that one. Go on. Answer that one. I'm just tidying these comments up. We're always improving. Always learning. Always learning. Right. Tell me now why we have to have a rust bucket. The Chinese don't. The Russians don't. They don't have a rust bucket. They have a nice shiny rocket. Because NASA is dumb. SpaceX is not rusty. SpaceX is not rusty. Put Trump's name on the rocket. Coca-Cola. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it? Coca-Cola and condoms on the side. Can you imagine on the side of the rocket? Can you imagine on the side of the rocket, right, going up to space, a big, tall, pointy thing with Coca-Cola and Durex condoms? You shake it up, right? Can you imagine that? It's a United States of America rust bucket sponsored by Durex condoms and Coca-Cola. Can you imagine it? Oh, I love it. It's an orange man's rocket, innit? Still think it's AI generated. I think it's April Fool. You think it's not even there? I agree with you. I agree with you. It's the biggest April Fool's joke in the history of the world. Should be polished, shiny chrome. I agree with that. To the moon. Yeah, there's XRP and Bitcoin. They should sponsor it. They should definitely sponsor it. Don't you think? XRP and I think so. I think XRP, if you think XRP and Bitcoin should sponsor the rocket, do a super chat and I'll read it out and I'll send it off to Brad Garlinghouse. How about that? How about it? All right. There's paint that handles high heat. There you go. I got paint like that on my oven. Now some of you are going to go, this rocket's hotter than your oven. You don't know what Leah cooks. You don't know, right? When Leah cooks me a nice Sunday roast, it gets very hot. I've touched it. If you touch it, it's really hot. And we painted that. And I painted a radiator. That gets really hot. Let me tell you, I've got hot stuff in my house painted. Right. It would be better to fly it International Space Station and have them paint it. Then it would last. At least it would last. I think you're right, mate. Binky bonk. Binky bonk. That'd be good. The only way is up. That's the one. It just looks dramatic in the photos. What does? What looks dramatic in the photos? The rust. Rust bucket. Yeah, it's a rust bucket. Hey, Kevin Ike, I agree with you. It's a bloody rust bucket. Splad. Don't know what that means. Dino's, put in my tinfoil hat on for a second. It's not painted because it's not going to the moon. Just out of viewer sight, then into the ocean. Could be. Oh, look at them. Look at the markets rallying, folks. We're making some money. Oh, look at that. $2,000 in 10 minutes. Love it. There you go. We don't need to look at stocks. We're all going to become millionaires today. No one's bothered. No one's bothered. Look at that. Nearly $3,000 now in a few minutes. Just saying, folks. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Are we going to turn green on the week yet? Oh, nearly. Look at all that. Look at it all. Look at it. $52,000 this year. All coming back, look. All coming back. This is why we bought more. This is what we did it for. Lucas A's, Discordians, we're always winning. We're always making money. All our trades shared 24/7. If space was a vacuum, the air we breathe would fill the available volume. It's fake. If space was a vacuum, the air we would... Oh, my God. We got a flat earther in here. We got a flat earther in here in a minute. Going to come and say the world's flat. Do these people still carry on with it? No one pays any attention. Why would you even say it? Why would you even come out with the stuff that these people come out with? You just sound like a blibbing idiot. The English bathroom humour. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Moon will become Trump world soon. We have to pay for gravity. Yep. There'll be a Trump hotel on it. Can you imagine that? The first building. How's that going to work? How's that going to work? What happens? Has anyone ever thought about this? There's a major problem brewing. Think about it, folks. There's a major problem brewing. Number one problem. The Chinese land on the moon. The Americans land on the moon. And what do? Is half of it China and half of it America? What happens? Who owns it? This is our spaceship. This is our space station. Get off. It's ours. You can't come in here. Okay then. And what's it called? It's called United States Space Station on the moon. And just to make sure that you don't come onto our bit, we're going to call it America. So what? The other half of the moon is the United... Yeah. Basically, wherever you put a flag, right? I'm going to run around, put flags everywhere. Okay. Wherever you put a flag, you call it that country. We're going to call it Chinese moon. America moon. Okay. Because we can't have America. It could confuse people on Earth. We can't have two Americas. Ooh. America A, America B, right? We have to have America moon. America moon, all right? Oh, my God. Look how much money we're making. We're getting so rich. Oh, we're about to turn green on the week as well. Look at that. Look at that. 22 grand in a week. How about that, folks? So, America A, America B. So it needs to be America Moon, America Earth from now on. You know how Trump said the Gulf of America, the Gulf of the USA, whatever it was. It now needs to be America Moon, Moon America. So we don't get confused, because I don't want to go around walking around when I'm down at Walmart and I pop in the shops. Where are you from? America. Ah, which one? What do you mean? Well, are you from America Moon or America Earth? America Earth, I think. Is there America Moon? Yeah. Where's that? On the moon. Is it America on the moon? Well, yeah. Last week, China landed. So now we've got America and China on the moon. And, well, how's that work then? Well, what they did was they ran around, right? They ran around, put flags everywhere, and said, "This is America, and this is the moon. This is China, China moon, China moon." So you don't mean China as in China, Beijing, Great Wall. Oh, there might be a wall, but this is China moon. Okay, so who's in charge? Well, whoever's got the most flags. Whoever's got the most. So if America run around first, put flags everywhere, they go, it's America moon. If China lands, they go, it's a China moon. I mean, a China moon's a China man, isn't it? A China man on a China moon. That's it. That's it. That's what's going to happen. The first person to be born on a China moon will be a China man on a China moon. A China moon. A China man born on a China moon. Are we live? Why do you keep saying this? Why do you keep saying it? You get to the bathroom when you get to the bloody moon. There you go. The English have bathroom humour. It's built on recycled material. Elon's rockets don't look rubbish and rusty like that, do they? No, exactly. Salvage one, old TV show, Andy Griffith. Weight is why. That's why the early space shuttle launches had the ETF external fuel tank was painted. Then they quit painting it. Yeah, but you still could have a nice metal. Why has it got to look rusty? Why? No, it doesn't have to. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. What about, I tell you what, I'll prove the point. On the rocket, right? On the rocket, there's metal bits, right? The rockets, the engines. Look, there's loads of bits. There's loads of bits that aren't rusty, aren't there? Loads of bits. Look, the front bit is why the big tubes with NASA written on the side of it, they're not rusty, are they? No. The big things at the bottom, you know, where all the fire comes out, they're not rusty, are they? All the pipes and tubes, they all get hot. They're not rusty, are they? Why is that bit rusty? Why does that look rubbish? See? It's not like that. It wasn't like that on Blue Shepherd. It wasn't like that on Virgin Galactic. It wasn't like that on the Chinese. It wasn't like that on the Russians. And it wouldn't be like that on my rocket, because I'm going to have a rocket next. NASA's rockets look rusty, but Tintin's rocket was way cleaner and cooler. Guess the moon missions need a Belgium cartoon upgrade. There you go. See? See what I mean? I knew it. That's what I'm saying, Frederick. Frederick's right. Frederick's right. I told you. Right? Thermal insulation foam, not paint for sure. Not rust for sure. What do you mean not rust? Thermal insulation foam, what, rust colour? Well, if you can have rust colour, why can't you have foam another colour? They do freeze the outside to withstand the heat and pressure. The rust could be an after effect. Well, I wouldn't want to go in a rusty old friggin' rocket. Oh my gosh, now we're at 5 grand today. We are about to go green on the week. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. Look at that. Look at that. $3,000 in just a few minutes. I'm loving it. What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, who'd want to go up in a rust bucket? Why would you want to go to space? Hello, mate. Yep. Do you want to go to the moon? Fly in a rocket? Yes, please. I love it. What sort of rocket you got? That's a good rocket. It's going to the moon. Obviously, got to be pretty good. Yep. Look at this. You turn up. Oh, no, mate, I don't fancy that one. Why? What's wrong with it? Rusty, isn't it? Look at the state of that. It's covered in rust. I'm not interested. Well, this is the best rocket in the world, mate. It's going to the moon. Well, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that in 1969. 1969, they didn't have a rust bucket. The Apollo, was it Apollo 8, Apollo 5, 7? That wasn't all rusty. Well, different times, isn't it? What do you mean? Technology's improved. Hey, I'll look at those things at the bottom. Those things at the bottom. That's where the fire comes out. They're not all rusty. Look at this bit. This bit over here, that's not rusty. So don't tell me it has to be rusty. It doesn't. It's lazy. That's all it is. Definitely going to be sponsors on the rocket in the future. Definitely. Because they fall back in the ocean. It's the payload that matters. Look it up. Everything I say is factual. MP Jeffro Garner. Everything I said is true. Except in 1969, the rocket was nice and it wasn't like this. It was nice and white. We all saw it. I've seen the moon landings. It was a nice white rocket. It wasn't all rusty. I wouldn't go up in it. The Trump gold layer is wearing off. There it is. Why not sell advertising? I agree. Imagine advertising. The rust colour is usually the natural hue of the protective foam insulation or unpainted metal, which acts as a better thermal barrier than paint. Still think they can make it a different colour. Bakelite, says Terry. Trump are going to say war is not over tonight. That would be the best April Fool's joke ever. Oh my God. Fueled by Coke using Schweppesvessens engines. I love it. XRP bound insulation foam, orange colour. Rockets like the space shuttle, external tank, and NASA's SLS space launch use spray-on foam to insulate cryogenic fuel. Fart coin on the rocket. It's blowing out of a lot of gas. That's perfect. That would be great. I would like that. I think that would be good. The foam is originally a beige white colour, but turns orange brown due to UV light exposure and oxidization. I still think we could do better. I think we're once again allowing mediocrity to reign. Will you sell before the Easter holiday? I'm not selling anything. No. The US flag could be a bit bigger. There you go. The US flag could be a bit bigger. I agree. Have a bit of patriotism. If you believe they shot the ear off a man, what's the question? Birds aren't real. Birds aren't real. What? Excuse me? Birds? What do you mean birds aren't real? Patrick Black. Birds aren't real. No. It's a conspiracy. No, it will be Trump world. Space 1999. I grew up watching that. Moonbase Alpha. I know. The blonde woman was nice. You know, what was her name? She was nice. The lady captain. The lady in charge. Or would it be another state added to the other 50? Yes, there's an idea. Over the moon. See you later, Liz. Work's waiting. I'll get back to the chat. Where's the most chat? Vertical was a test. It's not a test. This is the real thing. Liz, this is the real deal now. China Moon sounds like a performer's name. China Moon sounds like a performer's name. China Moon. China Moon. That's a Chinaman on China Moon. Moon tariffs. Hello, excited for Artemis 2. I go at 2 p.m. Eastern for the launch. I'm loving it, Jimmy. Wish I could go. Replace the rockets with EVTOLs. Right, Vaz? Yeah, right, Vaz. Flash Gordon had a nicer rocket in the old black. Yeah. Flash Gordon, much nicer rocket. Get rid of the passengers and put a couple of AI chips, a 5-gallon bucket of paint. There you go. Charles Gardner. The rocket should be called the Rusty Bucket. The Rusty Bucket. The two rockets on the sides are SRBs, solid rocket boosters. All right, now they're painted white. See? The ones on the outside look nice. Why isn't the big one then? Just saying. So, rocket launch tonight, then Trump going to speak. Seems strange. Maybe the end of the world. I agree. It's the end of the world. Rusty, because the specialized spray on the foam insulation, there's this polyurethane foam. I like how everyone goes on Google. Everyone's just Googling it. I know what you're doing. Richard Branson's space planes aren't rusty. There you go. Richard Blake, that's right. Adding paint to the core stage adds about £1,200 to the rocket. Basically, somebody having a big flipping steak before they go, innit? That's all it is. It's like the Millennium Falcon in Star Wars. The rusty rocket. See? I'm up in the 3-month chart now. I'm loving it. Elon Musk has done over 500 launches and catches, and we're not talking about the payload. Koji. Where's your moon song, Martyn? Fly me to the moon. If you believe they put a man on the moon. If you believe they put a man on the moon. That's REM. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? No, I haven't. Because they live in a nest, mate. They're in a nest, in an egg. And then they just come out and they're not babies anymore. That's why I've never seen a baby pigeon. Because the pigeon gives birth to the pigeon in an egg, right? It's in an egg, so you ain't seen nothing yet. You've just seen an egg. And then the egg hatches, and then it comes out, and it's not a baby chicken, and it's not a baby chicken. It's not a baby pigeon anymore, because it's grown up inside the egg. That's why you don't see it. It's not a conspiracy theory. You can't tell me that birds don't exist, pigeons don't exist. Okay, so seriously, it's due to bird strike from flamingos migrating to the moon. Okay, seriously, it's due to a bird strike from flamingos migrating to the moon. What? The rocket is a rust colour because of birds migrating to the moon. I don't think that's true. I'm on Red Crew. It's all work and no play. I'm on the Red Crew. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jimmy Mack says, I'm on the Red Crew. What does that mean? The backup. You're on the backup crew. You're one of the astronauts. One of the astronauts is watching YouTube today. You need to get your priorities straight, mate. You need to be down there on that rocket getting some paint out, mate. I'm telling you that. Why is NASA putting a rocket up before Easter? What, as opposed to after Easter? Does it make any difference? Birds are robots. Put out the government to spy on people. That's likely, isn't it? Pigs in space. Lion, heart. You know it's a slow news day when we can talk about the colour of a rocket for nearly an hour. There's loads of news, mate. I just can't be bothered, right? Build up the lowest bidder. It's just an old rocket from back in the day. What this one is, probably. Oh, Patrick, one of my favourite conspiracies. Can make sure Trump gets on. Have you ever seen a baby rhinoceros petting a mother hen? Have you ever seen a baby rhinoceros petting? That's silly. Why would you ever see that? Because rhinoceroses, they live in Africa, and chickens are like on farms in America. There's no rhinoceroses running around farms in America. I've noticed that. I often notice that when I drive around. I say to myself, a lot of chickens here, a few cows, some sheep. No rhinoceroses. I've seen a pigeon because I'm pest control. So, yeah, all the time. There we go. It's been confirmed. Thank God for that. It's been confirmed. It's real. It's official that pigeons are real. Pigeons are real. Nick Jones says this is hilarious. So it can rise again. What can? The pigeon? What can rise again? The vacuum of space is fake. How do you fake the universe? Now, it's all that now. I tell you what, the realism, nothing real about you, mate. I tell you what, it's all very well you saying, oh, the earth's flat. I don't believe in the moon. Oh, I mean, whatever. You can say that. But if you're going to try and convince me, right, there's no universe, right? There's no space. There's no vacuum. You're stretching it a bit there, mate. You're stretching it there, son. You're pushing it a bit there, mate. All right. It's all very well. I mean, I'll give you that. It's all very well saying there's no space. If you want to go with that, if you want to go with there's no space, I mean, that's up to you, mate. Well, there's no moon. Right. What's it? We never landed on the moon. I can, maybe you could convince yourself of that. But no space. What? No space at all? No, I mean, so when I look up at night and I see the stars, it's not there. There's no space. Just what is it? Bit of cloth with a few holes in it, and there's a man behind with a torch. The vacuum of space is fake. So, okay. Second-hand rocket, definitely a second-hand rocket. It's rusty to scare the flying pigs. I agree with that. I can agree with that one. Rent a wreck. Yeah, these poor people, they're getting on a rust bucket. They've no idea. They need to go and look at it. They probably haven't looked, to be fair. If they'd looked at it, they probably would have thought, hey up, this isn't the way I want to go with this. Look at my suit. Look at my nice shiny suit. I've got a nice shiny orange. Why can't the rocket look like that? Why? Look at it. When you go from the suit to that, it's a bit faded and blurred out, isn't it? My first car was that colour. A sort of turd brown. It exploded going up Marlow Hill in High Wycombe. I never reached the escape velocity. There you go, Tony Sawyer. I'm so terribly sorry to hear that. Flying pigs. Yeah, it's the men in black trying to cover it up. It's the men in black trying to... What? They back, are they? The men in black are back. The vacuum of space sucks. See what I did there? Yeah. Oh, I see. Sucks. Yeah, I get it. See what he did? XRP. Hey, Martyn, song request. Man on the Moon. REM. I can't do it now. Do it later, though. Rhinoceros migration to space is preventable with stick analysis of VUG. Rhinoceros migration to space is preventable with stick analysis of stock analysis of VUG. Oh, my God. If space was a vacuum, the air we breathe would fill the available volume. Yeah, it would. It would if we were all vacuum cleaners and we were all breathing in and not breathing out. Even a bloody vacuum cleaner breathes out again. Everything breathes in and out. Even the plants and the trees and the animals. In and out. Breathe in and breathe out. What are you on about? We don't just breathe in and just keep breathing in. We're not sucking in the atmosphere, are we? It's like just keep on going. Oh, I can't go anymore. My lungs are keep on going. The realism 211 says we just keep breathing. Don't breathe out whatever you do, because if you breathe out again, you equalize it and it all carries on going, and then the universe doesn't collapse. Oh, thank God for that then. It's like when you fart, isn't it? You put it back out there. When you pass wind, you refill the gaps. Thank God for that. So next time someone farts, say thank God for that. Thank God for that. If people didn't fart and put out... In fact, if people didn't breathe outward, we'd all be dead. We should try it. Tomorrow night at midnight, everybody around the world tune in on the show and all breathe in. Like that. If you did that, pressure would gather. Everything would collapse, right? So we're not going to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, okay? UFOs are not rusty. There you go. I have never seen a rusty UFO. Breaking news. Pigeons are real people. Birds are not real. Oh, sorry. Birds are not real. Not pigeons. Pigeons are fine. Birds are not real, says Palat Soilo. All right. The second law of thermodynamics proves space is fake. The second law of thermodynamics proves space is fake. So see that little lady there? See that redhead? That lady there with the red hair? See that lady there? Right? She's working on She's working on like, she's in charge of like tickets. Anyone who shows up today wants to watch, you've got to go and see her. She gets you a ticket, right? She's in charge of tickets, right? So all she's doing is selling tickets, right? Do you think she'd be doing that if it was fake? Do you think she'd be sitting there selling tickets if it's fake? Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? Rewind that. That didn't look good. That looked like the rocket was leaking. I knew it was. It was bloody obvious eventually. That rust coming out the back of it. Look here, look. Watch here. Look here. Look, the rust. It's broken through. Now the gas is coming out. See it? Can you see that? Look, that's the rust. I told you, rust bucket. What we've got now is we've got a bit of an issue, right? We've got a bit of an issue because the rust is getting too thin, and then stuff, probably their air. It's leaking. Look at that. Look at this. Can you see it? Right there. That's a lot. That's a lot there, isn't it? I mean, imagine how much air that is. Imagine if you blew that out. That would be like a lot of air, wouldn't it? Look how fast it's coming out. That's a lot. Why is that happening? Does anyone know why that's happening? Why that's coming out of there? Look, here comes a bird. Here comes a fake bird at the top. Look, there's a fake bird right there, look, flying around. Can you see that? Here comes a fake bird flying into the fake air coming out of the fake rust bucket. Did you see that? Not making this stuff up, but folks, it's very, very scary. Right. If you bought a vacuum cleaner to space, could you vacuum? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? If you took a vacuum cleaner to space, would you be able to vacuum? Yeah. So what you're doing is you go on one of those spacewalks, and you put the end of the bloody vacuum in space. You turn it on, and you suck in vacuum. What would you suck up? I mean, what would go up the nozzle? Stars? What would actually go up the nozzle? If you got space and there's a vacuum, there's nothing there. In fact, if there's nothing in space, how come I just don't go into that space? Wouldn't I be like sucked into it? If there's nothing there, no. You just stay where you are, because wherever you are is wherever you are. You don't move because there's nothing to pull you. There's no vacuum. Oh, I don't know. If you put a pipe on an end of a vacuum cleaner in which one would you use? Dyson? Hoover? Which one would you use? Which one's the best? You probably need a HEPA air filter to filter like particles out. So what if there's like bits of stars? You don't want to. What if you ended up like vacuuming up a star? What would happen? There's that lady again. Look, she's in charge of tickets, and no one's getting a ticket. She's just sitting there, nothing to do. Birds. Polat says, birds are not real, so who keeps pooping on my car? Okay, rabbit hole activated. Flat earthers believe the rocket can't get past the firmament from the Bible. Rabbit hole activated. Flat earthers believe the rocket can't get past the firmament from the Bible. I don't even know how to answer that. I can't even come up with a funny joke. Breaking news. The rocket flying today is just an AI test to broadcast the future events that aren't real. Now that sounds believable. It's the same colour as my old Austin Maxi rust bucket, I agree. I like the orange colour. It looks like my iPhone. You're talking like your Sensei, he's like that. He thinks his gold for the orange phones. I can't stand it. I got the blue one. I think it looks stupid. Who the hell wants an orange phone? Who get one of those? I had the cosmic orange. I think it's rubbish. I got the blue one, right? If we didn't have the ozone, then yes, our O2 would escape. But it doesn't because we have nature. Nature abhors. I don't know what that means. Say that again. LOL.
I can't
Breathing.
believe this.
Hello.
At Stew 7588 has become a member. It's venting to realize pressure build up and that woman is watching your live.
Yeah, it's venting to realize to release. Is that? Did you mean release? It's venting to release pressure buildup. Where's the pressure come from? Where's the what pressure? It's just sitting there. No one's doing anything. Where's the pressure coming from? Oh God. Fart proudly, Ben Franklin. Is that what he said? The video feed you are showing is an AI fake. Probably. If I clean my Hoover, does that make me vacuum cleaner? Oh, that's a good one. If I clean my Hoover, does that mean, does that make me a vacuum cleaner or a vacuum cleaner? That's a good one, that. Nick Jones, I will give you that, mate. Rusty ad lady. If people stop farting, would they explode? I would have thought so. If you keep building up gas and you never let it out, would you explode? I reckon you would. I'm going to go yes. I'm going to say yes to that. LOL, not leaking, venting, because the fuel is boiling. The fuel is boiling at ambient temperature and needs to be released. Well, if they carry on like this all day, there'll be no fuel left then, will there? They're boiling. If the fuel is boiling, someone should have started, right, hang on a minute. Here's a top tip. You know, they said they can't, it's all cost too much money, right? If they're going to be venting the fuel because it's boiling and it's escaping, why don't you just fill it up just before you take off? That's wasted fuel in my book. If they're venting, that's like a waste of fuel, isn't it? Why don't you just wait until we need it? Why can't you just sit there empty? Why have we got to like fill it up so it all comes back out again? That seems a bit ridiculous. That's no leak. That's the vacuum cleaner going into space. XRP, powered by Artemis, to the moon in 12 hours. Marty, it's exhaust. Yeah, but why don't they start the engine later then? Why is it running now? We got 7 hours to go. Look, 7 hours to go. 6 hours, 56 minutes. The countdown is on, right? The countdown is on, and we're supposed to believe that just turn the engine off then. It's a waste of gas, isn't it? I think it's normal. I don't think it's normal. I think there's a real problem here. Vacuum cleaner. Saying space is fake. It's like saying Martyn is actually an AI. Yes, it's exactly like that. A vacuum will not suck at all in space. Nothing to suck. Well, there is, because it's the little fan, the little engine's going, the little fan's going, and there is definitely, there's always something to suck in space. What do you mean? What if I take up Werther's originals, right? Werther's originals on the rocket, are you telling me I can't suck on them? You can't do any sucking in space. Apparently, Bitcoin's Crag said no one is sucking in space. There's no sucking going on in space. I don't agree with that. I bet a lot of sucking goes on that rocket. Lot of people sitting around bored. I bet you can suck in space. I bet you can. There is air in space. Is there? There can't be air in space because you can't breathe without a helmet. There's no air in space. In order for us to have a gas at pressure that we breathe, we must be contained, i.e. the vacuum of space is fake. Oh my God. Nick Jones. Nuclear vacuum. A Walton, remember that famous quote from Alien? In space, no one can hear you vacuum. Oh, God. I can't do this. I can't do this for another 7 hours. They're going to put Bitcoin sticker on it before launch to pump the price. Mini black hole. That's what I reckon you'd get. Space is not a vacuum. What is it then? What is it? What is space then? Emptiness. There's nothing in it. Isn't that what a vacuum is? Space is not a vacuum. Leah is probably screaming bloody hell in the other room without comments. Yeah. Stu celebrates 13 months membership. It's venting to release pressure build-up. And that woman is watching you live. I think that's funny, that. It must take some space dust. It must, yes, space dust. Oh, who had space dust when they were a kid? Do you remember space dust? Crackle in your mouth. Send the astronauts as super chat and ask them to take a vacuum with them and let us know how it goes. I agree, we should do it. Stars are the other suns, so good luck sucking one of those. Stars are other suns, so good luck sucking one of them up. This has gone mental. This is supposed to be a stock show. This is supposed to be stocks and shares. Oh, hang on, the woman's moved. She's not getting anyone buy any tickets, so she's on the move. Look, she's having a chat. They don't look very busy, to be honest. This is why NASA's so expensive. Look, they're just standing around. This is the problem, why NASA's so expensive. Look at all these people standing around. Look at the lady in the green dress. She's standing at the reception. Look, she's waiting at reception for someone to check in the hotel. There's no one coming. They're all on the rocket. Look. She's sitting down then. Did you see her? She was having a little bite to eat. We pay these people. We sort of government, innit? Government. It's government, innit? Government. If you didn't fart, you'd be dead in 2 weeks. It's worth a try though, isn't it? Vacuum cleaner in space. It would be nice for vacuum cleaner. Neo dust, no job, just vibes. Palat. Very good. Lionheart. No wonder Martyn missed the opening bell today. He's been at the ale house all morning and come back as Peter Kay. That's good. I'll give it that. I'll give it that one. Nature abhors. I don't even know what that means. Nature arbors. Arbors a vacuum. What does that mean? Nature. This, obviously, we've got a scientist here. Oh, hello. We're making money again. Oh, we're making money again. Hey, 6 grand in one day. Are we up on the week yet? Oh, nearly. Look, we're nearly up on the week now. We're making all this. It's crazy how much money we're making, isn't it? Nature abhors a vacuum. Here we go. This is from the realism, right? He says, Martyn, gas pressure has to be contained with a container. Gas at pressure can't be next to the so-called strongest vacuum known to man. Why not? I'm sure why not? I don't know. Why are you so certain of this? Why are you so certain that space is a fake? It is venting, then the rocket is steam powered. It's an old locomotive. It looks like a bloody old locomotive, if I'm fair, if I'm honest. It's a bloody old rust bucket. What a bloody state that is. Yeah, look. What do you call it? Hang on a minute. Apollo, what was it? Is it Apollo 5? Which rocket went to the moon? I think Apollo 5, wasn't it? Saturn 5. Okay. Saturn 5. Here we go. Saturn 5. Images. Right. Look at this. This is when America used to do it properly. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this, people. When we went to the moon years and years ago, we had Saturn 5. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Saturn 5 looked like that. That was a proper space rocket. Look at that. Tell me which one's best. That's in 1969, Saturn V, when we went to the moon. We had a nice, shiny, white rocket. And people are going, you can't have a white rocket. It's got to be all rusty like this. And now, in 2026, we got an old rusty rust bucket. Well, they can't afford paint. Oh, and they can't do this and they can't do that. Well, in 2026, it's a rusty bucket. And in 1969, we had, I think Saturn V is way better. Saturn V is a proper rocket. Look at the difference. Rusty old bucket. Nice shiny white one. Old rusty bucket. Lady walking around doing nothing. Nice shiny white one. Which one looks best? I think we all know the answer to that. I think we all know now that you can have a nice shiny rocket. There's no question about it. Yes, you can. And I'm not having a word about it. Martyn, I think we are on the same page. Moon mission on April Fools. You think there's going to be a no moon mission? They fueled up before. They fueled up before fuel skyrocketed. That's it. That's what they did. That's probably why it's orange. It's venting vapors from the preheaters. Oh my gosh. Fans do not do anything in space. They rely on air to work. That's why planes don't go to space. No, I don't agree. A fan can definitely go round because it's a motor. It's a motor. It might not blow any air, but the fan still spins around. Don't tell me it doesn't, because it does. Remember, women don't fart, burp, or perspire, so they have to gripe or they will blow up. No sucking in space, I ain't going. The reason there is air, but you can't breathe because the molecules are stretched so far apart. Oh my God. Someone please make a clip of this. Laugh my ass off. Jethro, we need more space dust. The hydrogen and oxygen. She's being fired for not working and watching your stream instead. There I go. Space is made up of dark matter. That sorts it out then, doesn't it? Martyn, if you can prove gas at pressure without a container, I will join for a year. Oh, here we go. Martyn, if you can prove gas at pressure without a container, I can't do that, mate. I can't do that. And to tell you the truth for realism, I'm bloody exhausted here. I've been going 4 hours, multi-streams, making it all up, trying to keep everybody entertained. I've got nothing to talk about. I'm just yabbering on. And now you want me to try and solve science. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. No way, no how. Thanks, Mark. Think of it like shaking up a Coke and opening it. Lovely pump today. Anyone else trimming? Nope. That would be stupid. We still live. I'm going to start reading these comments out. He always says it. No, mate, this is tomorrow's stream. No, mate, yeah, this is the future. Yeah, we're not live. Spaceballs was a non-fiction movie. I had the Saturn V toy rocket. Exactly. Looks a lot nicer. Made the Swartz. That doesn't even make any sense. What does that mean? Just sitting around here stealing company time. Might as well. I know you know about stocks and crypto, but natural science is not your strong suit. You're probably right. You're probably right there, realism. Just sitting around here. You said that twice now. Don't say it again. I see we're having some laughs today here for it. And need it. Bless up to all. Rusty bucket and women don't fart. The Challenger looked rusty. Just saying. Oh, yeah, it did. It's all the latest rockets. It's all the latest ones. The good old-fashioned ones, they were great. The good old-fashioned ones, they were great. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Anyway, I've got through all the comments. I did it. I answered every single question. That makes me amazing. So what should we do, folks? Can we have some super chats and some comments? Are we going to keep going for 7 hours until the launch? What should we do? Should we keep the streams going live? Put a countdown on the clock? Put a countdown on the thing? Shall we do that? Shall we do a countdown? I'll go take a break. Shall I leave it going? Shall we leave it going all the way through? What do you reckon? What do you think? So we put a countdown like this. What do you think? Shall we do it? Come on, people, talk to me. Here we go. We're breaking out again. We're breaking out again. We're now up. $6,000 in one day. 10 yesterday, 10 the day before. Oh my God. Oh, come on. 0.17. Let's go green on the week. Our all-time position, we were down $2,000. Everything got wiped out and we bought the dip. We were down $2,000 all time. Look at it now. 21. That's $23,000 swing in 2 days. Can you frigging believe it? That is the power of staying in the market, doubling down, never getting out. That is what it's all about. Look at that. I was $2,000 down and now I'm 21 up. That's $23,000 in 2 days. That's what I'm talking about. Stock reviews. I need a break, mate. I could do stock reviews, but I need a break. I've been going like crazy. It'll be chaos by the time you come back. No, not worth it. It's a rusty rocket. Yes. Look at that smoke. I bet it's a diesel engine. I could do some stock reviews. Let's be honest. Most people agree I'm better at stock reviews. I'm really good at stock reviews. Really good at making money. Rubbish at rocket science. You can't be good at everything, can you? Why don't I take a break and say back in an hour? How about it? Should I do that? Should we do a countdown? Should we do a countdown? Yeah. Let's do a countdown. Should I take a break? We want to cover the live. We want to cover the live, don't we? Don't we want to cover the live event? I think we do. Let's do it. Shall we do it? Take a break. Come back in an hour. Anybody? Am I talking to myself or what? Yes. Yes, do it. The master of stock reviews. Yeah, I am the master. I am the chairman of YouTube. Unquestionably, everyone knows it. You can't argue it. It is a fact. We never lose. We're always making money. Break time. Yeah. The first stage. Yeah. The first stage. Russian-built RD engine has burned a combination liquid. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Mark. Why are you telling me these things? Why are you telling me these things? All right. I tell you what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. I'm starving. I'm exhausted. It's my first time I'm doing a show with multi-streams and multi-stuff and multi, answering everyone's question. I mean, what more do you want in life? I ask you. Okay, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to set up a countdown. All right, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a countdown. Oh, are we going to turn the week yet? Oh, how close can we get? 0.17. Let's look at our positions. So, look at that. Absolutely awesome, isn't it? Everything's recovered. So close and we'll be up on the week. Right. So what should we do? I think we'll do... I'm going to create a scene and we'll take a break. So we'll leave it on that scene. So, okay, what we'll do is we'll add an overlay. We'll add an overlay. So what we'll do, we'll add a screen share overlay. So what we'll do is we'll put that over there. Okay, does that work? Okay. And we'll put the space broadcast in there in a minute. And then we'll... There you go. We'll put that... Okay, I'll put that there. That'll be the thing in a minute. The thing. And then we'll put a timer. We'll create a timer. New countdown. Countdown to a time. We'll do 1 hour. Okay. Countdown will be in red. Okay, make it bigger. Okay. Over here, we'll have Artemis. We won't have this. We won't have me. That's rubbish. We'll have that. Oh, hang on. That's the wrong bloody screen. That's the wrong screen. That's the wrong screen. I've got so many screens. That's the one we want. Change that to there. How about this, folks? Change that to there. No. That one. Okay, there we go. There's the, and that'll be full screen. Look, like this. See, good, isn't it? And now we got a countdown. It's hard to put it all on the bloody thing, I tell you what. Duplicate. Oh my God, this is so hard to do. That's when I'm back. Okay. This is not easy. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to... When I come back, I'm going to have to take all of that off. All right. So I'm going to have to create a multi-action button that takes all of that off. Stoner Crozes. Okay. Let me see if I can do it. So, and all this happens live, folks. Can you believe it? Right. Configure Stream Deck. I'm going to add a multi-action button. Drag that to there. And then drag all of the all of the things, overlays. Right, I've got to try and turn off all these overlays at once. So here we go. So show or hide an overlay. I wonder how many multiple actions I could do at once. Show or hide. So it's 1, 2, 3. It's 4 things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Show or hide 4 things at once. So number 1 will be screen share. Screen share. God knows if that's right. Then this one will be copy of screen share. If this works, I'll be like so chuffed with myself. Copy of screen share. I think I got the first one I got wrong. Try and do that again. Okay, got that. And then the countdown 1 hour. Okay, here we go. The countdown. The countdown, and then the copy of countdown. Right. Let's see. Right. Copy of countdown. Right. Okay. So. We'll call it away. See if it works. Press one button. Both clocks should go away on both streams and both TVs. Oh my God, it worked. Look at that. Look at that. I can do it. All of it works. Look at that. Okay, so on a break. I'm back when the clock reaches 0. Some people will go, what's the clock mean? You're bound to get that. But that's okay. We're used to that. Fantastic. I tell you what, though. I want to change this screen, though, because... I tell you why. Because... I might need to use my computer. So if I grab this screen and then grab it and then make it smaller and then move it to my other monitor like this. Right. Then I make it like that. Drag it to my teleprompter screen. And now I can full screen. Aha! So now I can make this be this and this be this. And now if I go away, it still work. Yes, it works. And now you can have the build up. And yeah, my face looks a bit weird, but that's okay. It's because I'm sitting here. That'll go away in a minute. All right, guys, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back when the countdown reaches 0. We're going to cover the live rocket launch. You can see all my stocks. You can see what we're doing. And yeah, that is it. Brilliant. We'll take a short break. Do you want some background music as well? Do you want some background music? Let's put some background music on as well. Okay, here we go. How about that? All right, guys. I'll see you back in a bit. Fantastic. Yeah. That's it. I tell you what I'll do. I don't see a point in that being there. That should go there, shouldn't it? I'll put that there. Right over my face. I'm not going to be here, so what difference does it make? Might as well. That's better, isn't it? That's even better. Okay, I'll see you back in a bit. Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm going to go. See you back in a bit. We are covering the... I just thought my screen has changed. I'm thinking, that ain't right. That's not what... the takeoff. Let's get rid of this screen now. Let's get rid of this one. We don't need that now. Okay. So there we go. We've got NASA's broadcast as well.
Version
will
be ready for its test flight around Earth later this year, they believe, and with a capsule to follow. So they are rapidly catching up on America, and that's why they are very nervous, why there is this drive now to increase the frequency of human missions like this to get ready for going to the moon. NASA is under pressure from the White House, from politicians here in the United States, but at the same time, the chief of NASA has to balance the safety of the astronauts. And when we spoke to him yesterday, he said that the safety comes first. We're not going to put lives at risk if we can possibly control it.
Yeah, and just finally for now, Thomas, just talk us through what's going to be happening with these astronauts and what more generally in preparation, what are we going to be seeing in the next few hours?
Yeah, so in about 50 minutes or so, you will see the astronauts emerge in those orange suits, and they will then say farewell to their families and then jump into the Astrovan, which will take them out to the launch pad. They then climb the tower, they go into the White Room, which is where the ground crew are waiting for them. They will take them through the process of seating them inside the capsule, making sure that they're comfortable. Then with about 3 hours to go, they will close the hatch. The astronauts are then on their own inside the rocket, and there is then this timeline of events that takes it down to zero. They will want to check that all the systems are ready to fly, and critical 10 minutes to go. That's when the automated systems really begin to take over, and that's a really... The moment there is, it's called a terminal countdown, and things are very, very close. They can still stop the clock, but everything is primed and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, they could still stop the clock, but is it your view now, Thomas, that it will be a technical thing? The weather is set, is it?
Yeah, I have to, like I say, Mark, there's a blanket of cloud over us at the moment, but they are still reasonably optimistic that it's going to blow out the way. I mean, fingers crossed. Just imagine for these astronauts who are having to go through what they think is their final hours here on Earth for the time being, saying goodbye to those families, and think of them too. This is really difficult, and to have to repeat it tomorrow or the day after, however many times it takes to get this rocket off the ground, it's really hard.
Yeah, okay, Thomas, we'll be back with you shortly, and we hope clearly it goes smoothly and to time, and we will be covering it. Sky News will be covering that launch when it happens. Just some breaking news regarding the conflict in the Middle East.
There we go. We're back on that. So we'll stay on this. We'll stay on this for the rest of the day, and we'll be bringing it to you. Let's go back to our stocks for now. We've got a few hours to go, but we're going to be covering all of it.
I can't believe this.
At Slimvaluk has become a member. No sound, Martyn.
Oh, is that better? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. It's all the. I've had a lot of new stuff today. I'm sorry. We're all good. Yes. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. How long was I like that? Oh my God. So everyone's calling me. Oh, Sensei's calling me as well. Unbelievable. Sensei's calling me on the phone. Yeah. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
How long have I been muted?
The whole time.
The whole time. I've been muted the whole time. That's terrific. That's just great. Yeah. Well, there you go. Flipping now. Now I'm annoyed with myself now. All right. We're getting there, folks. We've been making adjustments. Lots going on today. Lots of new technology, adding new screens, new scenes. But I think we're up and running. I apologize. I had it muted because I went on a lunch break, and doesn't matter. You don't need to know. I apologize for that. I've just been talking to myself for 20 minutes and whatever. All right, Sensei, do you need anything, mate?
No, good, cheers.
All right. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Bye. All right. Bloody hell. Let's bring it. Great show. Yeah, great show. How to watch it silent. Yeah. Let me see what's going on here. That's working now. Good. Okay, we're good now. Sorry about that. Slight technical issue, but we're all back and running again. We're covering Artemis. We're covering the whole space mission. A few hours to go now. I want to be here with you all day. I want to cover all the stocks. I want to do live Q&A. This is what we're watching. So let's go through comments and questions. Okay, here we go. So, can someone tell me how to upgrade to Electrum from bronze? I certainly can. Let me show you. I'll show you how to do that. What you do, this is for you. Who's asking? It's Mark Freyer. Okay. So if you go onto the YouTube channel, let me just switch my account so I'm in the same account like you are. Okay, so here on the main channel, if you look at this, okay, this is how you become a member. So this is the homepage where you're watching right now. Whatever device you're on, it looks like this. Memberships, right on the top tab. You can't do it on your phone. You need to do it on a browser. All right, so membership, go there, and you will see that I am a bronze member. My other channel is a bronze member of this channel, so I'm a bronze member. And on the right-hand side, scroll across, upgrade right there. So you click upgrade, and it'll give you the options. You can choose bronze, silver, or electrum, gold, sponsor, or platinum. We have a platinum investor who's a whale, all right? Own videos, own live streams, and so on. So yeah, you go on to Electrum if you want. Electrum, that's our most popular membership. If you want to talk to me directly, a one-on-one private call with me every month, you can be a gold member and get discounts in the shop. So if you want that, that's what gold is. But you're talking about Electrum, and that's just that one there. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? Let me just switch back so I don't mess myself up. There you go. All right, that's how that works. All right, let me come back to comments and questions. Did that answer your question? So, Mark, that's how you do it. Did that answer everything for you? After you wanted to go to the stocks, it stopped. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Was muted in Discord too. Discord was Discord. I wasn't muted. Discord was just a problem with Discord, and it was working for some people and not for others. So there was nothing I could do about Discord, I'm afraid. Are we holding or trimming? I'm not selling anything. We're just going back. All we did was we managed to buy on the way down. I'm not selling. Absolutely not. I simply bought more. In fact, we need to go green, don't we? Bloody hell, yeah. There we go. Yeah, very green day today. No, I'm not selling anything at all. I just bought more on the way down, and that's it. I'm not selling. Hope that answers your question. Hi, Liz M. Taylor. Thank you, Martin. Yes, I'm doing it now. Wonderful stuff. I'm glad that helped. As an Electrum member, you get 2 stage events, 2 Electrum events a week here on YouTube, wherever possible. If there's breaking news, it's difficult, but that's what we aim to do. You can have chart shows. You can select charts. Oops, spotlight's not on. There we go. You have chart shows, and you also have all my trades 24/7, 7 days a week. You see all my trades. I share them for you on Electrum the same way as I do on Discord. Bonus review. A bonus review. What today? I could do. We could go to. We could do that. We could spin the wheel, but we're just focusing on watching this for a minute. But yeah, we could do that. We've got some time. Nice team. They show on NASA channel. Nice team. They show on the NASA channel. Do you want to see it on there? We can go to a different channel. We've got several channels that we can go to. Okay. Let's look at it on here.
Getting ready.
So some fist bumps to the group. Again, the suit team are the folks dressed up in those white,
let's look at it on
very
here.
snazzy outfits.
Let me just tweak their audio. Their audio needs
Special
boosting.
Outfits that we can talk a little bit more about later. But each crew member was assigned their own suit technician. So as you said, working very closely with the same person to make sure that the crew felt comfortable and ready in these suits as they lift off from Kennedy Space Center.
Right. And each suit is slightly different. Each person is slightly different. And so these suit techs know each individual super well. They know exactly how they like to get into the suit, exactly where things might get caught, or, small adjustments that might need to be made. So they know their suit techs well, and their suit techs know them very well.
And so as we take a couple of pictures here, we really hope that you are learning a lot about the suits and the process of checking them out for a mission. But imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Does anyone want to try on one of the gloves? I love showing the kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space.
Oh. So that would be... It just goes in there?
We got to bring some stuff.
Just going to mute the pre-recording just for a moment. We're just going to cut off the pre-recorded stuff just for the minute. All the pre-recorded stuff is copyright, and we don't want to have any problems with that. So we're just going to cut off the pre-recorded for a minute. We'll come back to it, but the pre-recorded stuff, we just rather keep away from just at the minute. All right, we'll go back to our stocks, answer Q&A. If there's anything you want to know, we can answer it. I think actually, just looking at this. Yeah. Okay, we're back to there now. Sensei sending me a message. Don't forget about the Trump speech tonight. Yeah, if you can't do it, I can. Oh, Sensei's going to cover Trump's speech tonight. That will be massive. Hang on a minute. What time is that for you? That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's 2 in the morning for Sensei. Sensei, yeah. Hang on a minute. So who wants Trump's speech tonight? Who wants Trump's speech tonight? Anybody? Anybody want Trump's speech? Hiya, Sensei. You can cover Trump. You can cover Trump's speech tonight.
Yeah, sure.
It's 2 in the morning, mate.
Yeah, I'll be doing the
Okay, so does anybody want Sensei tonight covering the Donald Trump speech to the nation? It's the president to the nation tonight on the war. Who would like that? Put yes in the chat if you'd like it. Sensei will get up. He'll be up at 2 o'clock in the morning and he will cover it for you as a special event. I mean, it's easier for me, of course, but I can't because I've been live all day and my wife will be very unhappy. And so who would like that tonight? Say yes in the chat and Sensei will cover it. Let's get lots of yeses for Sensei tonight covering Donald Trump live. I'm sure he'll share the markets and crypto on the screen as well, so you'll see what the markets are doing to it. Because if Trump says something untoward, it could, of course, crash the market back down again. So you might want to tune in for that tonight. If we get lots of yeses, Sensei will do it. Yes, Sensei, everyone's going yes. So can you set that up then?
Yeah, I'll set it up in a couple hours and then I'll be live. I'll be back home in a couple hours and then I'll set it up then. But yeah, I'll cover it.
What I'll do is I'll try and stay live until you get back to send everyone to you then.
Yeah, don't worry. I mean, if don't stress out too much about it. But yeah,
all right. Spot on. Thank you, Sensei. Anything else, mate? Are we good?
All good. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye. Lovely. So there you go. You're going to have Donald Trump tonight live on the channel. Sensei covering it from all the stocks angle as well. So there you go.
Stored essentially the brains of the spacecraft, and then jumping out super quick. Let's see if we can zoom in here, and we can. Those propellants I talked about are going to be stored at cryogenic temperatures. That means thousands of degrees below Fahrenheit.
We'll come back to that in a minute. We're just playing pre-recorded music. So let's go to comments. Everyone says yes with an XR with the XRP tie. Japan, says Liz. What do you mean, the XRP tie? Is there an XRP tie? Japan? What's Japan to do with it? I don't know. I'm sure Sensei will wear a tie. I don't know. Let's go back over here. Is this pre-recorded again, or we got some live footage now? We want to go to live. Here we go.
I got to get a closer look at it with Space Launch Systems Engines Deputy Manager Philip Benefield.
Okay, so Philip, in terms of size, shape, and function, what we see here behind us, exactly what we see on the pad.
Absolutely, Megan, absolutely. So this is the RS-25 engine.
Impressive.
We have 4 of these on the bottom of the SLS rocket to propel the SLS rocket in Orion into low Earth orbit.
And we've been seeing views of the pad throughout this broadcast, but you mostly only see the bell here. What's happening over here?
Right, so this is generally what we call the power head section of the engine. So the purpose here is that it takes in the propellants from the vehicle tanks, the liquid oxygen minus 297 degrees, super cold stuff. The liquid hydrogen even colder, minus 423 Fahrenheit. There's 4 turbo pumps on the engine that pressurize that propellant up to 9,000 psi in areas. It is all directed into the main combustion chamber where it is burned into hot gas that then is accelerated out the nozzle to produce thrust.
When you say hot gas, what are we talking about?
We're talking 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit gas.
Wow, so we're talking really cold as liquids coming into the combustion chamber, and then it comes out as really, really hot gas. How do you design, how do you engineer something to control both extremes?
Absolutely. It's very technically challenging. One of the main things here with the nozzle is that since you have the 6,000 degree Fahrenheit gas coming out, you have to cool that nozzle so it doesn't melt. And so the way the nozzle is constructed with these 1,080 coolant tubes. And so each of these coolant tubes flows a small amount of hydrogen. It keeps it cold, and so it doesn't melt during operation.
Wow. I mean, all of the science that you're talking about, it is truly amazing that you guys designed this for shuttle, and yet you reconfigured it, retooled it to be able to now support Artemis. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's really amazing, the fact that we were able to use the heritage hardware on the Space Launch System. The engine itself, developed through the Space Shuttle program, many upgrades to make it more reliable and improve the thrust as well.
Perfect. Philip, thank you so much. I can't wait to see all 4 function.
Same here. Thanks, Megan. Enjoyed it.
Here we go.
And again, another idea and way that we are
back live again
from what we've built upon and figured out all into this moment.
Yes, with so much more thrust and capability. Like we said, we learn all those lessons from previous missions, and we get to involve them here today.
And here we are, the closeout crew in the White Room getting ready for the astronauts who have just left crew suit up and are now walking down a hallway to greet some family and friends downstairs. Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. Looking excited, ready. Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up, one more photo. Oh, nope, a couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
This is a fun elevator ride.
Yeah.
And, actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing. And so, again, they will ride down 3 floors. And then soon we'll walk out the doors that you see underneath the banner there that says their names. These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked out of since the Apollo program.
Yes, and you can see another tradition is putting your patch on that archway as well. So I'm sure they did that over the last couple days.
They did. It's actually it's so hard to see because there's so many of them, which is also great. But it's on the door frame on the right-hand side, the very, very bottom.
Awesome.
Great crowd here. A shot now of everyone who is waiting to greet the crew as they walk out of the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center and will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really great shot, right? Because you get to see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get to wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers off to the side as well to wave goodbye one last time and wish them luck.
Yeah, it's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules that you followed in order to be able to have that access, have that closeness with the crew. And then on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Astrovan. And that is going to be the crew's ride out to the launch pad. This modified Airstream motorhome can seat up to 8 people inside. It has a TV and sound system, and we know they plan to watch a video during their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu,
yes.
And then also Point Break because Christina surfs. So I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned. So
I love that. It gets them in the headspace, the right headspace to really just enjoy the ride to space. NASA's history with Airstream dates back to the 60s when the company created a crew quarantine vehicle for when astronauts returned from the moon. This picture here, President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside said quarantine vehicle. Then during the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan, a 27-foot motorhome that transported astronauts across KSC to their launch pad. And again, that is what we're going to see today. A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits, the Astrovan, very reminiscent of what we have done before and how we got to where we are now.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool ride. You get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting.
How can you watch a movie in 20 minutes?
Here at
why can't you just look out the window, have a chat with your mates, or watch a movie for 20 minutes?
Looking at right now, all of those employees and everybody.
We've always got to be looking at screens, haven't we? We can't just sit and relax and talk to anybody.
I think this is an emotional moment for a lot of people.
Is that all it is, a 20-minute ride?
This is the last time
just have a chat.
A lot of people will be
have a cup of tea,
because once
something
they get
like that.
to the pad,
You don't have to watch
there's
Top Gun,
only
do you?
a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely.
We've always got to look at a screen these days.
For the families, of course. I mean, I got to wave goodbye one last time to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and it's surreal. starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew to walk out those doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes and keeping it light. So.
Here we go.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis 2 crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight. To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really
smiles.
ready.
I love that.
It's a great day for us. It's a great day for this team.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this crowd. Let's go. And so now the crew walking over to each of their pens.
I wonder what they do if they need to go to the toilet.
People closest
because
to
they've
them,
been in them
of course,
suits now for
family members who
a couple of hours.
Got to quarantine
Sounds like
with
they've got
them,
a long,
correct?
long time in them suits.
Yeah,
How
so
do they go to the
the
toilet?
ones that are close and waving,
Have they
those
got
are
like a
the
catheter
immediate
fitted?
family, so
Some sort of
spouses, partners, kids.
You know, little bag.
And they're trying to give them some
they
privacy
have.
so that they can have their conversations with their family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son. You know, when you were standing in their shoes, Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think about this moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile.
Do you think it's always odd as well?
So,
they have a real watch, a good old-fashioned watch, put round their wrist, put round their arm. With all that technology,
this was a really,
they have
really
to have a
great
normal
moment for our
watch.
crew.
Just
Reed's
with a
2
really
daughters
big
there.
strap.
Reed spoke
I
about
wonder why
when
that
he
is.
told them that he was selected to be the Artemis 2
what I mean?
commander. And he said he was worried. He's a single dad, didn't know how they would react.
It's interesting,
and
isn't it?
actually, he said he was overwhelmed by their support. He woke up the next morning with cupcakes baked by one of the daughters, moon cupcakes.
Yes, I love this story. Moon cupcakes the next morning. Like, how awesome is that, right? Everybody needs their support system, and clearly he has that in his daughters.
Christina said she took a bike ride with her husband and wanted to tell him when the moon rose, but that it was too foggy. But she said he was still very excited and happy for her.
Yeah, the moon's still out there.
A close-up now of, again, Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Christina Cook. To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again, the support from the family is awesome.
And Jeremy said his wife
Tap the
and 3
like button,
children,
guys,
super
if you
excited.
can. Be absolutely
he felt
wonderful.
very supported.
And consider subscribing as well.
You know, he
It'd be
did
great.
have that
Thank you
tough
so
conversation, obviously, of talking about the realities of this being a test flight, but he said they were super supportive. And now as he walks away, some kisses from Victor Glover to his family, hearts to Christina. Jeremy being a gentleman, pausing so that Christina can take a nice photo without him. Hearts, too, from Reed there. Hearing Victor saying, "Love you guys," saying that to some of his crew members there. Woody. Some more applause from the group.
Quick wave to some of the NASA program managers, and I think Norm Knight's out there, the FOD Flight Operations Director.
You heard Reed there saying thank you guys as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their Astroband. Looking at the clock, very on schedule right now. Again, according to the very detailed timeline of launch today, they're expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
So far, we're marching toward the launch smoothly.
Do you think they're queuing up the video?
Definitely.
And that's why they haven't left yet. They're like, we can't go without
Gotta get
our
your
point
snacks and movie
break.
ready.
Yeah. Where's the popcorn? Again, good on the timeline. Of course, they do have these very specific milestones, but this is not one that has to be completely stuck to the second and the minute.
Yeah, we will make up that time easily.
They will get a full security escorted ride out to the launch pad. It's a quick trip, 15, 20 minutes. The closeout crew at the pad still just getting everything ready for their arrival. Configuring Orion, right?
Yes, so they're probably laying out the seat restraints and getting all of the umbilicals set and ready to go so that when the crew gets there, they can ingress and start getting strapped in and connected to the capsule.
And in our smaller box there, we have a shot of our administrator, Jared Isaacman, bouncing around quite a lot today. Was in the firing room right after the crew weather brief, saying to the crew that they are good for them to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout. So in the van, they're probably getting hooked up to the portable cooling systems as well. So that would be my guess on the slight delay here, making sure everybody's situated, connected to cooling, and ready to go before they take off.
Right, because the orange boxes, we didn't talk about it when we were in the suit-up room, but if anybody noticed, there are these orange boxes, and that's what provides the cooling to those thermal garments. And so those boxes have been staged inside of the Astrovan so that once they got there, they can connect up, again, so that they're cool and comfortable on the way out.
Right, so they were off cooling from the walkout, you know, said hello to their families and the 80-degree weather here in Florida today, so it can get really warm in the suit quickly if you're not careful, so we want to make sure everybody's comfortable before we drive off.
And then when they get to the pad, of course, and strapped into Orion,
if you
then
could
they
tap
don't have
subscribe,
any
that'd
need
be absolutely fantastic.
for those
Thank
cooling
you very
boxes
much
anymore.
indeed.
They will get that cooling through Orion, through the different lines and umbilicals that they'll be connecting to there.
Yep, that's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control system will take over once they're connected to the umbilical.
And so when we were watching them get into the elevator, I said, oh, there's a couple more people going in there. And they were, again, those folks in the white suits that we saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off they go. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy now on their way to Launchpad 39B, where they will fly to the moon, something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today. We still hear cheers.
Very exciting.
As they drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center. Now, while the crew make their way to the pad, let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life.
We'll come back to it when we go to live footage again. When we get the live footage, we'll go again. We're getting a bit of a sell-off now coming into the last couple of hours of the day. This is normal. We're expecting Donald Trump, of course, to speak tonight. So we're going to get a lot of drama later on throughout the day. No question about that. Sensei is going to cover the event. He's going to cover Donald Trump's speech tonight with an angle on the stocks as well. If we just have a quick look for our portfolio, we can see we're up now on XRP, 2.38%, 2.4%, 2.42%. Oh, it's going up now. There you go. 2.4%. We're up 4.9% on our Ethereum. Bitcoin, we're up 2%. We don't have any Doge. That's just dust. We are still out of the money on VU, our latest position, but only by 0.5%. Coca-Cola by 0.94, so we're nearly there. SGov is just what SGov is. Google, just 1.98 now. And Nvidia is down at 0.05, so we're just about on the money, and in VUG. So all looking good. We're on the way right now. Oh, there we go. Back to the live pictures. You can see we're showing a pre-recorded video, but the Astro van is now on the way to the Launchpad. Very exciting. We'll bring all of that to you, but we're just going to focus on some stocks now. Let's do some live Q&A. Let's go to our position at the top. All right. So let's go to some questions. Okay. What I'm going to do now, we're going to do another little test. We're going to go to members only chat. We've got a new service today where we're running in two streams. We have the vertical stream and we have the widescreen for TV. Two separate streams on the homepage of the channel. It's described in the thumbnail and in the description, so you know the difference, okay? So what we're going to do now is switch to members only for a moment so we can answer all questions. So let me see if this works. Just need to do this now. So let's go to members only and we'll answer all members only questions. So members only here. On that one. Let's refresh the screen. Lots of challenges with NASA today. We're trying to do new things as well. So it's really cool. Right. Okay, stream settings, edit. We'll go to members only. We'll do live Q&A, answer everyone's questions. Members only. There we go. And we'll go to this one here as well. And members only. There we go. Stocks are falling off a bit at the moment. That's perfectly healthy after this massive run we've had. So we are in members only mode now. Let me see. Does that show on both streams? Let me see if it does. We're doing lots of tests of our own today, which is really cool. Yes. Yep, it's members only mode now on both streams. Excellent stuff. So let's do some live Q&A as we wait for the next part of our journey. It's a 20-minute ride. It's been 5 minutes so far. So in 10 minutes time, we'll be back with the live footage and we'll do all of that. So let me go to here. When Trump asked Starmer to help in Iran, Starmer told him to go for a wee, says Diesel Raider. What? What's all going on here? Zachzite to the moon. William Bond is here. Our admin on Discord is here. They put all the screens, video, music, etc. in there because this van will go into a museum later. Oh, I see. Is that what it is? That's what we need, Martin. A Lucozade van. You're right. I used to have a Lucozade truck years ago, a really big one, a big lorry. UK couldn't get fuel to go to space. That's true. I've heard about that. Yeah, I've heard about that. It's pretty mental, isn't it? Yeah. I think it's a 10-day test flight around the moon. Yes, it is. They're going around the moon to come back. And then if it all goes well, then they're going to go up and land on the bloody thing. All right. Lucas aids van to drive across country, debate other investors and influencers just to call them bloody idiots and to sod it. I'll be the driver. It'd be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. Travel all across the country. Just to call people bloody idiots. It's a new idea. I totally agree. I think it's a fantastic idea. I think more people should do it. They are hooking up their toilet. Is that what they're doing? Poop boxes. Yeah, Liz, get your popcorn out. Suit janitors. Yeah, big, beautiful boxes. Trump and Elon should show up. I wonder if they will. Suited and a booted. That's right. I hope they bring back some cheese. I hope they bring back some cheese. Oh, here we go. We're back on it again. Here we go. Let's get a few cheers. Here we go.
Flags. Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh, this must feel so special to the crew to see all of these people here, to wish them well.
What about me? What about me? Mention me. I'm broadcasting the bloody thing on two channels at the same time.
About this mission.
Signs. People have made signs. I feel like the Astrovan has slowed down a little bit.
I've got a really big sign.
To really take in the moment.
What about my sign?
Wow.
Nobody mentioned my sign.
That's amazing there.
Everywhere.
Again, crowds continue going, as we are now passing the historic Vehicle Assembly Building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people lining the route. Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all. This must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space Center. Imagine the rest of Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who holds the record for the most consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before
we'll come
the
back to
Apollo
that again.
missions, when he was just a very little boy.
Stuff. We want
He was
all
looking
the
up
live
at the moon
stuff
with his mom, and his mom said to him,
"There we go. We got to stick to the live stuff, I'm afraid." Where the bloody hell's that gone? You can put over there. There you go. Not that long to go now. Let me see if I can move this. See if I can move this bad boy. We'll come back to that in a minute. We're just waiting a bit for them to get to the launch pad. Then it'll be really exciting. Let me just bring this in. I'm doing some edits today while we're doing all this. Show camera switch up, show program, keep utility windows. Keep utility window in front, show program. Well, we're doing all this because I'm live all day today, and I'm at the same time building out my new setup. So I'm learning about all of this as I'm doing it on the fly today. Okay. Oh, we're back now. Let's go to it. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. This is the Astro van. I love all these names. It's brilliant, isn't it? There's no audio coming from the Astro van.
I have this very distinct memory of...
We'll come back to that. We'll keep you posted. We've got a big night lined up tonight. We've got Trump speaking live later on. Might affect the markets. So we're going to see how that all pans out tonight. We're waiting for the next live feed and we'll go back to it. The stocks, let me just go for all our positions right now. Let's have a little look. We've had a heck of a run in this last 24 hours, 48 hours. We've had like a $23,000 rebound. It's been quite incredible. We bought the bottom, we repositioned, and of course that will be the bottom, and apart from a yen carry trade, unless Trump's got a surprise. I wouldn't be surprised though. I wouldn't be surprised if he surprised us. I mean, really, because they can make money. It's pumped. I mean, like, you imagine the trillions of dollars that's been made the last 2 days. They can sell it. They can say we're going to continue the war. The market will sell off again, and they can do it all over again. I wouldn't be gambling that though. It's a bit of a gamble, thinking I'll sell it all. So I wouldn't be doing that. But you could certainly do that. I'm not going to do that. I think it's a bit of a gamble. But we will go back to the Astro van in a second. We're getting close. Here we are. We're coming up to the launch site now. I'm going to keep it muted for a second, but we are coming up to the launch site. You can see it. Here we go. We're coming in. They're going to be... in
the world.
I'm just muting the audio, the music. It's just playing music. But as you can see, we're coming up to now. There's the rocket. There is the launch site. Getting close now, right? It's getting exciting. It's just an historic day, really. I wasn't born the first time, but this is essentially what that is. I mean, admittedly, this is a test flight. They're going round the moon and back again, and then the next one will be will be landing on the moon. Can you imagine that? I'm really excited about that. It's about time, isn't it? Here we go.
Was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well, as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. We modified the pad in the 70s and 80s, and then the shuttle missions actually launched from here as well.
And then, of course, Artemis 1 took off from this launch pad November 2022. And now here we are about to see the Artemis 2 crew get out of the Astrovan and make their way up the mobile launcher to the 274-foot level, where they will embark on their first crewed test flight of the Artemis program.
I think that button in the elevator actually says space when
it
you
does?
hit it. Yeah.
Really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look at the clock as we wait for the crew to get out. 4 hours, 10 minutes, and counting until the top of our 2-hour launch window today. Let's head back across the street to Daryl, who's following the launch team every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Megan and Nicole. And here inside Firing Room 1, we had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by,
here we go.
And of course going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area. There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower.
Bags.
To go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm
to get tired
and get into the
white
room.
sleeping bag.
One of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket. This was part of the plan for the Artemis II crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history to go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles. They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes. Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside their Integrity spacecraft. That's it from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
And Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, again, we mentioned her a second ago. Her team have been training extensively for this moment since Artemis 1 launched in November 2022. Today, they have a message for Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy.
Today, you carry the work of thousands and the hopes of millions. Every test, every simulation, every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready, and you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team, but human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator doors, again, to catch the astronauts as they make their way up to the 274-foot level of the mobile launcher. The mobile launcher is the structure you see there. It is not only a way for the crew to obviously access Orion, but also provides the fuels, communications, all that to the rocket. And now we're watching the crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet. Woo.
Nicole laughs because Nicole is also, like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out, yep, that crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it. Yeah. And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launchpad 39B. Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in the White Room over at 39A. But again, this is 39B. Yep. And so now in this room here, the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps again, their helmets, their gloves, and remove coverings that they had on their shoes.
Yeah, so they want to protect the suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the gloves on. You can see they're working their comm caps now, and they'll work the helmets eventually as well.
And so as we watch this process unfold, why don't we take a couple of questions from you guys? What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
Ooh, this is a great question. You know, I think we get such good training. You know, this crew's been training for years. And so they know this rocket and this capsule inside and out. They know all the dangers. They know how to react to anything. So I actually think, you know, preparing your support system and your family, I think launch day is actually tougher for your family than it is for you. And you know, we've heard the crew talk about the difficult conversations that they've had with their family to prepare for this historic test flight. And so I think, you know, the closer and closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep. You know, they left their suitcases at crew quarters this morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything. And so you are just a human in a spacesuit about to get on a rocket with all of your loved ones watching. And I think that can be probably one of the most difficult parts about today.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time crew has signed the wall of the White Room, again, here at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. You know, this is a complicated answer. I don't know that I would have the exact mechanics behind it, but it has a lot to do with orbital mechanics and where we are in terms of the Earth and the Moon relationship. And, you know, like we said, we're trying to get on that free return trajectory. And so it has a lot to do with when we can do the perigee and apogee rays burns and the translunar injection. So there's a lot of math that goes behind these launch windows and why they shift and move and why we just so happen to be in the evening for the April launch windows.
Yep. You did answer it well. All right. And before we asked you guys a question, who would you take to the moon with you? Would that be a bestie, a pet, family member, or seasoned astronaut? Overwhelmingly seasoned astronaut. So, Nicole, you and I are going to the moon.
Was that your answer as well?
That was totally my answer. Again, like I thought my husband would not like that answer because he'd want to come along too. But I think if asked, he would also say seasoned astronaut. So
that's fair. you know, like we said, there's a lot of training that goes behind it. These guys can react to anything that comes their way. And so, yeah, if you don't have all that training, maybe you do want someone that's a little bit more experienced.
Yep. So correct answer, everyone. And now we have another question for you. What do you want to know about living in Orion? What the crew eats, how the crew sleeps, how to fly the vehicle, or how free time is spent? Another great question.
Ooh, yes, I'm excited to see what they say.
Yeah, so head to NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts to vote, and we'll share the results as soon as possible.
Love it.
And while you're doing that, remember to also sign up to be a virtual guest for this mission. Just go to the link we'll pull up on your screen. As a virtual guest, you will get mission-specific information, notifications of any schedule changes, and curated resources straight to your inbox. You will also receive commemorative stamps for your virtual passport after launch and splashdown. Again, we really, really want you guys to engage with us, engage with this mission, come along with us for the ride. So yeah, take advantage of these opportunities to be a part of it.
Yes, it's a mission for all.
And so back in the suit, no, not the suit-up room, the white room. Well, they're suiting up. You can see why I might have slipped that up. So they are continuing to put on gloves. Reed and Jeremy look like they've been checked. Again, they've put on their gloves, their helmets. They've taken off those coverings on their shoes now that they're about to get into Orion. And then suit technicians are also helping Christina and Victor. And they're in this particular order, actually, because this is the order in which they're going to ingress into Orion. Again, we have Reed, Jeremy, then Victor, last Christina.
Yeah, and that just has to do, like you said, with the seat orientation. So as the astronauts sit down and lay back in the capsule, the left side will be Reed, and then below him will be Jeremy. So that's why they're going to get in first, to create space for then Victor and Christina to get in.
And let's talk a little bit now about the closeout team. We saw a few of these folks also in the suit-up room. Suit technicians were in there, again, to make sure that they get into the suits properly. And then a couple of them came out to the pad here to, again, do the same thing. Hey, are you comfortable in these suits? Is everything is as you expected? And then these folks here will help them get into Orion, buckle up. And so we were talking a little bit about their attire, specially made for what they're doing right now.
Yeah, so these, they almost look like, the equivalent of a flight suit, right? They're fire resistant. They've got the straps on the back for emergencies that mimic the same straps that the astronauts have on their suits, so that you can use the same exact equipment in an emergency egress from the pad, for example. So we can use the same equipment to get everybody safely away from the pad as required or if needed.
Yeah, always thinking about those contingencies, how to very quickly, if there were an emergency, get everyone out, not just the astronauts, but also the closeout crew if an emergency was happening while they were still at the pad. And so those suits, flame retardant. Also, when we see them crawl into Orion, you will notice that they are on their knees quite a bit, so built-in knee pads. Really a thoughtful design for the purpose that they're serving today.
Yeah, they're functional, which is exactly what we want, but also they're pretty classy looking. So we did a good job with the design.
I was going to say, they actually look like, the outfits that car racers wear, right?
Yeah.
And then when I said that to the lead of the closeout crew, he's number one if we do see him, Taylor Hose, he said, well, actually, we are kind of like a pit crew, like they're very quickly moving through the operations so that not a lot of time, not more time is spent at the pad than is needed, because this is a fully fueled rocket, Nicole.
Right. Yeah, we want to minimize the time that we have more humans up in the white room, but also safely and efficiently get the astronauts ingress into the capsule. And so that's their main job. That's I like the pit crew analogy. Works great.
And so, Nicole, as we get ready to see them ingress. I know you'll be, again, an invaluable source as we talk through this part of the launch countdown, because you've been inside a mock-up of the Orion spacecraft. And I know that because you texted me a photo that you took, this selfie in the mock-up, and little did you know I was going to put it in this broadcast.
Yeah, this was actually a really wonderful opportunity. Last week, our flight control team at Johnson Space Center hosted an open house of the Orion mock-up there in the Space Vehicle mock-up facility. And so I got to spend some time in the capsule with some of the flight controllers who are actually sitting on console right now and talk to them about everything inside the mock-up. So you can see I've got a bump cap on. It's like a small hard hat. There are a lot of, metal corners and things, and we are still squishy humans at the end of the day. And so they want you to be careful while you're moving around in there. But I got to see, how the crew will ingress. I got to look at the umbilical and the seat straps, and I got to see, the emergency equipment and the stowage and the toilet. I got to see it all. Got to talk about everything. It was pretty cool. It was a really great time. Michael and Bruce were great with me. They answered all of my questions.
Yeah, because it's really good to be able to give that perspective because, and as you guys will see, yes, we do have cameras inside Orion and we'll, of course, take you in, but it doesn't give you a true feeling or idea of how big the space is, how things are configured. Again, like when we see them go in, they're actually on their backs.
Yep.
So, again, it's just hard to really get a sense of the inside there, but Nicole is going to really help walk us through that.
Yeah, you said they're on their backs, and, you have to somehow get there, and so they're actually going to almost barrel roll onto their shoulder to get onto their backs and their feet up on those leg rests that actually Andre's holding onto right there. You can see Andre number 2's inside getting everything ready for them. And actually, those leg rests for the pilot and commander seat will come off once they get into orbit to create some more space for them.
And it looks like we're getting ready to ingress here. Yep, thumbs up from Reed. Everybody configured with their suits, and so in we go. They actually get inside by walking backwards. That's the easiest way to get in, right, Nicole?
Yeah, so he will step down right over the flywheel or the exercise equipment that they've got in there. We'll talk to that in a second. And then you actually step down right on top of the toilet area backwards. You can see him going now. Oh, and he's already turned around and walking in. You can see Dre's protecting his helmet and his visor there from all that metal.
Yeah.
It's a tight squeeze. But they've done this a lot, so Reed's already all the way across the capsule.
Yeah, that was fast. Impressive, Reed. Impressive. That's why you're the commander. Oh, a heart there from Jeremy again. Yep, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada is about to get into Orion. And so you mentioned Dre. Why don't we talk a little bit about him? So that was NASA astronaut Andre Douglas. And he is actually one of the backup crew members for the Artemis 2 mission. He trained alongside the primary crew and will step in if any of the 3 astronauts are unable to fly.
Yeah, Dre's actually a classmate of mine, so fellow fly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we've worked very closely together. It's exciting to see him in this role.
Yeah, Virginia native, selected as an astronaut candidate in December 2021. He completed his training in March 2024 and was subsequently named as the Artemis 2 backup crew member just months later in July. Before joining NASA, Andre worked at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, where he specialized in spacecraft systems engineering. His work focused on the systems that help spacecraft know where they are and how to get where they need to go. So obviously critical for missions to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wicked smart guy. He's got like 15 degrees, I think, or something.
Oh, my.
So.
And so now here we are back inside Orion, where the closeout crew, each one with either Reed or Jeremy. So it looks like Andre is with Reed. And this is a camera shot of behind Reed's head. So Reed, while Andre is buckling him in, it's a 5-point harness, Reed was configuring his control panel.
Yeah, the displays. We're getting the displays ready so that they can monitor all of the systems and monitor the launch as they go. Christina there signing the wall.
Got to put away the pen. The pen could be foreign object debris or FOD, which is bad for NASA. We definitely want to make sure that we keep track of everything and we know where everything is, because the smallest thing could prevent us from launching or affect the equipment out there.
Yeah, and you'll actually see that most of their tools will be tethered as well, so nothing can fall through a crack or drop.
And so as soon as Jeremy and Reed are good to go in their seats and connected to their communication umbilicals, as Daryl had said before, we will start hearing the loops, the audio mission loops, specifically Orion to Earth 1, which is the communication loop that the crew communicate on to the different teams supporting launch today. And as we said when we were in suit up, after they do communication checks, again, suit leak checks to make sure that nothing went wrong between the suit up room and here, and also to specifically connect them to the Orion systems.
Yes, this will be an integrated test with Orion and the suits to make sure the entire system is working and ready for flight.
And so you'll notice Reed and when Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panels in front of them. Jeremy and Christina will actually share a personal computer device, and that will be on Jeremy's leg, and that's how they'll continue to follow along with telemetry and data.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. This is one of the technology demos that we're doing, and so they're going to plug into the system, and it'll be a screen repeater on that that device for them, so that they can see what the pilot and commander are seeing.
OTC at MS2 is online for context.
This is OTC. Repeat.
MS2 ready for comm checks.
The MS2 ready for comm checks. MS2, OTC Orion Earth 1, comm check.
OTC, it's MS2. Have you loud and clear on 1.
You're welcome, sir.
Pretty exciting stuff, isn't it, really?
And so that was the Orion
Thank
test
you for all
conductor
tuning in and joining me today.
Jeremy Hansen, again, mission specialist
pleasure and
for
honor
this mission.
to be able to provide this with you.
So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed. A successful test.
Sensei is going to be live tonight
The
with
rest of
Donald
the crew
Trump
here
live
waiting
from
in
the White
Room.
House,
Again,
address the
as
nation,
Nicole was saying,
and
there
covering the
for
stocks as
all
well,
of
how it will
those
affect the
folks.
market.
So
it's a big night tonight.
Christina and Victor
Make sure that
will
you
wait
tune in for that.
until
I'll be watching it.
Reed and Jeremy are done getting buckled in.
This broadcast will go straight to that.
4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, that the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
If you could tap the like button, that would be absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much indeed for tuning in on both streams. We've got the vertical and the widescreen. And also consider subscribing as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commander, OTC Orion Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm. Welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed Wiseman. And so...
And CDR, NTD on Orion Earth 1 for comm check.
I got you loud and clear, NTD.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these 2 closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
Yeah, they're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release, and then they're connecting the umbilical, which has 4 different connections. So it's got the air in, air out, the water for cooling, and then the comm as well, the communication cable. So they're going to make sure that all of those connections are good to go, make sure the crew's receiving the cooling and the air, and then we heard the comm check as well. So they're just making sure the umbilical connection was good to go, getting them strapped in and ready, and then they will move on to Victor and Christina.
And so while we wait for that to happen, why don't we get another check of the launch countdown milestones with Daryl and the launch team?
All right, welcome back into the firing room 1 here, where some of the launch team is having some pizza that was brought by the administrator. That was nice of Administrator Jared Isaacman to bring that by for the launch team to enjoy. We're L-minus 3 hours and 44 minutes and counting as you can see the crew ingressing into the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully as they go through their procedures to get the astronauts ingressed. Overall, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time as you see the astronauts going into Orion. Only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern time, and the window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time.
Wow.
So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs, and then they'll hopefully lift off for a launch. So, of course, the crew is mindful of the time. They don't want to slip into the window if they don't have to. And so they're keeping a tight lock on the margin, the amount of time that they're working there. And there's a heart from Christina Cook. Great to see that as she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that they named Integrity. It certainly fits this crew from what I've observed. Now, right now, the rocket's tanks, they're in what's called replenish mode. So another factor for this closeout crew is, and the crew themselves, this is a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it needs to go to the moon. It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high-energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil-off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%, but the propellant, which is liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, those two propellants are minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket and the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far. The cryo tanking went exceptionally well, and the launch team is really in a good mood right now. Cautiously optimistic, understanding that with a system this complex, you can have something unexpected happen. But to this point, the firing room is really encouraged by what they've seen so far, and are especially excited to see these astronauts getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up that window for launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name Orion Integrity, and it was not something they came to easily. They really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA embodies, and also individually they felt like integrity is something that speaks powerfully to them.
Yeah, and I think the other part of integrity, it just represents the humility and the professionalism behind the entire team that built this rocket and got us here today. And so it's a fitting name for this capsule.
Yeah, like I said, I think the crew said it took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible. We invited people across our NASA family to wish our crew a safe journey.
Go Team Artemis! Go Team Artemis!
3, 2, 1, blast off!
Have a great flight. Godspeed.
Just going to mute the audio just for a second for copyright reasons. We don't want to get any copyright flags on this stream. But there we go. We're just I'm just making some tweaks today. We're doing a brand new service. We've got 2 streams running at the same time, and I'm trying to add new features. And as we are broadcasting, I am trying to bring it all to you. Trying to find the best ways of doing things. We're improving literally on the fly as we go today to bring you a better and better service. I hope you're enjoying it. Just trying to make lots of little tweaks and just make things look better and better as we go. You see I've raised the comments up there. Just raise the comments slightly. Let me go a bit higher. Just trying to make this better and better for a better experience for everybody. All the time making improvements. And some things you can't do when you're not on air. So these are all adjustments I'm making live on the fly. I'm going to stick that over there, actually, extend it. There you go. Let's do this. That probably looks better like that. It's hard because everyone's got different things, different screens, and we're trying to make everything work for everybody. Hopefully that looks a bit better. Let's go back to, let me just bring back that there. And then take that off the screen. All right, that's another little improvement. Hopefully you're seeing things improve all the time. This is another pre-recorded thing, I think. Okay, I think we've just lost one of our scenes. We just lost one of our scenes. Where's that gone? Let's see if that works. There we go. For some reason I lost the scene. Let's come back to here. Is this live again?
And we can learn a lot from just looking at the regolith or the dirt that is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer. She was cuter, Nicole.
I agree.
And then earlier today, we wanted to ask you, what do you want to know about living in Orion? And we told you to pick between what the crew eats, how they sleep, how they fly the vehicle, and how free time is spent. And the winner, most of you wanted to know how to fly the vehicle. And we are going to be doing that.
Yes, we are. That's a great question, and actually, part of what we're going to go do. So the rocket is fairly automated, right? There's a countdown, and the whole system knows when it needs to ignite the engines. But we are going to do some manual piloting throughout this mission. Once they launch and they separate from the ICPS, they're actually going to do a rendezvous and proximity operations demonstration. So what does that mean? They're going to take that portion of the rocket and they're going to try to fly closely to it. And so they will actually take manual control of the Orion spacecraft and try to get nice and close to the other portion of the rocket that had just separated. And so you can see actually a little bit in the view that you have right now. So for Reed, the left-hand person, his right hand, there's a kind of a joystick, if you will, on the right side. And then on the left side, there's something similar. And so they've got, translational and rotational hand controllers in order to command the rocket in different axes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, Victor said it himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting Orion manually. So we'll get to see that during our continuous coverage. Again, we are covering this entire mission. We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about, that proximity ops demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually. And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days. Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I am going to bring you back to the moon board so I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 350,000
They're showing the audio. The audio is coming through the other feeds, please bear with us.
Starting with these three fairing panels right there. When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast.
MS1,
it's going to get
on Ryan Earth 1 for ComCheck.
Windy, and so we have these three fairing panels in place to help protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if that is the case, then about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit, but for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So, super quick breakdown, but as you can see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home. All right, lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over
and the... PLT, NTD on Ryan Earth 1 for ComCheck.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew. Successful comm checks by both Victor and Christina.
CDR, OTC Orion Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to suit mode per EPROC 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1.
10.1.1, crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config, step 1. Going in work now.
And so see, now we are privy to some of the countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew is going to start building their nest, if you will, running some procedures, getting the capsule ready for humans to be on board.
And now look at the clock, 3 hours, 30 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window. And we are pretty good on time. We are as we are expecting in terms of when ingress will be wrapping up soon. And so now let's bring Gary Jordan, again, our commentator inside of Mission Control at Houston. Gary, let's check in with you about mission preparations.
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those con checks. And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
NTD, integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
I copy that. And integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
We are covering the live
Integrity
launch.
Houston on
Please
Orion
stand
to
by.
Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Your initial word was broken.
MS1.
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
And CDR, NTD?
CDR.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
CDR, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
Refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch. Here in Mission Control Houston, the IVA or intravehicular activity officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch. Of course, for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
Go ahead, MTD.
With that refresh, and you got to go to proceed with your 10.1.1.
Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through 4.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for seat. This is Mission Control Houston. With visors closed, the pressurization tests can commence. We'll stand by for word of a good leak check on all 4 of the crew member suits for the Artemis 2 mission. Again, this is the very beginning of a very busy flight day for our 4 crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit that takes them around the Earth for nearly a day, 23.5 hours to be precise, and allows the teams, including the astronauts and the flight control teams, to check out critical systems ahead of committing to the next day's translunar injection. But before they even call it a day, Integrity will separate from the ICPS, and the crew will command. And the crew will command. The crew will command the Orion capsule to separate from the ICPS and turn around and approach the upper stage, but not dock. This is to test Orion's in-space maneuvering capabilities and provide further confidence in docking to another lunar space vehicle like the Human Landing System that will be part of the Artemis 3 mission ahead of future moon landings. These are just a few of the highlights of the very first of 10 flight days as we await for confirmation of good leak checks inside the capsule Integrity. And there's a lot more to this mission. A reminder that this is, of course, a test flight. The purpose here is to demonstrate procedures, systems, and life inside Orion on a mission around the moon for the first time, and give further confidence in the capabilities that are charting a return to the lunar surface.
That's incredible. They got to sit like that for all this time, isn't it?
You may be able to see from this view the suits themselves inflating. This is, again, a pressure check, verifying that the suits are leak-free ahead of the ascent portion of today's flight. How you see the crew now with visors down will be the configuration of their ascent all the way through core stage separation, about a little more than 8 minutes after booster ignition. All right, here in Mission Control Houston, we are continuing to follow along, standing by for confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here in Mission Control Houston, and we continue to monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes, getting some good communication. It's great to hear from the crew inside, even though it is as simple as a comm check. It's really good to hear their voices as they move through those various comm checks and then get ready for their suit leak checks. Fantastic views inside Orion that you're looking at now. Give you an update on the weather outside. We're still 80% go for our 2-hour launch window, which starts at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and closes at 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. That's the good news. The bad news is that we've got some rain showers that are starting to head in. Looks like it may miss the pad. Wouldn't matter if it rained on it or not, though. It's received some rain earlier today. Water isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that. As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist number 1. She not only is going to be making history.
All crew, visors open, suit loop leak check complete.
OTC.
That was good news.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete. They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft. As you can see, the closeout crew, our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside the Orion spacecraft, looking towards, oh no, let's see. Get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading.
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
OD.
She will have the role of reading out a pressure reading that tells the team that...
and CDR or NTD?
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, we're going to do another cleanup on those suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Thank you.
And that's communication going between Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. As I was saying, Christina Cook will be reading measurements from the counterbalance assist arm. So you're going to hear her be asked by the NASA Test Director to read that. That CBA, counterbalance assist arm, It's mechanically latched by the closeout crew using tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's pneumatically opened and closed, rather, with a pressure assist that helps open it up. Not only that hatch, but also the last hatch. There's 2 hatches there that we'll see that will be closed, but this is in case of an emergency out there at the pad. If the crew, for some reason, needed to exit quickly, then they would exit the spacecraft by pulling that lever, which would open both hatches. Those hatches are heavy. The Orion hatch is hundreds of pounds.
ATC cameras 1 and 2 both set to record.
ATC copies.
And just an update on the launch countdown, continuing to monitor the team's communications here in Firing Room 1. Everything going really smoothly so far. We don't have any significant open constraints to launch at this time, so we continue counting down. And for now, we'll send it back to the host desk with Megan and Nicole.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And so we heard some of the communications over Orion to Earth 1, and it sounds like we are now moving into the hatch prep and closure phase. We will now start to see the closeout crew getting out of Orion soon so that they can start getting ready to, again, close up Orion, close the 2 hatches, and then get out of the pad.
Yeah, the closeout team will take the hatch seals off, and they'll inspect the seals, make sure everything's ready to go, and then do a few last-minute configurations before they close that hatch. And then, like Daryl talked about, then Christina will have a role in looking at the CBA there. So,
yeah, you might have heard them say over the loops again that drag-on camera. So basically, it's a camera that they can move around, and you might have seen it in a couple of our shots already. But they will take that camera and literally go and inspect the seal. That there's 2 seals. Actually, 2 seals that go around the entire area of the hatch just to make sure that everything looks good. And that camera feed is being directly shown to NASA teams who need to monitor that.
Yeah, they want to make sure there's not a single hair or a piece of dust on those, make sure that there's no damage and everything's ready to go so that the seal, they will do a leak check on this hatch seal as well. Make sure it passes.
Yeah, and we'll know they're doing that because we will actually see one of the closeout crew members with a hand pump, and they will pressurize, again, just the seals, and they have to see if it will hold pressure for just a minute. And if it does, then they will go ahead to pressurize the entire Orion spacecraft. And then that, again, is to make sure that the spacecraft is holding the right amount of pressure. And that one's a lot longer. It'll take them like 8 minutes. Like it takes time to pressurize it, then they have to hold pressure, and then it takes time to depressurize it.
Right, and they want to measure the difference in pressures at the beginning and end of that and make sure that it holds the right amount of pressure so that when they get to the vacuum of space, obviously the capsule holds its pressure.
Yep. Okay. Well, again, as we continue to watch operations that are happening at the pad inside of Orion, why don't we go over to Banana Creek? It's one of our viewing locations here at Kennedy Space Center. They will have a spectacular view, and we actually have NASA's Leah Martyn there chatting with a big group of people surrounded by a lot of folks on bleachers there.
Hey, Megan, yeah, tons of people out here today, thousands of people gathering at Banana Creek to enjoy NASA's next big mission and humanity's next great leap today. It's a gorgeous day, and I'm joined here actually by some people who are probably the only people on center who are a little bit more excited than me to see this rocket lift off. Where are you from, and why are you here?
So we're from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. We're a group of 7 aerospace senior engineering students traveling here with Josh Dobbs, former quarterback of the University of Tennessee, with his extraordinary Dobbs Foundation.
Now, you were actually telling me a little bit earlier, you're here local, you're from Orlando. What's it like being an aerospace engineer and then having the opportunity to come back here to the Space Coast and see this mission lift off today?
It is absolutely amazing. I feel like the little 9-year-old girl inside me is so excited. Like, I'm from around here. I grew up watching launches in my backyard, and so this seems like such a full circle happy moment for me.
Now, you are an aerospace engineer looking hopefully to join the workforce in the future. How does it feel to be here and see firsthand what that work does?
It's just so cool to see what I've been working for the last 4 years and then 12 years before that just actually be physically happening in front of me. It's something I never dreamed of as a kid.
And I'm actually joined here by the pastronaut himself, Mr. Josh Dobbs. Now, you have a history with NASA as well. You did an externship here. And how did that kind of play into your passion for aerospace and then the foundation that actually provided this opportunity for these students today?
100%. So I spent a month here around the Artemis 1 mission, which was a tremendous opportunity to learn about the space program and also what's next. And so to be back here for Artemis 2 and unfortunately, Artemis 1 went in the middle of the season, so it's surreal to be here for Artemis 2. And with my foundation, the goal is to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I've had and pass them along to the future of the industry and give them the opportunity to see what all their hard work can accumulate into. So it's an honor to be here. We're really appreciative of all the engineers and all the hard work that's gone into this moment, and we're excited to watch history happen today.
Absolutely. And as a group, I think if you guys had one well wish for the team today, what would you say? I think we can all join together, maybe say go Artemis. Go Artemis.
That was a fun interview. And again, just so neat to see all the people who are here. I mean, still hours before liftoff. Not even hours before liftoff, but hours before a 2-hour launch window. So people just really committed to being here and seeing it in person.
Yeah, you can see the Banana Creek is already buzzing back there behind Leah. You could hear the chatter in the background. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, you could tell that it's a lot louder than we noticed because we just have very good mics. But, you know, she's obviously yelling over a huge crowd there. So super fun, super exciting. And yes, I hope that we all get to see liftoff here shortly. Okay, so as we know, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy will have their hands full during their mission. So for some of their test flight objectives, let's go back to Megan Carter at the moon board.
All right, as we have seen from those camera views, their capsule is very compact, obviously. So let me show you a few cool things about this piece. The Orion capsule is going to only be about 16.8 feet in diameter and a whopping 10.5 in height. Think of it about the same cubic feet as 2 minivans. So obviously every piece of that capsule has been planned with purpose. And a really great example of that is going to be these seats that we have seen that live view of. Now, these seats are going to be out for launch, re-entry, and splashdown, but in between, they are stored in between to give them more room for daily activities and things like that. While they are on board, obviously, they are going to have a lot of things to do. One of those is going to be to manually fly Orion, as we've discussed, but they also have several other objectives as well. And they're going to be doing lots of system checkouts, checking out the service module, making sure everything is working correctly. They're also, like I said, going to have a chance to manually fly. Now, this was taken during one of their training simulations, but as you can see here, they will have advanced flight displays, hand controllers, touchscreen interfaces, so much to work with and practice with as well. Now, while on board, they will also have the ability to eat those shelf-stable meals that are designed specifically for microgravity. I think I saw somewhere that one of their meals is going to be mac and cheese and brisket, so that makes the Southern in me very happy. All right, but they are going to have also some time to look at some things like power and propulsion. They will have 3 key propulsion systems that are going to help power Orion as well. And speaking of power, I want to bring you back to the service module real quick because I wanted to point out these 4 solar panels. These are going to take about 18 minutes to unfold like giant wings, and they're going to stretch 62 feet from end needs for their journey. So as you can see, spacecraft is built specifically for what we need and to guide them and get them home safely. All right, back over to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Megan. You know, it's taken thousands of people many years to get to us to where we are today. Let's meet some of the people of Artemis who've made this flight test possible.
I am
the Artemis Launch Director.
I'm the Orion Crew Survival System Manager.
I am the Artemis II Chief Training Officer.
I'm the SLS Launch Integration and Mission Operations Lead.
I am the Recovery Director. And I'm Boeing's Core Stage IPT Leader at Kennedy Space Center.
And I am the Artemis II Entry Flight Director.
And I'm the Closeout Crew Lead for Artemis II.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that the crew will wear for the Artemis II mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits, designing the suits, qualifying the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control
Okay, we'll come
team
back to
for
that
the
in a
mission,
second.
and then go implement
We'll come
that
back to
plan.
that in a minute. We'll go back to live footage again. Welcome. If you just tuned in, we're covering this historic day. We've got Sensei going live soon. With Donald Trump, the President of the United States, from the White House, to see how it will affect the markets. Are we going to get an end to the war today? Big announcement coming, and we're going back to the moon, so I thought it would be appropriate to cover it all day today. As the stocks are going to the moon, so so is literally a rocket. So we're going to cover it all today, all the way through the launch. It's one heck of a day today. I hope you're enjoying it. If you could tap the like button, it would be absolutely wonderful. I really appreciate it, and consider subscribing as well. There you go. That would be great. We're running two streams at the same time. We are in widescreen. If you are watching. If you're on, everyone's on YouTube, we're only on YouTube. But what I meant was, hang on, what have I done wrong here? What have I done here? Just trying to see something. Please bear with me. I don't know what this is. What is this? What is that? What is this? Alert. Why is that so big? Okay. I'm sorry about that. It's like technical issue there. I think I've fixed it now. There you go. No idea what happened there. But anyway, we are for the very first time ever, running two streams at the same time. We've got our main widescreen TV show, and we're also running on vertical as well as two completely separate streams. So you can choose which experience that you like best. But we're going back now to the Launchpad. Here we go. Or at least the headquarters. Let's go back there now. Let's have a listen in.
And what was really fun to see is, we interviewed Taylor Hose, closeout crew lead, as he said, and that's who we are now seeing inside of the White Room as they are getting ready to close out Orion and close one of two hatches. We have the side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the White Room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. That's a great shot right there where you can see them. Almost looks like they're doing that hatch seal inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some of the key points that NASA needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. It's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon. And I love this question. What part of the moon are we going to? Eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. We're going further than we have in a long time. And, you know, on the International Space Station, we're 250 miles from the Earth. And so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions. But the further and further you get away from Earth, the more you have to think about the lack of cargo, the comm delay. You know, there's a communication delay the further away you get. And so there are different and unique problems as we continue to explore further and further out into the solar system.
And there is so much to learn about the moon. So it's no surprise that, yes, even though our goal is to have a moon base at the lunar South Pole, the lunar South Pole is not the main focus of this lunar flyby. So instead, the crew is going to be focused on observing the far side of the moon. So this is actually an animation of what teams expect the moon to look like if the crew launches today. So this is, of course, the side that faces the moon, and this is the far side of the moon, which when, again, the crew does their lunar flyby on flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah. You know, there's so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission. And so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the entire moon. But also they're going to see parts of the lunar surface that have never been seen before by the human eye. And so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. You know, we do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis 2 crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that we want to go study. You know, what is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? You know, the impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't you know, have the support the way that they've been having the support. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully aware and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, you know, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, you know, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. You know, they're just going to have a, I think, 45+ minute comm blackout while they're while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah, really ambitious mission. Excited to be here at the start of it. All right, so another check of the clock, 2 hours, 57 minutes and counting to the opening of our 2-hour launch window for Artemis 2. This pivotal test flight comes 250 years after America began its journey as a nation. As we celebrate that milestone, a special live performance now of our national anthem by singer Ann Wilson.
So proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Bloody hell.
Just outside in the White Room, which is right outside Orion there, with the crew seated comfortably inside. As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity to set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we are on a plane and you get the opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, the tablet on Jeremy's knee well.
They look for the worst people, don't they, to do these things
for the mission.
And we saw in that very quick shot there, our best camera view of the two hatches is actually that drag-on camera, like we were saying, that kind of moves around. So sometimes it's hard to show that, so there you have it. You can see that the closeout crew has closed the side hatch. And so right now, that's a panel that they have to close out in order to then close the next hatch, which is the launch abort system hatch. And so, Nicole, can you just quickly, again, talk to people about the two hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch?
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is the hatch that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have the launch abort system, which actually is kind of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
Let me just sort this, please.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martyn standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was second grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him RISE. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So were you really excited to find out that you won the competition and that your zero gravity indicator would be going to space?
Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
Really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all. That we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word of encouragement or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
What?
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip?
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with the spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, zero gravity indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other
Sorry
road
about
trip.
this, folks. I'm
Clothes,
having a few
food,
issues.
A map, your favorite toy? Really? Except this toy has a job to do up there because this is a zero-gravity indicator. While not a scientific instrument, this safe and soft object tells the strapped-in astronauts that they've reached weightlessness. For Artemis 2, the crew wanted a one-of-a-kind ZGI, so we asked you to come up with it.
Thanks everyone for sending in your entries from around the world. Over 2,600 of you submitted.
And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
Okay, we're getting better. We're adding new features all the time, so please bear with me.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there, and we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise. And then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise. And so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here. And then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of a zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts. And yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the White Room ready, get the capsule ready. And she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor. So again, another very
Thank you for tuning in.
Person
if you can tap the like button, that would be absolutely wonderful.
I know
and consider
the Artemis 2
subscribing
crew
as well.
has really
That'd be
enjoyed
great.
working
Thank you so
alongside
much
both
indeed.
Andre and Jenny.
Yeah, actually, Jenny was our EBQ mentor when I went through our ASCANner initial training. So she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
Okay, and there we have Andre again, number 2, with the rest of the closeout crew team there. Why don't we get another check with Daryl and see how the launch countdown is going.
Still going quite smoothly here from Firing Room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center. Launch team working no major constraints to launch, which is great news. We did get an update on a weather balloon that the launch weather officer and his team released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean. And so the winds are pushing onshore. And because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors, which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of storms, line of rain showers, I should say, pass through that area and soak the place. Certainly rain is a possibility. Spotty showers from time to time. But overall, the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are right on time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some really solid countdown work, some solid operations by the launch team so far. And to quote our friend Lucas, who created Earthrise, we all really like that. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thanks so much, Daryl. Yes, we really like that. And we really like Rise and Lucas. So thank you for that. That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room. We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before, the side hatch for the crew module is very heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed, right?
Right, that's exactly it. So the CBA, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about, has to be pressurized. It's a pneumatic system to help. So in the case of an egress, Christina's the one that has to open that hatch. So once she gets it unlatched and unlocked, then that pneumatic system will help move the hatch. It weighs a lot, and so the average human cannot open that hatch by themselves. And so that's why we want to make sure that the system is pressurized, that it's not going to leak, and that it is ready to go in case they need to open the hatch.
So that is complete, and now what is happening are the seal leak checks. So that is in progress. Again, 2 seals go through the entirety of the hatch, and we will take the seals to pressure, hold it for about a minute, and just make sure that it is holding pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment in any sort of situation while they're in Orion.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances that we will accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window today at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. After liftoff, it takes less than 10 minutes to reach Earth's orbit. Let's learn more about today's ascent profile with Gary in Mission Control.
Hey, Megan. We are monitoring here in Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers are looking at data from integrity and the Space Launch System during the countdown. We're looking at some of the events happening in the White Room now and just making sure that all criteria is met to commit to launch and ascent today. It's the team you see in this room that would be looking after ascent, which is a very dynamic phase of flight. And after solid rocket booster ignition of the Space Launch System, it's this team that takes over control of the mission. There are voices you'll hear upon ascent, calls being relayed between Stan Love, the Capcom you see here in this shot in Mission Control Houston, that's the voice from this room, and the Artemis 2 crew on a communications channel aptly named Orion to Earth. Here are the calls you may hear during this part of the mission. Capcom Stan Love, his first call after responding to the crew's successful roll pitch maneuver at 30 seconds is AMT high. This notes that should we lose just one of the main engines, an alternate mission in low Earth orbit can still be achieved. At 1 minute 25 seconds, you'll hear max Q on PDL. This notes that reaching the moment of maximum dynamic pressure on the spacecraft. This event happens to be in line with a communication switch to another ground station, the Ponce de Leon Inlet Tracking Annex located about 35 miles north of Kennedy. At 2 minutes 45 seconds, you'll hear SM primed upper stage RCS ready. This means that the European Service Module propulsion system that's prepared for the next phase of aborts after the launch abort system jettisons, and the reaction control thrusters on the inner rim cryogenic propulsion stage that enable pointing and maneuvering are ready. At 3 minutes 50 seconds, you'll hear voice check on TDRS at the Kármán line. At this point, the launch abort system has jettisoned and revealed the Orion capsule underneath. This check verifies that the now exposed Orion antennas have a good signal over the tracking and data relay annex, tracking and data relay satellites, which is part of a geosynchronous satellite network and the same assets that are used aboard the International Space Station. This communication switch happens to be at the Kármán line, a widely recognized boundary about 62 miles, statute miles, or 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, where the air is too thin for conventional aircraft to fly and marks the point where our astronauts leave Earth and enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff and proceed with the expected mission timeline. This is an important call that gives more assurance of continuing today's moon mission. At 7 minutes, you'll hear expect nominal shutdown. You'll hear this call should the main engine performance be as expected up to this point. Shutdown plans can vary and may impact G-forces experienced by the crew or future burn plans, but a nominal shutdown is more indicative of continuing the mission on the expected timeline. At 7 minutes 30 seconds, you'll hear AOA open. This notes crossing into a new abort profile. At this point, an abort would use Orion engines to escape the core stage, and the altitude and velocity are enough to make it 1 lap around the Earth and aim for a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic. And then, of course, shortly after 8 minutes, you'll hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away. Teams here wait until the core stage has separated and the trajectory is confirmed as expected before that call to the crew. Now, this ascent profile is approximate, as there may be calls that move a few seconds depending on the trajectory, and of course, these are the calls and times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios, and they are confident and ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Freeling, expressed his confidence to the team, citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now. But now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
So much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us. Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague, Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis 2 crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons.
Yes.
She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly. And then she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
Go ahead. Ma'am, CBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
Again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking at for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
Lots to do still in the White Room and marching down the countdown timeline well.
And so Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the moon board.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission, as well as there are several vital objectives that we are hoping to accomplish with this mission. So we've talked about the rocket. We've talked a little bit about Orion. Obviously, during Artemis 1, we had that test flight, and there were no humans on board. That is our one big difference for this one, and we are going to have that crew this time. So what are they going to be up to during this mission? Let me tell you just a little bit. Now, for Artemis 1, like I mentioned, we were really focused on the SLS, making sure it had the power and capabilities that we needed. We were also checking out the Orion spacecraft in deep space environments, making sure that it was good to go. Now for Artemis 2, we are going to be taking the testing for Orion to the next level by adding that human component. So those test objectives are going to start even before launch. Like you mentioned, they are out there making their way through that checklist. But these objectives are going to start now, and that includes safety. So one really great example of safety is going to be something called the egress baskets. They're out there in the spacecraft, obviously, and should a situation happen to come up, they are going to have something called the egress baskets they can get in, and those are going to zip line them essentially down to the ground within seconds to safety. Another great example of those safety procedures are going to be the LAS, or the launch abort system that I mentioned earlier. Just a reminder, that's the one that can pull the crew and capsule away from any danger within within a few minutes of into the launch. Now, those are just a couple quick examples, but our recovery teams have been training extensively, quite a lot, to make sure that they are ready and prepared for any challenging situation that could possibly arise. All right. Several other objectives that we are going to be looking at are also going to be communication checkouts. That is going to be vital. I know we talked a little bit earlier about all the maneuvering that they're going to be able to do, but we want to make sure that they have full communication ability from space to ground so that we can fully support them here. We are also going to be checking out those life support systems. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the service module and what it is going to do for the crew, but we want to make sure that those life support systems are fully functioning, obviously, before we send them farther into deep space. That's going to be critical for them. So on top of being able to maneuver the spacecraft and check everything out, we are also going to be making sure that everything is fully functioning. So as you can see, big part of this mission is to make sure that the spacecraft, the hardware, and all the operations are working and that the data is going to make sense. And speaking of recovery, we are also going to have the opportunity at splashdown to recover that launch or that flight data, and we're going to be able to take that back, analyze it, and make sure there are if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Megan.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out, continues to grow at our Banana Creek viewing location. They will have a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martyn, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan, you've come Val from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesko here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international effort. You were actually telling me, Saku, that you're interested in becoming an astronaut with JAXA, pursuing your PhD to be able to do that. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, actually, I applied for the Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the Launchpad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're here from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here, not just in Florida, but from around the globe, and we're keeping our eye on that rocket, and we're ready to see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again, this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage, 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific steps in the launch countdown that the crew have to step through in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together Like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun, the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin. And it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure. And then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number. But, they have to, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan, and a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our...
Just got to come off the pre-recorded copyright stuff. We'll go right back to it in a minute, so please bear with us. We have to just... watch that a minute. We'll be right back. Keeping an eye on the stocks as well. We've got Donald Trump tonight talking live from the Oval Office, the White House. Sensei will be covering it live. His event will be available shortly. As soon as it becomes available, I will bring it to you. So we can go directly to that straight after the launch. This is an incredible day, bit of history. So anyway, back to the space station. We just have to be careful of the audio, that's all.
Out of hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Oh, I love that so much. I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about the moon, deep space, and how humans can live and work so far from home. So here are some of the science objectives that NASA hopes to accomplish with Artemis 2.
Artemis 2 is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis 1, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that
Just take a break for that a second. Just keeping our eye on the stocks. We've had a massive rally the last couple of days. We're massively up now, and we're waiting for Donald Trump's speech tonight. That will shape the next move. So we are waiting for that. So bear with us. We've got a couple more hours before Trump speaks, and the market's about to close. Don't forget, we've got Friday as well. One day tomorrow, the markets are closed on Friday. So we've got everything happening. Everything is happening in the next few hours. It's going to be very, very exciting. So we're going to go back to mission control in a few seconds' time, and we'll continue. Please tap the like button. We are on 2 streams today, vertical. If you go on the homepage of the channel, you'll find 2 streams. One vertical if you're on your phone, and widescreen if you're on your TV. You can choose which one you prefer. And the main show is here on widescreen, and you can watch on your phone as well. So please do tap the like wherever you are. They are 2 completely separate streams, and consider subscribing. Would be absolutely wonderful as well if you could do that. All right. So let's go back to looking at this. Again, we have to just watch the audio whenever they have pre-recorded stuff. But we've been here since 6 o'clock this morning. It's now 2:30 in the afternoon. I've been covering it all the way through the day. No breaks. We had a little lunch break, but we kept on streaming. And I want to be part of history today. And I think it's important, right? So if you are enjoying it, please do let me know you're here. You're a bit quiet in the chat. I understand you're sitting back and relaxing, but if you can just wake up for a minute and let me know you're here. Just let me know where you're from, where you're watching from, what country. Just put your countries in so I know where you're calling in from, where you're watching from. And in the chat as well, say to me your country and are you on vertical or widescreen? So I'd love to know where you're watching from. Are you on vertical or are you on widescreen? All right, that'd be really great. Okay. Let's go back, have a listen in.
Benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth.
Just for a moment, only because it's music and always creates a problem. Here we go.
And what we learned during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now, joined by Dr. Nikki Fox. Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the Terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the Terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, you know, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited. Next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. so we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface, and then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew. Mm-hmm. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations, and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Nikki is so fun. She has so much energy and so much passion about the science. And again, yeah, it's just so important to remember that so much science is happening with this mission. It's not just to test out the hardware and the life support systems.
Yeah, you saw the science video, and then we talked to Nikki. Man, there's so much going on, right? We talked a little bit about the lunar observations that we're going to do. And then, she talked about, made a really great point about, the human eye can pick things out that a camera or a robot can't necessarily pick out. And so that's why we're sending humans. But also, we're not just doing the lunar observations. The Avatar, that's a really cool experiment. They took blood samples from the crew, and then they used those stem cells to make bone marrow and create those little Avatar chips, which is
impressive.
Feels like scientific, sci-fi movie stuff. But, we're going to look at radiation. We're going to look at all sorts of different scientific experiments. We got the little CubeSats. We're going to go look at space weather. Lots going on.
Yeah, even collecting some of the astronauts' saliva. You can learn a lot about the body through the saliva. So just really a lot in a small amount of time in a small capsule.
Yeah, scientific discovery. That's why we go back to the moon.
Yeah. And so, again, her energy just so... oh my God, I can't find the word. So
wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't find the word. So anyway, yeah, just really, again, thank you, Dr. Nikki Fox and Jasmine. And so, Nicole, what about answering more questions?
Let's do it.
Okay, great. First one, what was the word I was trying to get at? No, I'm kidding. Let's have the first question up on the screen now. I know we got them.
Hear the questions. I can do
see
it.
them being asked.
And
Tidy big dogs from Wales.
OTC or Earth 1.
Go.
For your awareness, scrubber cycling is about to be restarted.
Integrity copies.
All right, let's try that again. Can we get the next social question, please? What are the G-forces experienced by the Artemis astronauts during launch and reentry?
Ooh, these are actually pretty similar to, a Dragon launch or a shuttle launch. We have to accelerate to get out of the Earth's atmosphere. And then, we talked about the secondary burns that they will do to get away from Earth. But, for me personally, it kind of felt like we got slingshotted off the Earth is how I like to describe it. So, you get set back in your seat and the G forces are into your chest.
CDR, OTC, or Earth 1.
Go ahead.
When leak check complete, the cabin is going to be vented to flight pressure momentarily.
Integrity copies.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Again, so the spacecraft is holding pressure as expected, and so now they will depressurize it, which will take about 6 to 8 minutes. Exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Like we talked about, continuing to march towards the launch. So the G-forces are into your chest, and it's kind of a slow build, and you can get all the way up to 4.5 Gs into the chest during the launch. And often they have to back off on the thrust a little bit so that you don't get too high in the G-forces, and especially as we go through kind of max Q or that max aerodynamic force, so as they get through the thicker parts of the atmosphere. And then very similar G-forces on the way home, so slow, steady build up to about 4.5 Gs as the rocket actually decelerates. You know, you heard in one of the packages, when they come back, they're going to be going 7 miles a second.
Gosh, that's
and
incredible.
So you have to slow down somehow, and to do that, you have to actually, you know, when you brake in a car, you feel those G-forces, and so for the astronauts, it'll just be, again, into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're going to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA Artemis. But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right. Now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there, really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world. Why don't we get another check with Leah Martyn to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today, we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally, Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. Our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here at Florida. And basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them, trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
Now, you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done your freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that I think were telling me that you're interested in becoming a pilot. We talked a little bit about the pilot who is on board the rocket right now. How is this program preparing you for your future?
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff, that's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went... Yeah, Yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot, like, I love that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it, and go get good at it.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about what NASA is doing here. Again, the lawn behind us just filled with media from around the world, making sure that they can help tell our story to everyone who is interested in hearing it. So back here in Florida, of course, we have NASA leadership also keeping a close eye on launch operations. Let's go now to Jasmine Hopkins, who is standing by with Lori Glaze, Acting Associate Administrator of NASA's Exploration Systems Development.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're honored to welcome Dr. Lori Glaze to the balcony now. Lori, this is our very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground, again, safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Yeah, and speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches, and it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane ride
really?
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
It is, yeah, you know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us, so hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary in Mission Control for more.
Thank you, Megan. Yes, the ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis II is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis II mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis missions. Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures and operations are sound. And finally, there's subsystem validation. Engineers will be verifying subsystems across the board to ensure reliability across life support, propulsion, avionics, and navigation systems aboard the Orion spacecraft. Human spaceflight is a complicated endeavor that requires precision and confidence across all disciplines. You may hear the phrase, human spaceflight is the greatest team sport, a few times in today's coverage, and it's absolutely true. Not only does it need mastery of specific components, but the integration extends across thousands of people and facilities around the world to come together and make it all work. A lot of the work from many people has led to this moment, a rocket at the pad with humans on board, ready to put everything we worked for to the test. I'm certainly excited about it. The teams here in this room are looking forward to supporting the mission, and I hope those watching are as excited as we are. We are following the countdown here in Mission Control Houston. Everything continues to look good, now inside 2 hours from the beginning of the launch window. With that, I will send it back over to you, Megan and Nicole.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. We are getting word that the launch team is working something that we would like to give you an update on, so let's get on over to Daryl.
All right, thank you, Megan, and we are live in Firing Room 1 here at the Launch Control Complex. Yes, we are currently not working any constraints with regards to the rocket or the ground systems, but the launch team has been made aware of an issue that the range is working, and currently they're monitoring that work that is going on over at the range. We understand that that issue is related to the flight termination system. Now, the flight termination system, just to give you a quick explainer, every rocket has a flight termination system. It's the system that the Eastern Range here uses in order to send a destruct signal to a rocket in case it veers off path. So it's a very critical, important safety component in terms of how the range keeps the public safe here. We understand that the flight termination system, they're working an issue. And so as they continue to work that issue, they've asked for some assistance from the launch team to help verify some of the work that they're doing on their FTS system. And this is where it gets a pretty unique situation here. The assistance they've asked for is to verify what's going on with their system. They want to check it to see that the work they're doing is okay. And in order to do that, the FTS console operator inside the firing room has been asked to help them verify it. And the way that they're going to do that, and the solution that he proposed to check and verify the system with the launch director, and she gave the approval, is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown. We can continue to process and work the countdown. The closeout crew will continue to do their work, and the launch team will continue to do their work as well. But we'll keep you updated on what happens in regards to, as far as my understanding goes, a pretty unique situation here with trying to bring resolution and kind of help out the situation that we're seeing at the range right now. And that's the latest here from the firing room. We'll send it back to Megan and Nicole out the host desk.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, very unique, but I think it speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right, in the launch corridor. So where the rocket's flight path is going to go, you have to make sure that that whole airspace is clear. And so we actually have assets. The Space Force helps us out with this one, but we want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport, and so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring throughout the countdown, and hopefully, again, won't be an issue, that they can fix this issue by going to the heritage hardware that's in the vehicle assembly building.
Right. What a great idea.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew, as you can see there, inside of Orion, relaxing, getting updates from the team, but also just getting in the right headspace for hopefully launch today. Let's learn a little more about each of them now.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city.
We'll come back to that shortly, but we are now in the last hour 48 before the launch window opens. Hopefully that range issue will be sorted and we'll get a flight tonight after sitting here for 6-7 hours. It would be nice if we can get that. I certainly hope so. And we're also covering Donald Trump live tonight from the Oval Office. Sensei is going to go live with that one. So I hope you're enjoying this all-day broadcast. Please tap the like button. We've got lots of new services today. We're now on 2 systems at the same time. We're on our widescreen for TV, and we're also 2 broadcasts. We've got our vertical for your phone as well. So please tap the like button wherever you're watching and consider subscribing. We are an investment channel, but we are covering this historic news event today, and then Donald Trump as well later on, and seeing how it affects the markets. The markets have been up today. It's been a 2-day rally of $23,000. It's been absolutely fantastic. But we're kind of sort of just going sideways now. We had a nice rally, and now we're kind of going sideways. That's expected before Trump speaks tonight. You can see XRP, we're up 1.92, Ethereum at 4.76, Bitcoin at 1.8. We're still slightly down on VU. We're still slightly down on Coca-Cola. Still slightly down on Google and Nvidia, but these were stocks that were down like 10, 11, 12% a few days ago. VUG, our ETF as well. So it's been a massive, massive turnaround. And we're just waiting now for this countdown. And then we have a 2-hour window. So hopefully when the countdown gets to 0, they'll say we're going to fly in 10 minutes. That would be great. Anyway, we shall see. Let's hope so. It would be absolutely amazing to watch it live. I hope we get it to happen today. I might take a break in a minute, so I'm going to have a cup of tea because I have been here all day. So what I might do is in a few moments, let it run. There's no point stopping now. We're so close. Let it run, but I can go and get a cup of tea, get a sandwich, and we can keep this running for you, and hopefully you'll stay with me. So there we go. Thank you ever so much. We've got 108 people watching on the main show, and there's just 11 people on the phone service. So there you go. All right. I dare say the numbers will start to go up as we get to the countdown. Let me just see how many people actually watch on NASA. On NASA, you've got 359,000 people, which is not that many really. Less than a third of a million. That's the whole world. Remember, can watch this, and that this is the main place to watch it. So I'm quite happy that we've had the numbers that we've had today, considering NASA is the main place to watch, and they've got 300,000 people watching. So I feel quite chuffed. We've done pretty well. I must say I'm getting a bit tired now, so I'm going to go and take a short break, have a cup of tea and a sandwich, give me some energy to get going again, and we'll pick it up there. So this is probably a good time. Once they go back to the main broadcast, I'll unmute this and bring it back in again. So thank you for all your support. It's a cucumber and a salad cream. That sounds nice. I think I'm going to have a peanut butter sandwich and tea and digestive biscuits. I think that's what I'm going to have. That'll go down well. Oh, blimey. I've been trying to avoid that, but I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. It's now 2:30. So I've been trying to avoid yawning, but I guess I couldn't hold it any longer. All right, there you go. Anyway, so there's live TV, innit? All day, no one covering me. But in a few hours' time, I will finish. Hopefully we'll get the launch, and then we'll see it into space, and then we'll have Sensei take over with Donald Trump live from the Oval Office for the big announcement tonight. Chocolate digestives, I hope. I think I've got some. Beef and mustard. Oh, you can't go wrong. I've got some pork chops at the minute. I had pork chops a couple of days ago, so got some nice cold ones left over. Really, really nice. So I might have one of them. There's lots of good stuff. Leah's always got good stuff in the cupboard. Don't you worry about that. I think I stay in the market no matter what. You'll consider from before. Yeah, I'm not going to sell anything. Absolutely not. No. Whenever it goes down, I use the opportunity to buy more. I hope it does. I got 20 days. 20 days I get paid again. So I hope it goes back down again. We can buy some more. The more you can buy, the more you're going to make, right? That's what it's all about. All right. Anyway. All good stuff. Let's go through some... oh, bloody hell. Live all day. These like all day streams are hard work. Let's do some comments on the screen. Let's bring somebody in. I might respect now, see that the new price comes up to now, says Jamie. The dump will trump. The Trump will dump. The US markets closed Thursday. No, they're not closed tomorrow. They're closed Friday. Not closed tomorrow, are they? They're closed tomorrow. I don't think the markets are closed tomorrow. Markets closed tomorrow? No, Nick Jones. Markets are closed on Friday. Not closed tomorrow. No. Only Trump knows. Yeah. God help us, says Tiny Big Dog. Expect the unexpected. Absolutely, always prepare for it. Have money to buy the dip and, you know, whatever. Same, I just thought he got 4 days of market close and he always does stuff when the markets... No, I don't. The markets aren't closed tomorrow. The markets are closed on Friday, but not tomorrow. Only closed Friday, not Monday. Yeah, just tomorrow. Sorry, just Friday. Beg your pardon, get me doing it now. Yeah, markets open tomorrow, right? That kid is camera shy. Fair enough, says Nick Jones. So in the USA, Monday is open. We have close in Germany. Guess all of Europe. I don't know. Don't know. But anyway, definitely closed on Friday. It might, because I'm thinking we'll be closed here in the UK on Friday and Monday. It might be that, Nick Jones. It might be anything. Find a job and you'll never have to work a day in your life. That's right. Find a job you love. That's right. Still work, though. I love what I do, but I still get bloody tired. I mean, up all night. I was up all night preparing this new software. We've been onboarding all the new people on Discord. I've been going since 6 o'clock this morning. I mean... Just because you love it, you still get bloody tired. You still get hungry. Do you know what I mean? Same here, Nick. I just checked Monday close in Europe. That's it. We're on tomorrow. Martin, go take a nap. I'm going to do it in a second. Tomorrow, full moon. We got to pay 0.5% stamp duty on UK shares. Oh, boo. Well, my spec comes out at 3,000. That's a lot for a PC, says Jamie. Yeah, Dale-ish at some point. True. I just regret not doing stocks and shares ISA early in my life. Well, you can't regret what you didn't do. Just do it now. Just do it now. This is the problem. People say, I'm not going to miss the next one. Right? COVID. Remember that? Then Liberation Day came. Hardly anybody bought it. I did. Then we had Trump crash the market. Oh, I'm not going to miss this one. Most people didn't buy it. I did. Right? So if you're saying now, oh, I wish I'd done my ISA. Have you done your ISA this year? Just do it now. Make sure you do your ISA this year and next year. Focus on what you can do, not what you could have done. Because if you keep saying that, you'll miss all the opportunities that come. Just make sure that you're doing it this time. And then the next one. And then the next one. Space just filed to employee benefits. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thank you for that. Cuppa sounds like a great idea. Jamie, absolutely agree. What's in the sandwich? I'm going to have peanut butter sandwich and I'm going to have a pork chop. Wow, to time in a row, green, is it possible? Wow, 2 time in a row. What do you mean? What do you mean, Defense? Cucumber and a salad cream. Can't go wrong, can you? Ham and mustard, you can't go wrong. Thank you, Martin. Go and relax. Thank you, Liz. Thank you. I'm gonna have a cup of tea. And I'm going to have, I'm going to have a cup of tea and peanut butter sandwich. Yeah, and a bit of a pork chop. And a packet of crisps. And a can of Coke. And a Twix. Thank you, Martin. Go and relax. Chocolate digestives, I hope so. Beef and mustard, you can't go wrong. I think I stay in the market no matter what. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, Leah, that's right. You should, YOLO, be back in a shake of a dog's tail. put a notice that you'll take a short break on the screen. Be back in 2 shakes of a dog's tail. I started mid-25. You got to be in it to win it. That's it. You got to be in it to win it. All right. Has everyone tapped the like button? Have you all subscribed? There you go. All right. Let's go back to it. An hour and a half to go. Are we going to play some music? What's going on now? What's going on? Here we go.
1 hour, 38
All
minutes
right.
and counting until the opening of the Artemis 2 launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are looking at the rocket and Orion out on the pad, historic Launchpad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center. What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west.
Conflict in the Middle East has now entered a second month.
The hell?
And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace,
whoa, what the hell?
It is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future.
What the hell happened there?
Driving on with family and friends, and of course we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks.
That was interesting.
This great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah.
Bloody
and so
right.
let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Right, back in 20 minutes, all right?
Yeah, this is a great chat. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now they know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast.
Hang on a
That's
minute.
too funny.
Awesome.
Didn't I make
Hey,
something?
listen, it's all right. We
Didn't
can
I-
sit. We can sit
didn't I
and
make
chill until
something
we
earlier?
wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys for
Love it.
showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right. Thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused focus specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason.
All right, back in 20 minutes.
Yes, we're
See you in a
going to be
minute.
looking for some resources, especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible. But we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit, it will actually be jettisoned, and the crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely to orbit, then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag, because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch, that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Yeah, that's just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all. The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much they, how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
I was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper right-hand, Christina in your upper left-hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right-hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet, but again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come
sure
up.
It's flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition, and your patch is up there too.
It is, yeah. Ours is on the left-hand side there. Yeah, it's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. They did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg, a way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into a cord nearby that allows him to have a screen repeater so he can see what they're looking at.
And it looks like he's taking notes. Can you talk a little bit about what that is? It's part of, all of them have like a little procedural book, right?
Right, yeah, so they have what we call a knee board, and they'll have blank pages to take notes on. They might have a cue card or procedures, or they can be kind of custom built to what each crew member wants for their knee board.
This mission, of course, built by people and companies in all 50 states, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, and with our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners in industry.
Okay, we just got to mute this a moment. We just have to mute the audio from the. I will be back shortly, but we just have to cut the music it's for copyright reasons. We just want the live footage, so I'll be back when that's finished again. Okay, we just got to mute this a moment. Once they finish that, we'll be back. But we just got to keep away from the audio music coming through. I want to share this, but we don't want to have any trouble with that. So whenever they play music, it just gets a bit crazy. Anyway, might be copyright-free music. We just don't know. But I'm just taking a short break for a while, and just please bear with us. Once this goes back to the live, I'll cover it again. We do have Sensei going live shortly. Sensei is going to cover the news from Donald Trump live from the Oval Office. It might pump or crash the market. That's why the market has been going sideways. We had a nice rally, but we've been going sideways since then. So we're just waiting. I think we've got live footage again now without all the fancy music. All right, here we go.
By over 40, 50 different countries. And so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money, too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help researchers deliver medicines more effectively. She also conducted an almost 6-hour spacewalk to help upgrade the orbiting lab's power system. Nicole is a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Air Force and flew one of its most advanced aircraft. She was born in San Diego, California, and is a twin. That's a cute photo of the two of you. Oh, that one too.
Young explorers. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. That's so great to just see how far you've come. Again, I think that speaks to what we've been saying. Like, you know, just if you're passionate about something, go for it and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped off the path and ended up here. And, you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about, you know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life. And that's what I love to talk about. Christina has mentioned similar things. And so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has said the same, the crew has said the same sort of things. So absolutely, Nicole, thank you so much for being here. And hopefully only a little bit more until launch today.
Hopefully.
So today's Artemis 2 test flight will mark only the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And then controlling the flight will be Mission Control in Houston. Our Gary Jordan is inside with flight controllers. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Megan, you are right. This is a significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is set to launch today. Will join a select list of humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like missions before it, is a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into 2 categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets and aborts. First, there are 2 alternate MECO targets, or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low. You won't hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff. If the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which will be called out by Capcom Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3 engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San Diego to get to the crew and integrity quickly for this abort option. An AOA option continues to be available until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit, or ATO option, becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon. The Artemis II crew and flight control teams are well trained on all of these scenarios, and the calls you'll hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0. With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
Copy.
You heard it there from NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the counterbalance assembly mechanism is a good thing, because it means we are getting closer to launch. So that's amazing news over the loops that we just heard on Orion to Earth 1. Again, that communication channel with the crew. But now I want to get back over to Daryl with the launch team. He has an update now on the flight termination system that the team was tracking.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak. All right, stand by 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify their equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go. Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint. And so you combine that with the fact that the rocket and the ground systems here also working, no constraints. Clear board here is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown. We got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center. Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen, they're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are two hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch, and the closeout crew that you see right there, right on time with their work as they go to shut. And you can see it in motion right now, that launch abort system hatch. That's the latest from the firing room. We'll send it back to the host desk.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range, go for weather, and go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martyn down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11. Yeah, 11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and answering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I don't know. Probably my best friend. I'd just say one of my friends,
Oh, one of your friends. So brother got left out. Who would you take?
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? Yeah. So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams, to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that, they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the Launchpad. The closeout crew has closed the launch abort system hatch. You saw there, we took it live. Took a lot of them. I think all of them, except for one. I think it took all 3 or 4 of them to push that hatch door close. And then they felt around the perimeter of the door to make sure that everything was sitting just right.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably. And so, they're working the closure here. And working those connections, and you can see, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get these hatches closed and this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that isn't supposed to be there. And really, then at that point, it's just all 4 of the crew member, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah, and then eventually that crew access arm will move away, and then it'll really just be them up on top of that rocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where I realized that it was just us, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering to yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew, again, bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look for teams who are remotely watching these operations closely. Again, verifying that things are as they should be before the crew starts, the closeout crew starts leaving the White Room. You see them checking their procedures.
You can see they're covering the ends of those hoses. That's to protect those hoses from FOD. So we don't want any dirt or anything to get into those while we transport them and stow them. So you can see Andre there working to close out the hoses as well while they're cleaning up the White Room.
And so they'll tape that close. You just saw number 5. Number 5 holding some tools. Again, we'll stow those away. You have to account for everything. Obviously, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like, all of that has to go.
Yes, and you can even see on number 3's hat, he's got a string that's connected to his suit there. Mm-hmm. That's, again, just to make sure that we don't lose anything. If, a gust of wind or you get knocked or something, you don't want to lose a single thing in the White Room. So everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
The crew now, another live view of them inside Orion. Jeremy, Christina, and Reed and Victor on the right side of your screen. What do you think they're thinking right now, Nicole?
Oh man, just over an hour to launch. There's probably a little bit of a lull right now, monitoring some systems, but you can see Reed's got his feet crossed. So I think just trying to relax and, pass the time by maybe thinking through the items that they're going to monitor through the launch, the different jobs that each of them have throughout the launch. And once they get to orbit, this first day on orbit is actually really busy for them. Mm-hmm. They've got, 2 burns that they have to monitor. They've got to get the system set up, and they've got to get the cabin set up. So there's a lot going on in the next 24 hours for this crew. I think they've got a couple sections where they get to take a nap, but I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So, going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days. Let's take a look at what life will be like in Orion.
Artemis 2 is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo program. A lot of the focus of Artemis 2 is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready.
Okay, guys, we're back. We're all ready to rock and roll. The countdown, 1 hour to go. Are we going to get a flight tonight? It's looking more like it. Every second that goes by, everything is good to go for now. So let's turn the cameras round. Thank you for staying with me. Been live since 6 o'clock this morning to try to bring you this live stream on vertical, on your phone and your widescreen TV. The very first time. Today is history being created, and it's the first time we've ever done this where we have a multi-stream properly set out, not just the dual stream where you have the middle of it, 2 completely separate streams going all day, one for vertical and one for big screen TV. So we're looking at the stocks as well. That's what we are, an investment channel, but we cover the news. So we're very excited. Sensei's getting ready. Sensei is preparing now the Oval Office speech from Donald Trump tonight. So we're going to be covering that. So it's all to play for tonight. Very exciting. We're about to go to the moon. Now, of course, this is just the test flight around the moon and back. If this goes well, then shortly thereafter, we'll be going back to the moon and landing on it. And this will be an historic moment. This is pretty cool. Pretty exciting stuff. So there we go. It's all happening now. So thank you very much indeed. If you just tuned in, we're now counting down. Tap the like button, whether you're watching on vertical or big screen TV. Thank you very much. And consider subscribing as well. That'd be absolutely great. Right, let's start see the numbers. We've been slowly throughout the day, numbers have been going down. Let's see if the numbers start to come up now as we get closer and closer to this historic moment. All right. I'm very excited. I hope you are too. All right, let's go back to these presenters here.
That's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages. There's coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all sound delicious.
What about a cup of tea?
I've just remembered I haven't eaten lunch.
What about a cup of tea?
Actually, not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No cup of tea?
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but
no cup of tea.
It's just kind
I
of
can't
a
be an
dry
astronaut.
powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a straw on the top septum portion there, and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had.
If there's
while you were
no
at the
cup of
ISS.
tea, I'm not going on a flipping rocket.
This is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so actually the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them.
I was all up for it as well.
Yeah, let's pull
space
it back
food is
up,
space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can. We can use the food that we have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food. You know, you can see I've got this is a soup, tomato basil soup. So thermal stabilized. It's already hydrated, so you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's irradiated, so it's in a package.
Shrimp cocktail. What about a cup of tea?
I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite.
Not a mention of tea.
We might, if you're.
Yes. Look, see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out with what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against radiation, and then it's in this inner package. And so this cosmic brownie, actually, the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what we do is we just take scissors and you open it up, and then it comes right out. So these brownies are nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it pretty easily in space. You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty good and pretty diverse on the space station. And then, as you saw, pretty
no
diverse
cup of tea.
for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing.
I've got a cup of tea
here's
here.
a look at the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer and closer to launch. We are now under an hour from the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. And so let's take some questions from social media. We haven't taken some of those for a while. You put that brownie away, Nicole, or I'm going to steal it. Nicole, we have another celebrity who submitted a question. Let's take a look.
Okay.
A quick question for the Artemis crew. What food from Earth would you bring with you into space? And why would it be lasagna?
It wouldn't be.
That's the greatest food.
It'd be a cup of tea and a biscuit, mate.
Again, not really a question. Yeah. Because he was like, it's lasagna.
It's got to be lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on Space Station, and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but... yeah, lasagna's not a bad option. It's a high-calorie meal. If you're trying to, carb load for a spacewalk or something, it's a great option.
Yeah, I remember Christina saying that her favorite food on the menu, and actually, she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, you can't eat mac and cheese every day, Christina.
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be great.
That sounds delicious, delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to all the way to Roy Woods Jr. there, a comedian. So thank you so much. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff.
So do you know why? I found out now the orange, it's foam, it's insulation. Why doesn't SpaceX use it?
For the first time in more than 50 years, we are
why
sending
is
humans
SpaceX
to
not
fly
covered
around the
in
moon
spray
and
foam?
back, and we're taking you
And SpaceX
all of
is
you with us on this next
like
chapter
a sexy
of
looking
human
rocket. Looks good.
spaceflight. I'm
Why
NASA's
doesn't
Megan Cruz, and this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers.
NASA have
Great to have
a
you here, Nicole.
sexy looking
Yes, this has
rocket?
been
Anybody
a
know?
beautiful day.
If
Excited.
you know,
We're
find
continuing
out
to march
and then
towards this launch.
chat
Yeah.
GPT
And if all
it.
goes
Why
as planned,
does
this
why
crew can
does
travel farther from Earth than any other humans
have a
before
rusty
them
colour
and see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes
rusty
on. How
colour
exciting.
rocket?
Yes.
It's insulation. We know that.
Exciting is an
But why
understatement,
doesn't
I think.
That's true.
why doesn't
we're going to see the far
what
side
do
of
you
the moon
call
for
it?
the first time by humans in a long
SpaceX do
time.
it?
It's
There
important.
you go.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy
Countdown's
Space
on.
Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked with them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that. But again, as we get closer,
Our audience
and closer
is
to launch,
rising.
We are seeing
I love
more
it.
and more
If you've
people
just
gather
tuned in,
together,
this is the best
wanting
place
to
on Earth
experience this
and in
together,
space.
not just in a
Definitely
vacuum
in
at home,
space
you know?
to
Yes,
watch the
this is
show,
so
right?
exciting. Look at
Because you've
all
got
of those people.
all the angles, plus you've got the stocks, how the
And now
market,
here
how
we
Donald
are
Trump's
back in
affecting
Seattle,
it.
The
See, no one
Museum
else has got
of
that.
Flight. Again, people gathered there to
Here we go.
show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's so great. And now let's get you up to speed on what's happened so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window.
Here
so
we
what
go.
has been happening
Everyone
so
can
far
have their
today?
comments
Well, a
on the
lot.
screen.
After waking
If you've
up
got
and
a
grabbing
comment,
a bite to eat,
drop it on
our
the
Artemis
in the
2
chat.
crew suited
I'll
up
post it for you.
inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits, and just like other crews
If anyone
before
knows
them,
why
they
SpaceX
gathered around
don't
the table
use
for a
the,
card game to
the
pass
stuff,
the
let
time,
me
but to
know.
also burn off any lingering bad luck before they walked in the footsteps of every NASA astronaut launching from Kennedy Space Center since Apollo 7 in 1968. They walked outside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building to greet a crowd of family, friends, supporters before getting into their Astrovan for their security-escorted ride out to historic Launch Complex 39B. They got a close-up look at the SLS rocket, then walked across the crew
Astrovan.
access arm and climbed one by one inside their Orion spacecraft. After that, teams conducted final checks with the crew before closing both hatches, the crew module hatch, as well as what you're seeing there, the launch abort system hatch. And now we are back live at the pad where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. they are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about to move some pieces that connect the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working.
It's getting excited now. Who's excited?
It is actually
I'm
connected,
excited.
so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way, so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there, the finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject, because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range.
Ooh.
And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learned.
Thank you very much.
A battery temp for one of the two batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue, or is there an issue with the battery itself. So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching as we speak. With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago. And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast.
Thank you, RB.
And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch from the nearby area that if you're watching on an internet-enabled device, just remember that there may be a little bit of a delay. Can't tell you how much of a delay, but since it's on an internet device, sometimes this broadcast might be a little behind what you're actually seeing. So just keep that in mind as you are watching. Don't wait to the last second to run outside if you're inside your RV or your camper or your house. That's the latest here from the firing room. Of course, we'll keep track of that last battery issue. We'll send it back now to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Two of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the White Room, because obviously now we have detached the White Room from the Orion spacecraft.
Yes, that view is quite something.
Yeah, spectacular. Yep. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I forgot. Nicole's scared of heights. An astronaut afraid of heights is actually not uncommon, as we've learned today. But yes, so obviously, again, things proceeding as we march closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before
Market going sideways
and then leaving
until
the pad,
Trump speaks tonight. We're going to cover it live. Sensei is going to cover it live.
Inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule, if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis 2 Commander Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as
Have you
flight
noticed on the
engineer for
bottom of his
Expedition
shoes,
41
he's got like the
aboard
Michael
International
Jackson
Space Station from
metal
May through
clamps
November
where you can clamp
2014.
onto a pole so you can
During
lean
the
over like Michael
165-day
Jackson.
mission,
That's how
Reed
they
and
do
his crewmates
moonwalks.
completed more than
Literally,
300
that's how they do
science
moonwalks in
experiments
space.
in areas like
Do
human
you see it? Look at the bottom of his
medicine,
shoes.
physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a
love it.
milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him as he made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet.
Look,
Reed
the
is the one
holes.
sitting in the seat.
You can clamp onto something.
Closest to our camera there. So looks like he's relaxed by the body language of
That's
his
how they
feet.
can do the Michael Jackson lean over like that.
Holding pattern,
See,
if you
look.
will, or a waiting
See
period.
it? Right
so
here.
It makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed. He's also kind of just a relaxed person in general. He's wicked smart, but
How about that?
has a demeanor that keeps everybody calm. And so I think we're seeing that here today.
And so in this shot, Reed is the one sitting on the left, and to his right, Artemis II pilot Victor Glover. NASA selected the California native as an astronaut in 2013, and at the time he was actually serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space,
It'd be
November
disappointing,
2020,
won't it, if we don't go today?
pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the
All
first
because of a
operational
battery.
mission
A double
of
A
NASA's
battery's
commercial
flat
crew
and
program,
cancel the whole thing.
which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis II.
Yeah, I think he does.
You just tuned in, tap the like
He got
button.
to say,
Consider subscribing. We've been
goodbye,
live since
to
6 o'clock
his
this morning.
wife,
We're covering
and
Donald
4
Trump
kids.
live at the Oval Office as well.
Again, those were
It's all happening here to live.
the family
all
that he
happening
had
here tonight.
at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Yeah, and you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you can see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook, sitting on the upper left-hand corner of the screen
Hand
there,
over the Luca
native
coins.
of
I
Grand
love it.
Rapids, Michigan, was selected to the Astronaut Corps in 2013, same class as Victor, served as flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing,
And
community
CDR,
service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD.
Here we go.
Those couple of suppressed overvolt messages, we're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NCD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009. After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space. Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones, like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there. Christina's looking too. And so there is your Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft. And this is actually the 7th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new NASA spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're wondering about the first 6 crewed test flights, here they are. Gemini 3, Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965. Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, October 11th, 1968. Space Transportation System, or STS-1, John Young, Robert Crippen, April 12th, 1981. Then NASA SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020, followed by NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024. And now, Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as a permanent test, right? We have, you know, hundreds of missions or so. You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth. It will be a critical step towards future lunar and Mars missions.
There we go.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest,
Just going to mute that
darkest...
a second because of the music. We are getting very close now, just 40 minutes to go. Very exciting. And then straight after that, once we get the launch and it's all on its way to the moon, Sensei is going to take over, and we've got a live broadcast from the White House Oval Office with Donald Trump, and it could accelerate the market overnight or crash it. We know Donald Trump can do that, might want to do that. We've had a massive rally the last 2 or 3 days, so it easily could do that and send it all back down again. So be prepared for all of that. We're going to cover all that today for you. We've just 40 minutes to go now before the window opens of a 2-hour window. So once we hit 0, we could get a countdown quite quick, or it could be up to 2 hours. So it's maximum of 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. After that, it'll be aborted if we don't have it. So 2 hours and 20 most before we're in the air. And then once we're up, then we'll follow it until it's on its way to the moon. And then we'll go to our live broadcast from the Oval Office. Very, very exciting night indeed. I hope you're all enjoying this broadcast. I certainly am. I watched it on TV, 1969. Of course, this is not the landing on the moon, but it will. But the next one will be if this goes well. I don't know when that will be. I would imagine quite soon. That'll be even bigger than this one. I'll be really excited to watch that. broadcast. I'll be like Walter Cronkite. I'll be sitting there doing my broadcast with, I'll have to have a dicky bow and the suit on and everything. If we're going to land on the moon, definitely do that. But this is the test flight. We're not landing on the moon tonight, or the next 10 days anyway. But there you go. But very exciting. If you just tuned in, please do tap the like button and consider subscribing. We're going to be live all the way through. You're not going to miss anything. Oh, back live again. That's what we want. We want all the live stuff. Here we go.
After a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center, here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan. I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L-minus time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress along the way. Again, I'm here with the Artemis II flight control teams in Mission Control Houston. The team in the room behind me has been monitoring the countdown and verifying their own mission-specific launch criteria of the Space Launch System, the Orion spacecraft integrity, and its crew. During the final poll before launch, if all looks good from each of the flight controllers in this room, Flight Director Judd Freeling will report a go for launch from Houston Flight. Upon liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly on the
Markets
Space
are starting
Launch
to go
System.
up into the close.
This
Let's
phase
see
of
what
flight
happens.
is highly dynamic, and each
No
console
market on
position
Friday,
has a
so it's
dedicated
all to
and
play
important
for.
role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface. Teams here have been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way. We are ready and eager to begin the Artemis II mission. Still milestones to come as we continue the countdown, but we'll be right back with you during the ascent phase of today's flight. With that, Megan, I will send it back over to you at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Under 37 minutes until the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24 p.m. Eastern. I've never been more excited for a time. But why don't we send it back over to Megan Carter with the Moon Board to learn more about what happens after ascent.
Absolutely. I am definitely also getting excited. Things feel like they're starting to pick up a little pace here. A lot is about to happen within the first 10 minutes of launch, but what happens after those first 10 minutes? Let me take you over here to my mission map so we can kind of jump ahead and let me explain a few things. So, our main engine cutoff is going to stand for MECO, and that is essentially where the rocket's job is done, and it is then going to turn the propulsion duties over to our ICPS. That stands for Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. Don't try and say that too many times fast, but the ICPS is going to be right here, and that's our in-space propulsion. About 50 minutes into, after about 50 minutes into launch, it is going to conduct that first burn, and that's going to be the perigee raise maneuver. Essentially, what that is going to do is going to raise the spacecraft from a lowest point of Earth just a little bit higher into space, and then they are going to conduct that nice path. It's going to set them on that nice circular path around the Earth. That's when they're going to start to be able to really check out the spacecraft. The Orion spacecraft is going to be able to, like we've talked about, be maneuvered by the crew. They're going to check out those life support systems, and communication checkout's going to be vital at that point as well, obviously. Then they will be conducting that another burn, and that's going to raise them just a little bit higher again, and then they will it'll be about time for the ICPS to separate, and they will start another lap around the Earth as well. Now the ICPS, but even after it separates, its job will not be done because they will have the opportunity to conduct something called the proximity operations demonstration, and this is going to be really important for our future lunar missions because the ICPS actually has a target on it. And the crew is going to have the opportunity to manually maneuver these spacecraft like we've mentioned and practice those docking maneuvers. Now, obviously, they will not be docking for this mission, but that is, again, going to be critical for those lunar missions in the future. Now, all right, after that ICPS has separated and they've done that second lap, they're going to conduct 2 more burns. And what these burns are going to do is set them up to the high enough orbit and a fast enough speed in order to conduct the translunar injection. This is going to be that critical moment and that critical milestone where they are going to produce about 6,000 pounds of thrust. And this is that point that is going to take them out of low Earth orbit into deep space, and it's going to set them on that nice path towards that lunar flyby. And I know we have talked a little bit about why this could be a record-breaking flyby and journey to the moon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Megan so she can tell us just why.
Yeah, she's talking about the distance record set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. They were 248,655 miles away from Earth, and this Artemis 2 crew might surpass that on flight day 6 when they fly around the moon by more than 4,000 miles.
Yeah, it's a long ways. It's tough to fathom 250,000 miles from Earth, right? I mean, space, the space station is only 250 miles, and so we're going, I don't want to do the public math, but we're going much further than that. But, it's important, right? Because we want to get back to the moon. We want to see the surface. We want to see the far side of the moon. And the way we do that is by breaking distance records.
Yeah, and the exact distance record depends on exactly when they launch, like the time, the day. So we'll learn more as we go into this 10-day mission with the Artemis 2 crew. But here we are, 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting from the opening of our launch window. Feels really, really surreal here as more and more people come to gather on the press site lawn here at Kennedy Space Center. Why don't we take a look at this video that we have here? Some familiar faces who wanted to wish our Artemis 2 crew a safe journey.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you are the real deal. You're flying to the moon for all of us, and we are in awe. You're the true heroes.
You are not just astronauts. You are pioneers, venturing deeper into the unknown. But you are not alone. We will be all cheering you on from planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis 2 astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis 2 astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis 2 crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you and how inspired you make me. But it's not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations of scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do something that they never thought possible.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis 2 crew a happy and safe journey to the moon, well, around the moon. To go around, I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might park. Thank you, Roy Wood Jr.
Oh, within 2 years.
And as we look at this live view of the rocket on the pad,
I thought it was going to come out quite soon. 2 years
place
after
here at
this.
Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area.
I thought it was going to be next few months.
Where the crowd
2
is
years
excited,
later.
and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis 2.
Oh, well.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable. I'm telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck again and again by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center of the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go. Right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen STEM.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family.
30 minutes to go.
One major
Are we going to get a flight? There's still that battery at you.
Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3. Go!
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great. I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission is amazing. And I'm sure this was something that really rang true and resonated with NASA's Administrator Jared Isaacman, again, to see the workforce come together, to do the work, and then to be here for launch. So why don't we actually go over to him now with our Jasmine Hopkins at one of our other viewing locations.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. The energy here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch. And now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis 2 set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis 2 is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, you know, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft.
Why
right?
is this person saying
this is very
lies?
different than what we've done
Yeah,
for
not really
more
going
than
to the
a half
moon.
century,
Just
right?
pretend.
I mean, the velocities that
Why would you say that?
spacecraft is going to re-enter at.
It's all made up.
It's going to
not
be
really
new
here.
territory for us. We want to
I'm
get
AI. I'm not really
get
here.
our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right. And Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
You know, I talk about this all the time. Like, you know, one of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, you know what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash splashdown off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us. Jared Isaacman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our
just tuned in, tap the like button, consider subscribing.
Take a look at all these people
wherever you're
us.
watching.
I literally every moment I turn
we have
around
our vertical
and I see
format
the clock, I am like,
for your iPhone.
Oh, wow.
2 streams on our homepage. Or you can go to the widescreen,
yes, exactly.
4K big screen TV if you prefer. 2
now,
options for you.
This first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
250 years ago, 13 colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers, invented tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark, and we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos, and we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars. And a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward.
Just going to mute that for a second. We don't want any audio copyright. We've got just 20 minutes to go now before we enter the window, the takeoff window. We have 2 hours then. Very, very exciting. It's all starting to happen now. I'm really excited to be here and cover this. Frustrated to hear that it'll be a couple more years before we go back, though, and land on the moon. But I want to cover that. I'll be like Walter Cronkite, you know, absolutely brilliant. But anyway, today is fly around the moon, a test flight. Let's get ready.
Seconds and counting from Artemis 2, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad.
Just going to mute the background music. We don't need that for the minute. Not that long to go. 21 minutes. Now, remember, we just learned about an hour ago, there's a battery issue. But it will be a no-go for launch by the 6th minute if we haven't solved it. So we've got about 14 minutes to solve it. If not, there's no go for launch, right? There's a battery issue. Let's hopefully they've solved it or they're sorting it out. I did get a phone call a minute ago from NASA saying, can we borrow some of your batteries? You seem to have a lot of batteries. I have loads of them. They should have called me. You shouldn't use those. You shouldn't use those Amazon batteries. I always use Energizer, the Bunny Rabbit, much better. Or Duracell, either way, you know. Yeah, we should be finding out about it in a minute. I was going to send them some batteries, but it's a little bit far to go. It's going to take a few hours to get there. So I said, I'm sorry, I can't help you out. But I can recommend down at Walmart, they've got a few batteries and we're going to plug them in. Anyway, let's see what happens. Right now, we got a bunch of kids with some music. We just want to avoid that for copyright reasons, all right? Here we go.
Wasn't that so cute?
I love kids and their excitement and, you know, even just being
I
real.
love
like,
kids,
I
she said.
I know. He goes, but I'm glad you're
Do you like
here.
kids? If you like kids, say yeah, I like
Now,
kids.
Here we
If you
are,
don't,
Space
just
Center
say no, I don't
Houston.
like kids.
The crowd has exponentially grown throughout
Let's start.
the day. We
Let's
started
start an
showing you
argument
live
in the
shots
chat.
from in there
I hate
probably an
kids.
hour
Rubbish.
Ago,
Just get on
and
with the
now
fight
take
a
a
rocket.
look at all the people there.
If you like
getting
kids, say you
ready
love kids.
to
If you hate
witness
kids, say you
history
hate
together.
kids.
It's
Just tell the
something really
truth.
special to be able to witness
Most
something
people
like
do.
this together.
If you tell the
You
truth.
know, we've heard from celebrities
Just don't say it.
and officials and kids, and you know, it's amazing. People from all around
Everyone
the world
always
came
pretends
here
to like
today
kids. I've
Florida to
noticed that a
watch,
lot in
so
life. You
it's-
can never
it's
say I don't
something-
like kids because you
it's
upset
hard to put into
everybody.
words,
But most people
just
don't.
How much
If you ask them the
support
truth,
for
they
this
go,
mission we're
"Not
seeing
really."
today.
I'm just supposed to like them because it's the norm.
And great news
Right.
too.
Go on, tell the
Remember
truth.
The team was
Do you
tracking
like
an
children?
issue with the launch
ma'am, go
abort
ahead. Just tell the
system
truth.
battery. They appear to have cleared that issue, so we are go for launch.
Go for launch. We
Yes,
fixed the
that's
batteries.
U.S. Space and Rocket Center here, Huntsville, Alabama, waving to the Artemis 2 crew sitting right there inside Orion.
Love my kids. Got
Inside of
7.
20
Ralph
minutes
likes his
from the
7 kids.
opening
Yeah, you like your
of
own
our
kids.
launch window,
You hate
and right
everybody
now we are
else's, don't you?
targeting
Let's be honest.
the top of that launch window.
Tell the
so we
truth.
could be launching here.
Tell the
in
truth.
about
If you're
19
one of
minutes,
your
Nicole.
babies
Wow,
has snot run it
I
down
don't know
its
if I
face,
expected this today.
you
I'm
wipe it up. You
excited
don't
and,
mind.
You know, I'm glad
What if
they
it's
were able
another
to clear
child
the
doing
problem
it? You
with the
don't like it, do you?
battery from the
You only like
LAS,
your
and
kids.
Everything.
You don't like
has
anybody
gone really
else's
smoothly
kids.
Today. It's been great. The weather cleared up. It's a beautiful day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close
Tell
to
the truth.
possibly launch
Stop
now,
lying.
just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on a mission back
How
to
many
the moon,
men
the
really
first time in more than 50
like
years?
going to the baby
Yeah, you know,
classes?
just
Tell the truth.
So proud of the crew.
Tell the
and
truth.
All of the teams.
Tell your wife you love
here on
it,
the ground
but tell the
that made this
truth.
happen.
Do you really like going
you know,
to
they are
baby
carrying
classes?
the torch from the Apollo
Tell the
era
truth.
into the Artemis
I know
era.
that. I know you don't.
And you know, it's the crew likes to say they want to be the shoulders that the next
Copy all.
generation.
And let's see, Jill,
You
can
find
help
it
us with that,
boring.
please?
I know the truth. People just don't never tell you the truth.
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can
Last
climb on.
001.
You know, I think it's in their patch. We're
Just
going
my
for
kids,
all.
see?
It's in the name
Paul,
of their capsule.
now, see?
Integrity, representing
Now
humility
people telling the truth.
and the
Paul
professionalism
said, "Just
of
my
everyone that got
kids."
them there
See?
today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them, and we cannot wait to see what they see.
This is the channel
Just
of telling the
leveraging
truth.
everything we've
No one
learned
likes
so
kids,
far
not
as an
really.
agency,
They just part
taking
with
us
it.
from Apollo now to the Launchpad here,
Kids are a pain in the
39B,
ass.
with Orion and SLS poised to again fly us into the history books.
Name me a benefit.
And before we leave you now here at the host desk to get back into operations, we just wanted to answer one question for you guys. We asked you earlier on today, what are you most excited for? And we asked you to go vote on Instagram and Twitch. Instagram, you guys said launch. Twitch, you guys said lunar flyby. So I think you guys will all be very excited since we are now about 17 minutes from the opening of our launch window today.
Yeah, name me one
And so with
benefit
that, as we
with having a
approach terminal
baby.
count, let's send it back to Daryl Nail in
Go
firing
on.
room 1.
Give me
Daryl.
one benefit
All right,
in
thank
the
you,
chat.
Megan and Nicole.
Not what
and,
your wife
just want to
said.
give you an update
What
on
you
the launch
think.
abort system that
One
they
benefit.
just reported that they cleared. They believe, they are convinced, this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule's inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria. criteria, which this would be one, and they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff. There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet, but this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts.
I like it. No one can give any real benefit to kids. No one.
That's important.
It was your opportunity to say kids are great. I love kids. Not one person can give a good reason. Not one. Taxes, money back.
There's a lot more things in orbit than there were.
No other reason
back
than
in
money.
Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts.
That's funny.
For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds.
There it is.
But you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
I love it. How not one see, in America, everyone's politically correct.
So in
America, everyone says what you want to hear. I just tell you how it is. Right? Everyone goes, "Oh, I love your kids." They don't. No one loves your kids. You're the only person who loves your kids. Everybody else can't stand them. And when I ask everybody, what do you love about your kids? Not one person here can tell the truth. Not one person can come up with any good reason.
That's terminal count, the final 10 minutes.
And OTC, NTD, and 212
I love
for
it.
com check.
My dog's nice. Yeah, dog and cat,
the
much
same.
better.
STC? GTC?
GTC's on 212.
Great memories,
All right, copy
Martyn.
that.
Great memories. Watch a
NASA
movie.
Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team. There will be 2 polls that we'll hear. One from Spaulding, the NASA Test Director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed. At this point, we have a clear board, no constraints. But we need confirmation from each individual on the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L-12 minutes.
All babies are not pretty. You're cute. No, they're not. Mum and Dad think they're pretty and amazing and beautiful. Everybody else thinks, not really. Not really.
Copy, that's in work.
And CDR, OTC, Orion, Earth 1.
They just look like another baby. Go. They all look the same.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Integrity copies. NGDLP.
Trump coming up shortly. We're going to cover it live from the Oval Office. We were kids once, yeah.
The observation the CI
don't care.
Minutes ago, they were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CIS or MER manager perspective.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
OTC.
ARS primary
Old
loop
farts
isolation
complaining
valve
about
configuration
babies.
complete.
Yeah,
Copy.
that's right. It's a stupid thing to say. We were kids once. Who the hell cares? I'm grown up now. Can't stand them. Tell the truth. Stop being so politically correct. Just tell the truth.
And that's complete.
Do you like going to baby classes and dancing around going, boo, 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 really? Tell the truth.
And we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes. But we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today. So when we get to about 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold. CVSC, OTC.
Diesel Raider says, my classmates
100, 290.
My classmates
we are configured for
call their classmates, his kids call their classmates
give me about 2
bloody
more minutes,
idiots
we'll start,
after watching this show every morning.
Copy.
NTD, COSE.
Well, if they
hold
are
requested.
stupid, they're stupid. Some babies are.
Copy that.
A lot of babies are
LCC
stupid.
Violation of O-CT-004, S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see. LPE NTD.
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by. Let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
Thank you.
Who's excited? Who's excited? Tap the like button. Say a comment. Do a super chat. I've been sitting here since 6 o'clock this morning. 10 hours I've been doing this. Longer than that. No. 8 hours. 8 and a half hours.
Taking a look at the data right here. Looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFTS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So I would love to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Houston, we'll go for launch.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS.
I think they're making excuses.
I don't think they have 212 access.
They're making excuses. They want to do it. They want to go. They're just making excuses.
But it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
This is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now.
Stop trying to find problems all the time.
So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Go for launch.
Okay. LPE, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LPE concurs go.
And launch director?
Yes, sir. Launch director concurs go.
Just be positive.
Right, and I'm going to
Don't
go
look
ahead and
for things to go wrong. Just focus on the positive.
Launch director, and if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir.
Don't look for it.
All our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
I think they're looking for things. They're looking for things to go wrong now.
Are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you?
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, yeah, you only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Yeah.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here.
Right. Get on with it.
Launch director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
right, sir. I am go for the poll.
All right. And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis II launch readiness check. Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
It's like the movies.
GTC.
It's like Apollo 13.
MCO.
GO's go.
Safety console.
The safety console is go.
It's like
LPE.
Apollo 13.
LPE's go. RTD.
RTD's go.
Houston flight.
Houston flight is go.
Savage tip $2 Australian dollars through
Rock
Super
is go.
Chat. Let's
And
go.
CDR.
Come on.
Cruise go.
Copy that. Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the launch director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
Copy, thank you.
It's just like Apollo 13, isn't it?
Chief Safety Officer.
Go for launch.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Copy, thank you. Range weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And Artemis MMT Chair.
MMT's go.
Thank you, John. And Integrity Launch Director.
Good air voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch.
Yay! There it is.
I copy that. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, on this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
This is brilliant. Who's enjoying it? This is great, isn't it?
And NTD Launch Director.
I mean, what would you rather do? Buy Bitcoin or this?
You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
Copy. CVSE NTD, start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
Copy. Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal count.
AR rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes.
Ready for the clock.
We wrap up this last bit of work.
Arm rotation enable complete.
We're going to start that clock.
$1.99 through Super Chat. Is the launch rocket emoji tomorrow? Bloody hell.
You heard an issue, worked in real time with telemetry lock on the Orion. It was transitory. It was very short. They
it's exciting, isn't it? We could have done Bitcoin.
Had a good lock.
Or we done this.
This was
I think
with the
it's better.
S-band transmitter.
We talked about babies. No one likes them, not really. What, we talked about that.
Worked through that
We
issue,
talked about all sorts today.
Looked at the data and cleared it.
Done 2 streams at the same time.
All
Vertical
with the world
and widescreen.
watching.
First time ever. First channel in the
Impressive
world
work
today
for
to
the
do
launch
this. Other people have been using YouTube
So we have a
Dual.
2-hour window.
Split in the middle. We actually
which
sent
starts
out
in just
2
a few
separate
minutes at
streams.
6:24
One on
p.m.
vertical,
Eastern time,
one on
and
widescreen.
goes
Proper.
until 8:24
It's been a good day
p.m.
today.
Eastern time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification.
How
on the
about
short
it?
purge. ECL copies. And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
XRP going 1.38. Let's go. JK.
We've got rockets here, mate. XRP's on hold. We've got rockets. Then we got Donald Trump from the Oval Office. Then we got XRP. Here we go.
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
We're about to start the 10-minute countdown. It's exciting, isn't it? It's good, isn't it?
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like.
Thank you ever so much, everyone who gave super chats today. I really appreciate it. Try to bring you a new service today, widescreen and on your phone.
And once that's completed,
you've been amazing.
NASA
all the support.
Test Director Jeff Spalding.
Live streams don't make any money. It's the super chats and the memberships. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've got Sensei going live in a minute for the Oval Office. And I'm going to keep going until we go to the moon.
Is an application
10 days
software.
non-stop.
It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a
Thank you for all the super chats.
Orchestra,
Thank you for all the support.
Executing hundreds of commands
I really appreciate it.
Precise order and timing. It's all autonomous.
Entity CCL 212, short purge initiation is verified.
All right, copy that. And we're verifying our constraints. All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that, we're going to resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark. GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
And that begins terminal count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2.
Super chat. Awesome.
From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spalding, who's directly managing the launch team, and Alex Bendelos, the GLS operator who closely monitors the software.
Continues.
He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and rock. Our new T0 is 22, 35, 12.
Houston flight copies. Rock copies. 22, 35, 12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point. This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down. Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away. That's the path that the astronauts
got a technical issue, but I'm working on it.
Ingress into the rocket.
I've got a technical issue, but I'm working on it.
Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate.
Fixed it. We're good to go.
But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system. And they'll begin arming that shortly.
We're good to go now because I'm sorted. Right, I'm sorted. Most important thing. Now we're good to go.
Great shot there of the crew access arm retracting away. The launch abort system is the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety hardware that protects the lives of the astronauts. Starting at T-minus 6 minutes, the GLS will start bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
Here we go. Who's excited?
Weather is 90% go. The range is go.
Martyn's YouTube channel is go. I had a technical glitch, but I'm okay again. Sorted it. So we're good to go. You can carry on.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
You can carry on, boys. Carry on. I'm all right. I can
broadcast it. That means the
it.
replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank. We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count. Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis 2 crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency. Let's listen in for that call.
GLS verifies last capability available.
And CDR, do you copy?
CDR copies, last available.
That's great news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
GLS is go for FTS arm.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can send a flight termination command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety first.
GLS is go for LH2 high flow bleed check.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
Can someone check on me? I feel like I'm on my own. NASA calling Martyn. Are you good to broadcast? You've been going for 6 hours. Yep, I'm go to launch. Just be nice to be asked. No one asks me. Just sit here all day, broadcast it. No one asks me. No one even cares, do they? Does anybody care if I'm here or not? Look, I've got flags and everything.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Everything.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units. High-speed turbines, which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen. Coming up in about 20 seconds, we're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
It's leaking again. I told him about this.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
3 minutes to go.
Moving through the milestones.
Them bloody birds are going to move pretty
good.
sharpish, I tell you that for nothing. Them birds that keep flying around. They're going to have the shock of their lives in a minute.
In just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbling of the engines.
Come on, let's go.
There are the 4 RS-25s.
If you're watching on the vertical,
Shuttle
on the
Heritage,
phone version, come and join us on the main.
Shuttle parts. And there you see them moving. Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
Here we go.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage. the ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis 2 crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
Here we go.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
At Paul 8,168 tipped $1.99 through Super Chat. Or call Martyn.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds,
I'm going to boost the audio. It's a little bit
from
low.
The ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS.
Is that
the
better?
rocket will count itself down.
There you go.
But honor any holds that could come from the ground. Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
GLS is go for ALS.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket
Is it
NASA
more powerful though? Is it more
launched.
powerful than the
sound suppression water is flowing?
15. The giant thing that
and here
Elon's
we
done?
go.
What's it called?
10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 in
Starship.
lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
At Saxon Knight tipped $5 through Super Chat.
Integrity, AMT high.
3, 2, 1, we got a liftoff.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Going well.
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
I don't understand though how NASA just dropped these in the ocean.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
Elon Musk picks them up. They actually land. Isn't that better?
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation. 3 minutes into the flight. Integrity, 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange. now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Look, bits always fly off, don't they? Where do all these bits go?
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy jettison, Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes, 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen crossed the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds, time of MECO.
Good souvenirs for fishermen in their nets. Yeah, I've never understood that. SpaceX brings it all back down, lands it all. NASA just throws it in the ocean. I don't understand that. Surely they'd be thinking, we should be doing that, really. Why don't we do that? Be a good idea, wouldn't it? Because all this junk in space and all over the place, one day we're going to crash into it, aren't we?
GPS processing.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3 engine press.
3 engine press.
On time, now passing 5 minutes, 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston. Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
You're enjoying it. It's good, isn't it?
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Same on board, Stan.
It's one of those sort of anticlimaxes, though, isn't it, really?
Good trajectory.
I mean, we've been
and
waiting all day,
performance.
and then that's it.
Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Integrity copies nominal shutdown.
Six minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight. Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option. Milestone at the 7-minute, 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
That's fast.
Integrity, AOA open.
AOA open.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time. About 10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage. Standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Look at that.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
We see the same on board, Stan.
Eight minutes, 40 seconds into the flight, we have a nominal main engine cutoff heading in the right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft. Nine minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
Integrity Houston looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
Capcom Stan Loves now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
Going well. That's my professional opinion. Things are looking good. Don't you think? Stock market's going up. XRP's going up.
Integrity, good. NEDs deploy.
It's got to be good.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
Yeah, Xeon. Rockets are going up.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time. Here, overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman, already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed, complete. We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent. Their launch and entry suits.
Why can't we have a drone
provided them an extra layer of protection
and film it?
Now not as needed. They're going to raise those visors.
Taking pictures from the side angle.
And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their initial tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone. In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control light support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
2 minutes to go. Right, Sensei is set up at the White House. Donald Trump going live very shortly. And I'm going to be sending you there in a minute to
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed
Donald
time.
Trump
We're going to continue
live at the White
to
House.
follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon. We'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
Yeah, Gary, if people are just joining us, welcome back to the Space Coast, where we just saw Artemis 2 lift off 14 minutes ago. And wow, what an amazing launch, and an emotional one, too. As soon as the rocket lifted off, Nicole, you had tears in your eyes. I had tears in my eyes, and we had all these people around us cheering. It was amazing.
I didn't think it was
the
that
energy
good,
was wonderful.
actually.
I mean, it was a beautiful launch.
It's like when people say they love babies.
Friends and family members headed to the moon. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, how does that make you feel as someone
was it
who
really that exciting?
is an astronaut as well?
You
but
always
also,
say
as you
it,
said,
but
friend.
was it really?
Yeah, so proud of them. You know, man, we don't have the words in the English language to describe this kind of an event, and pride, love, so many emotions. You know, they are truly breaking some barriers, and hopefully, you know, as Gary just said, they've got a long day ahead of them, so wishing them well on everything. But so far, what a beautiful launch to watch.
Yeah, to be returning to the lunar orbit in more than 50 years. Maybe they go farther from Earth than any other humans before them. Maybe they see parts of the moon that we've never seen before. I mean, what a great start to what could be all of these milestones that we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome
Stay where you are.
Artemis
I'm going to send you directly
how
to
do you feel?
live Donald Trump from the Oval Office. Is the war over? Scott's going to pump or dump tonight. You want to be there live, right? I'm going to watch it live. Sensei is covering it.
Some of those crowd shots where we saw young and
old
just emotional, overcome by this history-making moment.
Man, we are going back to the moon for all, and we saw that today. We saw that in all the crowds. And yeah, you guys just saw that view, the sunrise or sunset, I guess. They just made it over the crest of the Earth, and you could see the sun peeking over. One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping safety in mind, and we want to make sure we're ready to go. But we were ready to go, and I think it surprised a lot of people. What a wonderful surprise on this Wednesday evening.
It did, you know, and it kind of surprised me as well. But, you know, it's just a testament to the team here that has been working so hard on Artemis. You know, Artemis 1, we learned a ton of lessons. We learned a ton from the wet dress for Artemis 2. We were able to go in, fix those things. We even had a couple mishaps today. Not mishaps, but a couple, you know, anomalies today that the team creatively came up with solutions for. It's just a testament to the teamwork.
You knew it was going to happen because I'm covering it, right? I wouldn't be sitting here.
So we can continue
I had a word
to
with
watch
my friends. I knew it was going to go off.
Reed, Victor, and Jeremy on their way now to the moon in Earth's orbit and awaiting the next in-flight milestones, deploying Orion's solar arrays. So why don't we get back in with Mission Control and Gary.
Hey, thank you, Megan. Again, we're following along in the action. It is a long day. They have a number of procedures they need to get to immediately in their timeline.
And Integrity Houston, cross-tie is on board per the FCDEM.
We copy Houston. Thank you.
Cross-tie referring to...
keep watching. I'm going to send you directly to
flight controllers here,
Sensei.
Initiating a connection between some of the batteries aboard the Orion spacecraft, allowing for an even distribution of power. This is the flight control teams that took us through ascent of the Artemis 2 mission today. Right now, we're, as you see, passing 18 minutes of mission elapsed time. The Orion spacecraft Integrity and the interim cryogenic propulsion system are maneuvering tail to sun. It is in this orientation, this attitude,
yards on that momentary prop caution.
And Reed, no action. We're looking at it.
Okay, I'm just going to show you a second. This is where we're going to go next in a few minutes' time. We're going to go live to Donald Trump live from the Oval Office.
What is being
I've got it all set up for you. This is the event.
Aboard integrity. Propulsion engineer confirming that no action is needed at this time. They're pressing through with their nominal procedures
this is the
to
event.
prepare
We're going to go there
perigee
very
raise
soon.
maneuver.
Donald Trump live tonight from the Oval Office. Is he going to crash the market
ahead of that?
Or pump it? Is the war over? What's he going to say?
The
It's
solar
a statement.
wing deploy is a critical milestone. We'll continue to have our
live
coverage
to the nation. That's coming up
the mission
with Sensei,
until that deployment.
Shortly, I'm going to send you there.
Successful
in a minute.
launch is just the beginning. The deployment of the solar arrays and successful confirmation that those solar array wings are drawing power is a significant milestone, and says to the flight control teams
Would you like me to carry on a little bit longer?
Mission. Power needs to be
been
drawn,
going now 12 hours non-stop.
To continue through some of the next milestones.
Do you want me to carry on a bit more?
Until then, the AOA open option that was called up upon ascent, the aboard once around, is the current option, and aboard to orbit option ATO will be switched to a preferred mode at the time that the solar array wings are deployed and latched. It gives the flight control teams a little bit more flexibility.
Integrity Houston, update on TDRS handover for your pad.
Give us just 1 minute. And Stan, you can read it. Ike is ready to copy.
Roger. TDRS handover east to west expected 1 second earlier at 5:1 minutes 26 seconds.
Hi, Stan. We copy 1 second earlier for 5126 TDRS east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth network. Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun. The RL-10 nozzle on the end of the ICPS is pointed towards the sun, and the solar array deployment sequence has begun. With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a latched position. Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites.
At Tidy Big Dog tipped 1
currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth. They are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites, geosynchronous satellites that are stationed about 23,000 miles above the Earth. After the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
Okay, let's have a look. Shall we carry on? I'm just trying to see if anyone wants me to carry on.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
Okay, I think I'm going to end it because The numbers are starting to fall down now, and I think you want to know what Trump's going to do from the Oval Office.
5 and 12
So,
seconds Central Time, 6:35
I mean, we've got a long way to go, 10 days, right?
Eastern Time.
We'll do some more of this when it gets more exciting, when we get into the moon,
right now, the
waving out the
orientation you're
window
seeing
and stuff
from
like
our
that.
arrow visual.
Until we're waving out the window, we'll call it a day there. All right? I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you very much indeed. Now, what we're going to do now, if you stay right where you are, it'll automatically take you to the Trump show. It's going to be great, right? This is the Trump show. Are we going to have the war is over? Hooray! The markets go up. Or, as expected, no, surprise, I've changed my mind. I'm going to carry on with the war. Stocks back down again. So what he'll do, he'll sell all his stocks. All his mates will sell all their stocks. Then say... Then they'll sell at the top. Then they'll say we're going back to war. Stocks will come back down again. Then tomorrow they'll buy it back and they'll say, no, we're going to end the war now. And it'll go back up again. That's what's going to happen. There's my little prediction for you. Let's see if that happens, shall we? So anyway, that's it. Breaking news live. End the war or ground invasion. Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out in a minute, because Sensei is going to cover it live. So if you stay where you are, there's the link. It will take you directly there. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. It's bound to be good. I'm going to listen in. I'm going to tune in while I'm sat on the sofa having a cup of tea. I've been going for 12 hours today. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a bit of history. We've had a laugh. We talked about babies. We said no one really likes them. Sensei's going to go, really? I'm about to have a baby. Everybody will say it's lovely. It's what they do, mate. You got to learn this. As you get older, you realise everyone just talks rubbish. Everyone just says nice stuff all the time just to get on with you. They don't really mean it. All right. Refresh the thumbnail. It's different now. Oh, he sent a new thumbnail. People thought his thumbnail was rubbish. Apparently, he's changed it. Is it better? Oh, yeah. Is that better? It's not much difference, is it really? Is it better? It probably is a bit better, isn't it? Is it better? Sensei's got bigger. Sensei's made himself bigger. Do you think he looks very serious? He needs a bloody haircut. I tell you that. He needs a bloody haircut. He's made Donald Trump look a bit miserable, though, to be fair. I don't know what you think. I mean, Donald Trump looks very upset in that picture. And why is Sensei so much bigger than Donald Trump? Should be the same size, Sensei. Come on, sort it out. So, war ends or ground invasion? Breaking news. It's not breaking news yet, Sensei. You're jumping the gun, mate. It's not breaking news yet. It's going to be breaking news in a minute. It's not breaking news yet. But because you got to put the thumbnail out, we can excuse it, right? It will be breaking news. It's not breaking news yet, but it will be by the time Sensei says it. It's fair, isn't it? Okay, so we're going to go. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it a little bit, if I'm honest. Not that much. I didn't think it was that great, but it was quite good, if I'm honest. It was quite good, and I still think the rocket would have been better, nice and shiny. Maybe Coca-Cola written down the side. That would have been great. I think opportunity lost there, to be honest. Opportunity lost. But anyway, it was great. We enjoyed it. And now you can go and watch Sensei talk about... Well, he's not going to talk about anything. He's going to sit there and watch it. It's basically, he's going to sit and watch the telly. You're going to watch, and we're all going to watch, and we're all going to sit and watch the telly. Should be good. Right, that's it. Stay right where you are. It'll take you right there automatically. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Thanks for coming. Did you all tap the like button? Yeah. Did you all click subscribe and ring the bell? Yeah. That's it from me. Thank you very much. I'm out of here. That's it. There you go. On both screens... Tall screen, wide screen, you watched it all today, didn't you? You enjoyed it, didn't you? All right, that's it from me. Thank you very much indeed. And that's it. I'm going. I'm going to tune in now to watch Sensei interview Donald Trump, because he's going to interview him, right? That's it. Sensei is pointing invasion. I've noticed that. He is, isn't he? He knows something. All right, Sensei's always right. That's it from me. Until next time, as always, 12 hours of non-stop streaming. Apart from a cup of tea and a sandwich. But I didn't stop. Thank you very much. Oh, Sensei's saying something. Sensei's saying something in the chat. Press the bell on my video. He says, press the bell. Okay, look, folks, Sensei wants me to explain it, right? So look, what you do when you get there, because you're going to be there in the next minute, tap the like button. He's got to tell you, Sensei is staying up to 2 o'clock in the morning to do this. He's in the UK. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. At least you can smash the like button. Now, because it's a little bit before it starts, what you want to do is you want to go notify. He's told me to do it. I don't want to do it, but I've got to do it now because he's told me. Press the bell on my video. There you go. I've pressed it. Right? If you press it, it will notify you so you won't miss it. You're not going to miss it, are you? No one's going to miss it, Sensei. They're already going there now. Stop interfering. It's my show. I'll do what I bloody like. Go and press the bell. Make Sensei happy. Right, that's it from me. That's it from me. It'll go early. Someone's going, that's ages. It's not ages. It's not ages. Get on with it. It's important, isn't it? If you're an investor and you don't watch this, you're bloody an idiot, all right? I'm not being funny. But if you've got money invested and you don't watch this, you're a bloody idiot. I'm going to watch it because the moment he says, we're going back to war, sell. Seriously, I'll be watching this. And if he gives me an indication in the first 3 seconds, because it will be quite quick, he'll say, yeah, we're going to do some more bombing. Sell. Absolutely right. If he says, we're over, bye. All right. So it's up to you. If you can't be bothered to watch it, then you're a bloody idiot. That's what I'm saying. All right. Until next time, as always, thanks for coming. Unless you're in the UK. What do you mean? Sensei's in the UK. You stay up to 2 o'clock in the morning. Don't be so lazy. If you want to make money, don't be lazy. That's it from me. Till next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Here we go.